Hello everyone and welcome to the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. My name is Aaron Minjut aka Arcanix, and with me here is my good friend Juancho Sardana aka Primetime Wizard TV. Juancho, how are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm doing amazing. It's a beautiful day to play some Pokemon, and I'm very excited to see the champions of the respective regions really duke it out. But yes, Aaron, tell the viewers what we're doing today.
Right, so we are at the Pokemon Trading Card Game tournament with 3 players representing their respective regions in this event. These players are the best coming out from their respective qualifiers, qualifying in their local tournaments, now competing to be the very best like no one ever was. The format of the tournament is a 9-team single elimination King of the Hill event, with the first team to take 3 wins off their opponents progressing to the next round. Now the format is team up on, so cards from Sun and Moon team up all the way to Sword and Shield Fusion Strike are legal for this tournament. So it's a huge card pool, and I'm excited to see what sort of decks pop up today. But most importantly, we have to say, despite the COVID situation here, 9 regions of players are gathered for this tournament through remote setting, and it's great to see that all these players here are excited as much as we are to play the Pokemon trading card game. Also to note, this is the first tournament since the Asia local language versions of Pokemon trading card game has been published. So without all further ado, let's take a look at today's bracket.
We have a full day of Pokemon ahead. For round 1, we have Indonesia versus Malaysia, the winner of which proceeds to the quarterfinal 1 against Taiwan. Then we have quarterfinal 2, Japan against Korea, followed by quarterfinal 3, Thailand versus Singapore, and finally quarterfinal 4, Hong Kong versus the Philippines. All the respective winners then proceed to the semifinals, and then the winners there duke it out in the grand finals. A full 2 days of Pokemon here today. I am very excited, Aaron.
And for sure, I think it's going to be a very interesting day of Pokemon. It is also a format that is not, I would say, familiar to most of these regions, but it's going to be great to see what they bring to the table, Wancho.
Definitely. I feel like the team up on, and it really showcases the skill of the players here today, having to build in this format, maybe not something they're used to. I'm sure a lot of us are used to the standard format, which is Sword and Shield on. But yeah, that's sometimes that's the key to being a Pokemon master, knowing every Pokemon that can help out in your deck.
For sure. And I think without further ado, let's get to the first match of the day between Indonesia and Malaysia. And you'll see here up on your screens the players representing their regions. Now we have to know that these players are essentially the top players of their respective regions. They went through grueling qualifying tournaments, sometimes over multiple days long, just to be here representing their region. And we'd like to now go straight into the players for the first match in round 1 between Indonesia and Malaysia. First up, we have Anggi from Indonesia, and he'll be playing Genesect V paired with Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia GX. And it's going to be interesting to see this deck in action, because we know for a fact that Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, or better known as ADP GX, used to be paired with another metal Pokemon in the previous format, which is Zacian V. But with the addition of Fusion Strike, we now have Genesect V as its partner, and it's going to be interesting to see how these two pair up. And of course, we take a look at Anggi's accomplishments. He's been a regional competitor, a Mega Gym Battle competitor, and a PC competitor as well. So definitely someone that is in the scene and in the know, in the moment for Indonesia.
Yes, and he's going to play up against, for Malaysia, Wayrun. And Wayrun is going to be running a just straight Mew and Genesect, pretty much the standard Fusion Strike deck here. And some of his accomplishments include being here in the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021, again being one of the champions for his region. Definitely his deck is very straightforward here, just going straight Mew and just really adding in some key cards that could help out with the Sun and Moon era, like the Chaotic Swell, stuff like that, to really combat Path to the Peak. And yes, he has a very straightforward deck, so it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see the spicy ADP Mew deck against just straight vanilla Mew. What do you think, Aaron?
It's going to be interesting because I'm taking a look at Anggi's deck list, and he's also running Mew V and Mew V Max. So it's going to be a very interesting overall matchup, because we have essentially a clash of 2 different eras. The brand new Fusion Strike era, which is pretty much straight line Mew V Max and Genesect V, up against a pseudo new VMAX deck with ADP and addition, because of course there is a GX attack there that is going to be the essentially the main factor that comes in, allowing you to take up more prize cards using ADP GX. So let's go straight into the match without further ado between Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's do it. And yes, would you say, Aaron, it's the Battle of the Kings here? ADP, the king of the previous format, Sun and Moon versus new VMAX, the king of the current format.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think overall it's going to be a clash again of two different eras of best deck in formats, because it's a format that we don't usually see very often, especially in our regions here. But it's going to be a showcase of skill, a showcase of deck building flexibility, and I think overall, again, a showcase of consistency to see how many of these decks or which of these players are able to take their decks all the way, especially when we're talking about a best of one format.
Definitely. Okay, looks like we're jumping straight into a game here. We saw Angie really play the Rotom Phone. Again, Rotom Phone looking at the top 5 of your cards of your deck and placing one on top. And I believe she was able to get an energy onto the ADP, and we're going into Wei Run's turn, playing the Chaotic Swell. Chaotic Swell, a very powerful stadium card back in Sun and Moon. Essentially a double counter stadium. You can bump your opponent's stadium and it stays there, and if your opponent plays the stadium again, it bumps that as well. And in the active for Wei Run, we see here a Meloetta. Meloetta, again, a really powerful card for the new archetype with the Melodious Echo attack, doing 70 damage for each Fusion Strike energy attached. So what we'd like to see here from Wei Run is really find those Genesects, and we see one of them. We see one of them here.
Yep, for sure. And I think I want to cycle back to the Chaotic Spell.
Sure thing.
This card is going to be a main reason why the Genesect V deck, or essentially any deck running heavy abilities on their Vs, will be able to continue using their abilities. So Fusion Strike system is the backbone of consistency for Wei Run's deck, allowing you to draw up the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. And without Chaotic Swell, it used to be difficult to ensure that you always could bump the Path to the Peak, which is the stadium card that Angie would love to be playing here, because it shuts down the entirety of Wei Run's engine. But Path to the Peak ensures that, number one, you need to have a stadium up running for Path to the Peak, and you're probably going to be using the resetting hole on that Marshadow very soon.
Definitely. And again, just the addition of Path to the Peak to the Mew deck is so good, because we're used to seeing Mew decks really play a heavy stadium lineup, really just to counter the Path to the Peak. But then having Chaotic Swell, they can go down to probably 3 stadiums for safety, and the Chaotic Swell could count as technically 2 stadiums. But again, because of the you got it right, the Marshadow that bumps the stadium, that is one way to really get rid of the Path to the Peak here. But again,
or I should say, getting rid of the Chaotic Swell.
Oh yeah, sorry, getting rid of the Chaotic Swell. Looks like here Wei Run was able to find a Mew and get attachment for turn. That means he's not going to be attacking with the Meloetta, however, but getting a Mew setup is definitely good here. He goes for the first Fusion Strike system of the game, drawing up to 3 cards, unfortunately. It looks like he wasn't able to really get the whole squad here, and he passes, I believe, to Angie.
Yeah, but I think taking a look at Angie's list, we probably should also mention that there isn't any Path to the Peak, because he runs his own Genesect Vs in this deck, but he's running Viridian Forest. So Viridian Forest, a card that we haven't seen in a while, I would say, since it's actually released all the way back in Team Up. But it's a card that essentially allows you to get a basic energies back into the game. And what we see now here in Escape Rope. Now, this is a big play coming out from Angie. Forces Wei Run to promote a Genesect V, so not the ideal Pokemon to have in the active spot for Wei Run.
Yes. Very interesting here. What we're going to see in a bit here is one of the most powerful GX attacks in the game, if he can get one more energy attached. And yes, you mentioned it earlier, Alter Creation GX, just allowing you to get an extra prize card for the entirety of the game, as well as doing extra damage as well. I believe it is 30 extra damage for the entirety of the game. And let's see if we're going to see it here. Here we go.
Yep, so I think there was a boss auto played by Angie there, as well as 2 power tablets. And that is because he would like to draw more cards to see if he can fish out that additional energy required for the Alter Creation GX. Because we need to make a note here, Alter Creation GX would only be doing extra 30 damage if you're using it with 1 mana energy. But if you have the required 2 energies attached, which is 1 mana and 1 water, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
you're able to take an extra prize card for every knockout you take this game. So it remains to be seen if he did get that water energy. I don't think he did.
No,
Yeah, that's a mana energy onto the Genesect V. So definitely no water energy. And he's just gonna use Fusion Strike System a second time, and it looks like he's just passing. I like this play here, not using the GX just for the damage because he wants to use it for the extra prize cards.
definitely. Both players starting a little bit slow here, but again, something of note in Angie's deck is since he is playing a mix of Fusion Strike and non-Fusion Strike Pokemon like the Marshadow and the ADP, that means he's going to be drawing a little bit less, only drawing up to 2 because he only has 2 Genesect Vs. And as we go to Wayrun's turn, we have the Mew VMAX in the active as well as the Fusion Strike energy attached. So the Mew here can go for big damage. If we can get some power tablets boosting that up by 30, I believe you only need a couple to really knock out the ADP, but he just goes for damage. I believe that was the Max Miracle doing 130
looks like
damage.
A Max Miracle. Yeah, just Max Miracle. So making it certain that he's able to go for a 2-shot most likely. So it remains to be seen what is the next round of play. So there is a resetting hole coming out from Angie to discard the Chaotic Spell, and now he gets a Viridian Forest into play. So Viridian Forest, the same card that I mentioned earlier, where you discard a card from your hand, you get to grab a energy card from your deck, a basic energy card from your deck. So it's just a consistency booster to get that water energy that he desperately needs.
Yes.
And it's taking a while.
Hopefully the water energies aren't prize here. We know they only play around 2 water energies. And yes, again, Viridian Force, a very strong card in this matchup, just really allowing you to find those 2 copies, as well as, importantly, getting rid of something in your hand in order to Fusion Strike System. I like that little synergy there. And there, we're going to see the water energy. Let's see where he decides to attach it.
I mean, he's probably going to go for Alter Creation GX for sure this time, right? He's definitely going for that in this sense, because any other play here would just be far too backward in a sense. So let's see.
Definitely going for a boss here, probably trying to buy a couple of turns, because I'm sure Angie here would like to see the ultimate ray attack doing 150 damage and really powering up a couple of Pokemon on the bench. An interesting note here is Angie probably attacks with the Genesect V more than the Mew VMAX, just because there is a high count of metal energies, right? 7 metal energies to be able to attach to a Genesect V. So really just skipping the middleman and just going straight into the Genesect. But yeah, again, Angie is playing 2/2 Mew, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yep, I think that's right. I mean, overall, the deck is supposedly a Mew VMAX with Genesect V added in with some Arceus Dialga Palkia. So you have to make room for some of these cards, essentially, if you want to run this very powerful GX from its, I think it's Unbroken Bonds, or I can't recall what set this is from. I think Cosmic Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Cosmic Eclipse. So if you want to run this very strong GX, Tag Team GX from Cosmic Eclipse, you got to make some cuts, and those cuts essentially are going to affect your consistency in some way or the other. So we do see an Alter Creation GX, and now it's back to Wayrun's turn.
Very big turn, actually. Getting a switch here.
Switch.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to say the switch that gets the Mew VMAX into the active again, and a Great Ball as well to get a second Mew V. I think Wayrun here, even though he's essentially a turn behind in terms of damage, he will definitely want to go for a knockout by turn 2, usually, when you're up against another Mew V deck. But you're up against a 280 hit point Tag Team GX. It's a different ball game than what we usually see in the Sword and Shield format.
Definitely. But again, 280 is not out of the realm of possibility for Mew. In fact, if you could get 4 Fusion Strike energies attached, you can copy Meloetta's attack in order to do just 280 without any damage modifiers. But here we go. We're going to see him get 3 big prizes, though, off this ADP. And I think that would be very big, especially since Angie was not able to accelerate energies to the Genesect just yet.
Yep, for sure. But I think he's still a few damage off at the moment, because 130 damage on the Arceus Dialga Palkia GX is a lot, but
Mew VMAX can copy the Technoblast on the Genesect, doing 210. So 210 plus 130 is more than enough to knock out
fair enough.
Arceus Dialga Palkia. Yes.
You good catch right there, Wancho. I was thinking where was the damage going to come because Max Miracle only comes out 130. But yeah, Cross Fusion Strike, copying the bench Fusion Strike Pokemon's attack,
Yes.
and that ensures that Weiran goes up 3 prizes now. And all Angie has at the moment is a Genesect V in the active with 1 Metal Energy.
Yes.
And again, this is a best of 1, so if he's not able to answer this new VMAX, essentially that Alter Creation is not going to do anything.
Yes, exactly. That's why I was wondering where the energy attachment for turn was going to be. Essentially, I probably would have liked to see just trying to build up Genesects on the bench. But yeah, just get ready for an attack here in case the ADP does go down. Because 1 energy on Genesect is a little tough. You're going to need to dig for those metal saucers allowing you to attach the metal energy to one of your metal Pokemon. And yes, I believe we get to see at least 1 here. But yeah, you're going to need at least 2 more because you have to attach it to the bench. Now you have 2 Genesects with 1 energy apiece. Yes, it's looking very, very tough for Angie here.
For sure, and I think now we just see a discard for the Viridian Forest to get a Metal Energy for his attachment for turn. And I believe he's going to try and dig for cards using Fusion Strike system, but only netting 2 cards because he's only got 2 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. That ADP, it's not a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yes. Unfortunately, being forced down to play down the ADP here does pose an opportunity for Weiran. That is a 3-prizer in play that is bossable, right? So
that's true. That's true.
Yes, a little bit of a liability for Angie, but something you have to put down to really just draw the most you can with your Genesects, especially if you're only drawing 2 cards.
Exactly. Essentially, you're down to a desperation play here. So he's looking to attach an energy. I would like to see him go to the bench. But then again, I don't believe he's going to go for any knockout at all at this point. I think the misplay here was probably promoting the Genesect V with the energy, because if he had promoted the one with no energy, then he's just a switch away from getting a Technoblast attack going.
Possibly.
But now it seems... Oh, wait, hang on. Is that an energy switch?
Yes, I was about to say that Angie does play 3 energy switches. That's something I had to check. That is one way you can get an energy from the bench into your active. And there we go. We're going to see it. We're going to see an attack, but is it going to be able to knock out Mew VMAX? He's going to need to play at least 4 power tablets, and we saw Angie do play two of them earlier. So
yep,
this is for big damage.
Now he has a quick ball though, so a quick ball here would probably net him another Genesect V, so another Fusion Strike system for more cards. Essentially, Angie has been getting cards purely off the abilities of Genesect V this turn. We have not seen a supporter yet. We've only seen a couple of item cards played, so it really goes to show the power of the Genesect V as a card on its own, but of course in multiple quantities, allowing you to get more cards off the top of your deck. But I have to say, it's going to be a very difficult game for Angie to come back from, especially if Weiran is just having a switching card in hand, waiting for his turn right now to just take the final 3 prizes. He can't get 3 prizes in 1 turn, unfortunately, not at this stage, but he's able to probably just knock out the active Genesect V and then let Angie just push up something in the active spot, go for a boss order, and that's the line of play I see for Weiran to get this game.
Definitely. Just taking out all the energy in play on Angie's side should be very, very big. But again, there is an ADP on the bench for Angie. So there is 3 prizes in play. If we can get a boss, a switch, and a couple of power tablets, it is possible to end the game in the next turn. But
that's true.
It is a lot to ask for. But because of all the draws Genesect has, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. And yes, let's see what else Angie can play here. I'd like to see them try and power up another Genesect, or possibly try and get something on the Mew. We do see a Mew bench now for Angie. That could be very, very big. Maybe a Metal Saucer into a Genesect, energy switch into a Mew attached next turn. Something we could see. That could be very, very exciting.
Yeah, but the only issue for me is that probably is asking a lot for a deck that has so many moving parts. You know, it's essentially a Mew VMAX deck with Genesect V, adding in Arceus Dialga Palkia. So it does affect the consistency somewhat here and there, which essentially means that there is going to be a lot of moving parts to the deck. Well, we see a Peony here, so it's a pretty decent card, I would say, especially when your hand size is pretty low to begin with.
Definitely. Just getting rid of all the cards you don't really need in your hand, cleaning your hand up, as well as getting 2 item cards or 2 trainer cards from your deck, I believe. Yes, 2 trainer cards from your deck, and just these could be the metal saucer, like double mess. This could be the metal saucer and the energy switch I was talking about. So very, very big play here. Peony, very, very clutch. You're talking about so many moving parts, but adding consistency cards like these peonies here that Angie does play 4 of definitely fixes that up.
That's true. And I also want to see maybe a reset stamp coming up from Angie. I know it's not going to affect the board state too much because Weiran does have access to multiple Fusion Strike systems. But if I recall, Weiran does have a fairly large hand at this point. So it's probably good to knock down that number of cards to 3 using the reset stamp, and then hoping Weiran doesn't get cards to play in order for him to refill his hand again. It's a small nuance that we need to see because that's what reset stamp is supposed to do, right? You're essentially resetting the game. But we do see here ML Saucer and the energy switch, as you mentioned, Wancho. So he's going for the line of play that you mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reset stamp
getting a medal
is a very good play, but then again against the Genesect V, it just almost seems a little futile, right?
For sure.
And yes, we're gonna see a Technoblast here for 210, I believe. Yes, there we go. 210 on that Mew. Let's see if Weiran can respond here. A very big thing that could happen here is probably if Weiran misses a knockout, right? If they just don't have the switch, Mew did copy the Technoblast attack, which has the downside that you can't attack during your next turn. So if you miss the switch, you can't attack, and that could really that brings you down a turn, and that could be enough time for Angie to really get back into this game here.
That's true, and then I think in that regard, the Altered Creation GX comes to play because if Angie is able to get off knockout next turn, taking 4 prizes on this Mew V Max, he's probably asking a lot for it, obviously, because Weiran can definitely just retreat, and we know Angie has already used up 2 Boss's Order. It's probably a way back for Angie, but it's still asking a lot of both these players' decks for that to happen. Essentially, Weiran needs to essentially not have anything going this turn, which is highly unlikely considering he's running a deck that is really consistent.
Yes.
And it also requires Angie to have the perfect set of cards. Okay, we see a boss order from Weiran, so it's going for the Mew.
All right. The thing is here too as well. You mentioned earlier that Weiran has a very, very big hand, and you wanted to see the reset stamp. But if it is a very, very big hand, but does not have playable cards, maybe it's a big hand of Alessa Sparkle, Boss's Orders, just all supporters, no switches. That is one way to get stuck. And the fact that we didn't see the switch here, we're gonna see the escape rope.
Yeah, he definitely had everything in hand already. So the Boss's Order essentially just forcing out a card, making Angie's play a little bit awkward, because otherwise he would have put up the Mew V with free retreat. So now he has to put up something with a retreat cost. So I like this heads up play here from Weiran, making sure that he gets the optimum line of play for his side of the field.
It's very interesting, but I think I would have liked to see the escape rope first into the Boss's Orders, just to really have it's your choice on what you're going to get for that turn.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's true.
But again, Mew VMAX, I think, just has the capability to deal with anything on the board, so that escape rope is A-okay. And yes, we see Angie here promote the Genesect V without energies, though, without energy. So that is very, very important to make note of. So
yeah, but then Weiran also making sure that he does his side of the escape rope. So
yes,
both players have to switch. A card that goes way, way back. I think the card has been illegal for, I don't know, since 2013, I like to say, or even before that.
Yes, a very, very old card, definitely. I mean, escape rope did come out in the red and blue days in the video game anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think there used to be a card all the way back in the old EX era, which was essentially Warp Point, if I'm not mistaken, or even actually back in Neo Genesis, I think. So the effect of the card that we've seen for many years now, and now in its latest rendition in the form of escape rope, we see what I believe was I think it was a quick ball played by Weiran earlier.
Really just playing down the hand. Again, the big hand, you really want to play it down to draw more cards. Probably trying to set up another Mew VMAX. Setting up another Mew VMAX is really, really important here, because the one in the active is poised to get knocked out this coming turn.
For sure. Yeah, I think I agree with you back to the play on the escape rope and the force order, because if he had done it the other way around, essentially, he's able to knock out the Genesect with the energy. But now he's going for a Genesect that has no energy on it. So definitely a play that probably could have been optimized a little better, but he's still taking a knockout here. He's still in the lead. I'm not too concerned by Weirun's chances, obviously.
It could also be a little bit of a mind game, really. If you're taking out a Genesect without the energy, and it forces Angie to really attack with another Genesect, since the Genesect is ready to go anyway, it can attack. And Weirun is down to 1 prize. I think he would prefer facing a Genesect in the active over a Mew VMAX, but I think Angie sees through it, and she does promote the Mew V here, trying to find the VMAX, which is a little bit tougher to knock out.
That is true. And I think now the only issue here is that there isn't many options for Angie to take the game further. He definitely needs a Mew VMAX in order to stay in this game and in this match.
Definitely. But again, we see a couple of Genesect Vs. It is only 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play at the moment. We need to see a couple more just to really refill the hand. Or maybe another Peony. Another Peony would be absolutely amazing.
Well, say Quick Ball. So Quick Ball does get what Angie probably needs here, which is another Genesect V.
Yes, another Genesect V, and also 1 more card out of the hand to really draw.
Oh, that's a Latias.
A Latias, yes. The Latias, a very, very interesting card here. It has the attack Dyna Barrier, just something few can copy. And I actually didn't keep track. How much HP does the Mew VMAX have in the active?
It should be...
If I'm not wrong, it's 210,
100?
240 damage from the Genesect V, so less than 100 HP. That's something the Mew in the active can copy. The Dyna Barrier attack doing 100 damage because of the ADP, knocking out the Mew, as well as really protecting yourself, giving you the Dyna Barrier, allowing you to not be damaged by Pokemon VMAX. So that is very, very big here.
That is definitely big, and I think the main point here is that can Angie get the Mew VMAX, because that's the only card that he needs right now. He has already played the Power Tablet just to thin his hand. He's gotten the energy, or essentially he probably used the Power Tablet to get an energy, I should say, by discarding it.
Yes.
So to the Viridian Forest. Getting energy to the Mew V in the active, and all he needs now from his, last Fusion Strike system is a Mew VMAX. Can he get it?
Yeah. Again, the Peonies will get him there, or the Evolution Incense, or just straight drawing into the Mew VMAX.
Yep.
Let's see if they get it. Very, very tense. Very important turn here.
I hate to break it to you, Wancho. A Peony would actually whiff, because there isn't a Evolution Incense in his deck.
There is a Great Ball, though.
There is a Great Ball. He's playing 1 of it already. So Great Ball, the card that might essentially make it or break it for Angie here, but doesn't seem like he has it. If he had it, he'll probably just slam it down on the active spot right now.
Definitely. It's very, very tense here for both players. Again,
no, he doesn't have it.
Okay, going with the Genesect again. So now Weirun has to find their own Mew VMAX. And there is the recent stamp. Recent stamp 2-1. But man,
not too bad, not too shabby. But with Fusion Strike system in play, that's not going to be as effective as it should be.
Yes, typically in a normal deck that would be absolutely devastating, but Genesect V just laughs at the going down to 1, no problem. Let me draw back up to 5.
Yep, essentially it's the refueling card of the deck. You can't reset stamp me down. You can't Marnie me down to a hand size that I don't want to be at. I will always go back up to the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon that I have. So Angie will probably take a knockout here.
Yes.
It's...
And taking 4 prize cards, because they are knocking out a Mew VMAX as well as the Altered Creation coming into play here.
Yep.
Essentially, 1 more knockout on Angie's side of the field would be very, very big. We'll clean up the game. So, and a knockout on anything. It could be the Meloetta even. And yes,
I think we've got game for Weirun here. So he's going to use the Battle VIP Pass, discarding it for the Viridian Forest, and that's the energy that he needs. So here comes a Cross Fusion Strike for game.
That is true. It didn't even need to use the Fusion Strike system. Just the 2 cards in hand were absolutely perfect. And we have the first win in the Battle Festival Asia BTCG tournament here. Congratulations to Weirun. And yes, That was a very, 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 very tense game. I was at the edge of my seat here. Angie really being able to get back into it because of the altered creation, taking taking 4 prizes with that one attack off of Mew VMAX. And yeah, what did you think? What did you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think the Reset Stem here was a card that I personally hyped up a little bit because it's a card that I've played with in the past. It's also a card that essentially wins or loses you games, in the old days. But I think with the new engine running for the Mew VMAX deck in the form of Genesect V Future Strike system, it's a card that probably lost a lot of value in this format especially. So even though he was able to Reset Stamp in that very pivotal turn to one card, Weiron didn't even need a Future Strike system because he just drew into 2 cards. One card being the Mew VMAX and a card to discard to the Viridian Forest to get the energy that he needed. So essentially, it didn't come to play as much, but it was closer than we expected, I think, because Alter Creation GX, a card or an attack on a card that closes out games very quickly. And I think it's all coming down to that one turn that Angie probably would like to have had, compared to Weiron having the last turn to do the attack. Because at the end of the day, it's just all these minor increments taking games for respective players. So overall, I think it was an exciting match. It's a format that we don't see very often, so definitely something that it was exciting to watch. It's also going to be interesting to see the rest of Weiron's deck coming into play because he did build a very consistent Mew VMAX Genesect V deck. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to take it all the way to knock out more players on Indonesia's side of the team, or can Indonesia bounce back in the next game?
Definitely. Weiron really taking one for really putting Malaysia ahead here, but we're going to have to see in the future. And again, I think I'd like to talk about what another pivotal turn was the boss's order trying to buy, when Angie was trying to buy a turn really to keep the Genesect stuck so that he to get a chance to do the ultimate ray. I think if Angie was able to get that attack off, he would have been very, very ahead. And yes,
just one turn that was needed. But without further ado, let's get into the next player profile for Indonesia to go up against Weiron here in the King of the Hill format. We have Tamo here, who is very well stacked in his accomplishments in the Pokemon Trading Card game. He was the first place player in the Pokemon Arena Championship Surabaya. He was also second place at the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia qualifiers for Indonesia, and top 8 at the Indonesia League Town Indo Market Series tournament. And he's bringing a very interesting deck here, Wansho. He's bringing Inteleon Malamar, or I should say Malamar Inteleon?
I believe, yeah, Malamar and Inteleon, the rapid strike tentacle, just the rapid strike Malamar, very, very strong single prizer Pokemon. So this should be very, very interesting. It has the attack rapid strike tentacles. Just the amount of cards you have in your hand really dictates the amount of damage you do. So yes, very, very interesting card, and it's really supported by the Sun and Moon supporters here. You see him play the Roxy, Lieutenant Surge, for Erica's Hospitality. This should be a very, very interesting game. Yeah,
but even then, with all the Sun and Moon supporters, we also see a lot of the newer Sword and Shield engine cards in the form of the Drizzle Inteleon. So these cards make a splash again, literally and figuratively, as a consistency engine. So going back to the whole talk about consistency, you can play a teched out deck. You can play a deck that is running cards from Team Up all the way to Sword and Shield Fusion Strike, but you still go back to certain cards that just make your deck run well. And in this case, Tamo here has gone with the Drizzle Inteleon engine to assist the Malamar deck to get to the damage that it needs for this matchup. So again, just to reiterate, Weiron remains in his spot. He's taken one game off Team Indonesia, and now it's back to Team Indonesia to try and come back in this overall match. So the players are now setting up their game. What do you think of the overall matchup here, Wancho? What do you think? It's going to be unique, isn't it?
It's going to be very, very interesting. You don't see Malamar have this much success in the current standard format because we do have a lot of bench sniping in the form of Jolteon, but something they like to have, and here is like the bench barrier Mew. It doesn't come up in this matchup, but it does make it a lot safer to play in these types of tournaments. And I think just because Malamar does have the capability to knock out a Mew VMAX, and Mew VMAX I don't think has a way to really disrupt the Malamar player besides a reset stamp, which could come into play. your favorite card, Aaron. And yes, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. And again, it depends on if Tamo here is able to set up in the face of Mew, because Mew is just going to put so much pressure very, very early, especially since we see Wei Run here play the Battle VIP, getting him 2 basic Pokemon from the deck. Really such a good setup card to see on your first turn as a Mew player. If I see that, I know I'm going to have a good game.
Oh, for sure. And a card that you only use on your first turn, essentially. So you really want it to come into your hand as early as possible. It sets you up for the remainder of the game, and then you can always discard it to a quick ball later anyhow. So it's a card that, to me, really forms the backbone of Weiran's list at the moment. Obviously, you don't always start with it, but that's okay. But right now, off the bat, you see multiple basic Pokemon come down the bench. One of it has to be Genesect V, and we see it there, and also Meloetta. So it's an interesting card to go for in this matchup. I think what I see here is that Weiran is understanding that he may want to be using a single prizer, especially because the Malamar deck are all single prizes.
Definitely. Weiran here knows that he's up for a marathon. He really needs to take 6 single prizes, so he has to do 6 attacks. So setting up your own single prizer to make sure that you're forcing Tamo to take as many attacks as possible is very, very important here. And
that's true.
Yes. Here we go. We see the retreat to the Meloetta, which is interesting. I don't think the Mew was in any kind of danger, and just committing to that retreat, I think is fine. But yeah, we'll have to see what Tamo does here.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting play. Probably signaling that he already has a way to get the Mew back into the active. Maybe an escape rope, maybe a switch. But it's going to be an additional card that he has to use in this regard. But it's just a pass from Tamo.
Yes. Oh, a pass from Tamo, not getting set up here. This is the opportunity Wei Run needs. I think retreating to the Meloetta, I have a feeling we're going to see an Alessa Sparkle straight away, not necessarily needing to retreat, especially since we do see an attachment to the active here. And there we go. We see the Alessa Sparkle, exactly what Wei Run had in mind. And with that, he already has the knockout on the active Inkay. And taking that knockout is very, very big, since, again, Inkay evolves into Malamar, which is your main attacker of the deck. If you're knocking out the main attacker and you have nothing ready, that just puts Tamo very, very behind in terms of turns. And again, with the sheer pressure that Mew can do, they can keep bossing your Inkays before they even evolve here.
Exactly, and I'm just really interested to see what is in Tamo's hand, because he has 6 cards and he only benched a Remoraid, which is not ideal at all. You definitely wanted to see a supporter, maybe a Brawly, maybe anything essentially, but except just benching a basic Pokemon and just passing back to Weiran. And now Weiran gets the first knockout. He gets set up. He has energies on multiple Pokemon. He has a Mew VMAX in play.
It's a very intimidating board, but it's probably one of the downsides of really playing you have essentially a stage 2 and 2 stage 1s in the form of Malamar and Octillery. Just a lot of evolution. And if you don't have Sobbles, Drizzile and Inteleons are not effective cards in your hand, right? So that's probably what's in the hand at the moment. Let's see how Tamo can respond here. A really big top deck here would be the Brawly, just to really stay in the game here.
I mean, I would go for versus research in this sense, but all he gets is a Evolution Incense, so at least he gets the Octillery.
Yes, very, very big card, actually. Octillery able to search any type of Rapid Strike card with the Rapid Strike search, and that could find Tamo the Brawly I was talking about. Brawly allowing you to find 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon, and that should be very, very big. Let's see if we see that from Tamo here.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he's able to get something going at this point, because it's not going to be great to see this deck, falter before it can even get set up. It's probably going to be an interesting matchup in itself, because we're talking about a deck that we rarely see in the form of Malamar, which can technically do big damage based on its attack because there's no cap to it. But without a setup, it's not going to be great. Yeah, we do see the Brawly, which is good. So 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon onto the bench. One of them should be Sobble, for sure.
Definitely. I'd like to see 2 Inkays here, just so that you are boss-proof, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. 2 Inkays and maybe a way to get the Sobble into the active for it to use its attack, which allows you to get more Sobbles into play.
Oh, that actually didn't even come to mind. Yes, the keep calling attack on Sobble, really, that's one way to really get set up, just filling up your bench. But we're gonna have to see if Tamo is able to do that here.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Tamo's list. There is no switch, unfortunately, but there is a scoop up net or multiple scoop up nets in his deck. So
Yes.
those are the ways that he's able to get the artillery out of the active, hopefully.
As well as Tower of Waters, the stadium that
Oh, yeah, Tower Order.
reduces
Tower Order.
your retreat cost by 2, where your rapid strike retreat cost by 2. And
That is true.
looks like Tamo here opting to grab an Inkay, a Sobble, and another Remoraid. That is interesting. So Wayrun here has the opportunity to just boss up another Inkay and put Tamo back another couple of turns. Very risky play here. Maybe Tamo expecting that the active artillery is about to get knocked out and really needs that engine in play. But we're going to have to see here what Wayrun can do. Yes, we see the Fusion Strike system drawing them up to 5, I believe. 1, 2.
5, yep.
Yes,
That's
5.
5 already, and we're only at turn 3.
Yes. Let's see if they have the boss. Boss should be very, very big here. But even just taking a knockout on the artillery isn't that bad.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind taking a knockout here, especially when you're just using the Mellow Weather. You're not exposing your Mew VMAX. Of course, it doesn't seem like Tamo is anywhere close to taking a knockout on the Mew VMAX at this point, especially with a clunky hand as we know he has right now. We didn't see any energy attachment. We didn't see anything of that sort. But to me, I'm always a fan of single prize decks. I think it adds a dimension to the game that we have been missing in the Pokemon trading card game for some time. You know, with all these big VMAXs and Vs and GXs and the like. It's always great to see a single prize deck. But when it doesn't set up like this, you'd be really hard pressed to find a way back into the game.
But here we go. We see Tamo take his turn, and this is it. This is your opportunity to play everything you need. They go for a Roxy discarding up to 2 Pokemon that aren't Pokemon GX or EX and drawing 3 cards for each. Let's see what Tamo has in his hand. And yeah, he needs to set up here. He needs to find the Drizzile to use the Shady Dealings and the Artillery to use the Rapid Strike Surge. Really get everything to just set up. Find another Inkay would be very, very big. And yes, looks like discarding 2 Pokemon, essentially drawing 6 cards here. Very, very big.
Yeah. Discarding, I think it was an Inteleon as well as an Unbroken Bonds Mew.
Yes.
So not cards that you'd want to see too much in this matchup anyway at this point, especially when you only have one Sobble. But we do see a Malamar, we do see a Psychic Energy, and I want to take a note that the players are doing a very good job at making sure their cards are visible to their opponents. We are in a remote play setting right now due to COVID situations around the world, but it's always good to see players trying their level best to make sure that their opponents are able to enjoy the game with them, and that's the main part of the community that we have in the Pokemon trading card game.
Definitely making sure the players are having a good time as well as the audience. Everything is very, very clear. These players are doing absolutely great. And yes, we see Tamo here bench a Oricorio GX with the ability Dance of Tribute, allowing him to draw 3 cards if a Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn, which is very, very good, but it is a 2-prizer on the field. So let's see if that comes into play here, but we're seeing Tamo really getting set up now. Going for an Evolution Incense, probably finding Drizzile in order to find another Inkay. Yes. Let's see what he finds.
He also
here.
got the artillery as well, so he has a second artillery set up already, and that's a good thing to have when you are trying your level best to come back in this game. So he did grab a Drizzile, evolving it to use it, so allowing you to search your deck for 1 trainer card.
Yes.
Goes for I think it's a rescue carrier.
Yes, rescue carrying, allowing you to put up to 2 Pokemon with 90 HP or less from your discard pile into your hand. Very big here. I wonder how many Pokemon he can get here. Looks like an Inkay and the Remoraid. Yes, very big, very big. Yes, allowing them to drop the Inkay, getting ready for next turn, and the Remoraid is a Fusion Strike in the hand. A Rapid Strike in the hand, and that's just damage.
Yep, that's just damage and gas for the Malamar deck. But we have to see how far Tamo is able to get, because to do damage with Malamar, you have to reveal any number of the cards from your hand, right? And you need to build up enough of it in your hand if you're able to to do it. But the problem with the deck is that every time you reveal, you got to shuffle those cards back into your deck. So you kind of need the whole setup going for you in order for you to continuously do damage.
Definitely, but I like that Tamo is set up now. There is multiple support Pokemon on the bench. Even have the Oricorio just in case the active gets knocked out here, as well as taking a prize for turn. That is a very, very healthy hand on Tamo's side of the field. Let's see if what Wayrun has to respond here. I mean, they already have the attack. They have a Mew VMAX ready to go. It's just a matter of setting up another and maybe. In fact, I'm not even sure if Wayrun would want to boss in this situation. Maybe bossing up the Oricorio would be big, just getting 2 prizes. But Wayrun is around 3 to 4 attacks from winning the game. But the thing is, Tamo is around 2 attacks from winning the game. So
I was about to say, the window for Tamo is somehow opened up a little bit here, because if he's able to continuously stream attacks, he's able to probably close out the game very quickly. As you say, the setup on Tamo's side of the field is almost there. He's got a backup Inky on the bench. He's going to lose this Malamar in the active, most likely, but as long as he's able to recycle Inkies back onto the bench, he's going to get a steady stream of attackers. And with the Auxiliary and the Drizzle engine helping him out, and the Oricorio, he's probably going to be able to deal enough damage to take all those prizes that he needs to take very quickly. And he needs to start taking them as soon as the next turn if he wants to sense any chance of winning this game.
Yes, a very, very healthy hand size here. I believe that's 7 or 8. Again, Tamo it just shows the sportsmanship, right? He lays it down on the field for us and for Wayrun to see, because that is very important to know.
Yep, for sure. And we do see my favorite card of the series, Reset's Time, make an appearance here. Not going to do too big of an impact. It's going to be 5 cards.
I mean,
that Tamo gets draw.
Turning a hand of 8 or 9 into 5 is not too bad, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. But then again, you have to know that Tamo actually shuffled those cards that he revealed back into the deck. So it could have actually added some more Pokemon into his hand right now. You never know.
Definitely. We see here Wayrun going for the Peony. So we know that the Oricorio on the bench is safe now, because if you play Peony, that means you're not playing boss for turn, which I'm sure Tamo likes to see. That means Tamo will be able to draw using the Oricorio's ability this coming turn.
Yes, provided Wayrun goes for a knockout, which I think he should, because his window is quickly closing the moment he misses a turn to take a knockout.
Definitely. And something to keep in mind as well, I mean, Mew has 310 HP. That is a lot of HP. Something that a Wayrun could do. He benches an Oricorio, very, very big play there, giving the Mew essentially extra 20 HP with the ability Lessons in Zeal. So 330 is pretty hard to hit. And what can happen is Wayrun could take that damage, and then Mew could copy a Psychic Leap from another Mew to essentially negate all that damage and go back into the deck. That's something Wayrun has in his disposal. But since we now see 2 Mew VMAXs, that is actually not possible anymore. But
yeah, I want to say that the addition of the Oricorio essentially makes it so that the Malamar player has to have 9 Pokemon to reveal in order for him to take a knockout, a one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX. Yep. So a very small change in the HP, essentially changing the overall outlook of how much Pokemon or Rapid Strike cards, I shouldn't say Pokemon, it can be any Rapid Strike cards from the Malamar player to actually have to reveal. So one extra card, that could actually be huge in this sense, because we have seen the Malamar player essentially take a knockout only on I believe it was a Meloetta so far. So we have not actually seen him grow his hand to be able to reveal 8 or 9 Rapid Strike cards. It remains to be seen if that's even possible at this point.
Yes, it's definitely a little tough, since you need cards in your hand to do a big attack, but you also need to play cards to set up your next attacker. You need to evolve, you need to play down energies. It is a lot to ask for, but again, with the Shady Dealings engine, it's not impossible. Again, you can play Shady Dealings, and a card I'd like to see here is Lieutenant Surge. Lieutenant Surge strategy, when you use Lieutenant Surge's strategy, if you have more prize cards than your opponent, you can play 2 extra supporters, which is one way to really get a big hand size. You can play the Erica's Hospitality and the Roxy to really refill everything. And yeah, that's something I'd like to see. Hopefully, Tomo does it for us.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And I think also it comes to the play that you have access to quite a lot of different supporters. There's a one-off Professor's Research, there is a Boss's Order, there's 2 Corina's Focus. We've seen the Brawly used already, so the Brawly will not come back into play here. But if he's able to get the Lucen's search strategy, that's one very important way to grow that hand size in order to take knockouts again. We do see an Inkay come down, so at least we know that there is going to be another Malamar potentially next turn. That's an Inteleon.
Yes, the Shady Dealings Inteleon. This different from the Drizzile gets you 2 trainer cards. And there we go. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it.
You called it. It's as if you have a very nice crystal ball next to you, Wancho.
Yeah, there we go. We're gonna see it. It's a very, very big turn. Going Lieutenant Surge into a Roxy, really drawing you so many cards. We might be able to see it. A 1-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX. And if Tomo does get it this turn, that also gives him 3 extra cards to work with, because you are taking 3 prize cards, and we know that Weirun only plays 1 reset stamp, so your hand is safe at this point.
Oh no, my favorite card of the series. There's only one. But yeah, so we do see Erica's Hospitality here from the Lieutenant Search strategy. So just to note, Lieutenant Search strategy is a card that essentially allows you to break the rules a little bit. Usually you're only able to play 1 supporter card per turn because of how powerful they are. But Lieutenant Surge doesn't play by those rules. It allows you to play 3 supporter cards, essentially 2 more than what you're usually doing. But it only allows you to do it if you're behind in prize cards. And of course, for a deck like Malamar, it falls behind very easily because of the low HP Pokemon on its side of the field. But that just turns on a turn like this, allowing you to really build large hand sizes, getting you to use multiple draw supporters per turn, getting you the right resources to set up again. So let's see if Tomo is able to get that 1-hit knockout on the Mew VMAX. If he does, I think he's in a very good position to win this match.
Definitely. Again, just being able to set up and just finding that one turn where you're able to really get your Drizziles, get your Octilleries. It was very, very big for Tomo, and let's see if it pays off. Another key card here is that Scoop Up Net. Scoop Up Net essentially allowing you to pick up that Inteleon for play later, as well as giving you a Sobble in your hand for damage, right? And we're gonna see here the Roxy discarding 2 Pokemon and drawing 6 cards. Look at Tomo's hand. It's absolutely huge.
Yep. I mean, playing 3 supporters per turn gets you that hand. I think we missed out on talking about Erica's Hospitality earlier. Essentially, it's a card that allows you to only be used if you have fewer, 4 or fewer cards in your hand. So then it allows you to draw a card for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play. So it's reminiscent of a card called Steven's Advice that was released back in 2004, I believe, where it allows you to draw as many cards as your opponent's Pokemon in play. It had a similar restriction back then as well. So it essentially was a card that grew Tomo's hand to, an additional 5 cards. And now with Roxy as well, drawing 6 more cards on top, I think Tomo has drawn at least half his deck at this point.
Yes, and we're going to see here how many how many Rapid Strike cards. I believe you mentioned he needs 9. Let's see if we can hit the 9.
Yeah, I think that's 8. Does he have 1 more?
Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that enough?
Did he forget about the Oricorio?
Oh, let's see. Let's see if Tomo plays 1 more. This is very, very big. 1.
Oh no.
Oh.
I think he missed out on the Oricorios.
5. Is that it? It's not enough.
That it? I think that's it. It's only 8.
Or is it enough? I have to double check here. Give me 1 second. This is a very, very big turn. 8 times 40 is 320. Yep. That's not enough because Mew has an effective HP of 330 here. And
that Oricorio coming clutch right now.
Yeah.
For Weirun.
Definitely.
And I think The damage has already been done. It's going to be 300 damage. Um,
Yeah, let's see here what is
yeah,
happening. Yeah, that was 8. That was 300 damage to the Mew. Mew has 310 HP. I believe it's going to live to see another turn. We're just waiting here for confirmation on both players. And, man, very, very big turn here. Yes, it's down to 10. It's down to 10. And, oh, absolutely heartbreaking. That was a very, very key turn here for Tomo if he was able to take that knockout.
yep. And I think it's Weiran is just signaling to Tamo as well as to the judges that it's not going to be a knockout because he was one Pokemon short. And I mean, I'm using your crystal ball right now, Wancho. I mentioned this earlier. 8 cards to 9, just one card off to taking the 1-hit KO, and that was what Tamo needed, and he didn't get it. Huge hand. I think he had in excess of 15 cards in his hand at that point. 8 of which being Rapid Strike Pokemon.
Yes, and
But unfortunately, he was just 10, or I should say 1 Pokemon short, 10 damage short, thanks to that Oricorio.
yes, the Lessons in Zeal ability, just really protecting all your Fusion Strike Pokemon. They take 20 damage less. That is the little Oricorio that did, essentially saving Weirun's game here. And yes, Weirun can essentially just retreat that Mew VMAX and go into a fresh one, and forcing Tomo to just have another big hand size to try and knock out a Mew VMAX. But again, just because Tomo did miss the attack this turn, Weirun is, I'd like to say, he's poised to really take this game because he can just take a knockout on the active Malamar and then essentially boss up the Oricorio. So 2 attacks away from winning, while Tomo is also 2 attacks away from winning. So, but now it is Weirun's turn. Let's see what he's able to do here.
I have to say there's one way back for Tamo, and that is the Inteleon that is able to snipe for 20. We saw him discard it earlier. That's the one from, if I'm not mistaken, Chilling Rain.
Yes. The quick shooting Inteleon, essentially doing 20 damage to anywhere on the board. Does the Mew with the damage have any Fusion Strike system energy, Fusion Strike energy attached? Because in that case, it does protect it from Pokemon with Pokemon abilities here. And we do see an Alessa Sparkle. Let's see if Weirun does see it. He does get the Fusion Strike energy here. I believe the Mew in the active does not have a Fusion Strike energy just
yet.
Those
are Weakness Guard energy, I think. Those are both Weakness Guard energy. So if Weirun's able to put that energy onto that Mew, it would mean that abilities will not have any effect on it.
Yes. That is exactly what Weirun needs to do to protect the Mew in the active. But
it doesn't though.
That's
just it to the bench.
All right, let's see if Tomo can. If Tomo still has that quick shooting Inteleon, that should be very, very big. That's true. Tomo can win this turn if he has
Exactly. I think that's the main point right now. Essentially, he needs to be able to snipe that Mew and then take 2 more price cards from anywhere. It could be the active Mew VMAX. It could be a bench Gensec V. So let's see what happens here. He does run 2 rescue carriers, one of which was already used. So he needs that card right now in order to get back.
Unfortunately, rescue carrier only gets Pokemon with 90 HP or less.
Oh, you're right. And it looks like that Inteleon then is long gone. Oh dear.
Oh boy. But again,
so we've hyped it up for no reason.
It was a play. Definitely. I got excited as well. But yeah, Tomo, again, it's not out of it just yet. Yes, he can knock out the active Mew. Weirun would need the boss to really end the game next turn. And yeah, hopefully maybe he doesn't have it and giving Tomo that opportunity. But we'll have to see here. We'll have to see what happens here. And there we go. We see the rescue carrier allowing you to get 2 Pokemon with 90 HP or less. Yes. And
it's unfortunate that you can't get back the Inteleon.
I know. I was very excited for your play as well. We have to check here. How many quick shooting Inteleons does he run?
He's only running the 1, unfortunately.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the second thing I checked as well on the list. Thankfully, of course, at the caster test, we have access to this players list, so we are able to at least look through the options that they have for the viewers at home. But let's see what happens next. But I think for what is worth, Tamo needs to take a knockout this turn to have any chance of winning this game. It could be on the active Mew V Max, it could be the one on the bench. He just needs to take at least 2 prizes this turn to have any chance of winning, because Weiran still needs to take 2 prizes as well. It could mean that he's just 1 boss order away, but it could also mean that he needs to knock out 2 single prize Pokemon. So chances are slim for Tamo, but he has a way back if he's able to use it. I should say that there is another way for him to get a win here. Is that the Mew that has that's from Unbroken Bonds?
Yes.
I remember it does have a sniping attack as well.
Yes, that Mew does have the attack Psy Power, putting 3 damage counters anywhere on the field. That is a way to get 3 prizes here. Very, very heads up play by Tamo. And we're gonna
and this Mew coming from all the way back from Unbroken Bonds.
Yes, we're gonna see this little baby Mew take out a Mew VMAX on Weiran's side of the field.
Well, it's something, right?
Yes.
At least it allows Tamo to get 3 prize cards here and puts him into range of at least coming back in this game. But again, Weiran has 1 out to win the match outright, and that is through a boss order onto the Oricorio.
Definitely. But yeah, but I just have to say, it's a sign really of a good Pokemon player when you go off script, right? Yes, this Malamar deck is you're supposed to use the Rapid Strike Tentacles attack to really do big damage to the active. But seeing that you have this other option that could come into play like literally right now, it's just a sign of a good player, right? So hats off to Tamo. Very, very big play here. And let's see if Weiran can close it out. Again, the Oricorio on the bench, just 2 prizes. It's 2 prizes. Such a big liability. It's so funny here that both Oricorios on both sides of the fields are really key
yeah, that's true.
In this matchup.
That's really true. And I want to note also that there was heads up play from Tamo here to put the 10 extra damage onto, or 2 extra damage counters onto the Mew VMAX. So making sure that he does run into the same problem he had earlier with the Oricorio, preventing him to take a knockout with 8 cards in hand, or 8 Rapid Strike cards in hand. So he's done hits up play here, putting damage counters where it matters most. But we also see a training card come down for Weiran. Essentially, he's able to get basic energy out of the discard. But I think this is just a way for him to just thin his hand, to dig for that 1 boss order that wins the game.
Definitely.
So we see a lot of cards being used here: a switch, a power tablet.
Yes, and here we go. We see first Fusion Strike system, drawing 6 cards here. Very, very big. And
I think he has it.
He didn't finish the 6 because he already has it.
Yes. There you go, boss order. And that would be game, set, and match here for Weiran, taking 2 games against Team Indonesia, getting the final 2 prizes on a knockout on that Oricorio GX. Oricorio, of course, the perfect card to counter the number of knockouts your opponents are taking, but it's also susceptible to a knockout as well.
Definitely.
So Weiran here able to take the game with boss order. But it was a very close match, I would say, closer than we expected there, Wancho.
Yes, very heads up play by Tamo, playing that Mew. But I have to say, Weiran's favorite Pokemon of that game has to be Oricorio. Oricorio on his field, saving him from that really big 320 damage attack, as well as the Oricorio on the opposite field, being able for him to take 2 prizes to end the game. So, again, just very, very big. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Aaron?
Overall, I think overall was a very interesting matchup. We got to see a new deck come into play in the form of Malamar. As you say, a deck that we don't usually see in the current standard format, for obvious reasons. But it was interesting to see it being played. I think the favorite moment of the match for me was the Lieutenant Search strategy, a card that we used to see in the old standard format, revolving around the middle decks or the lock decks in the format. But now we see it in play here, where it allowed the Malamar deck to build a huge hand in order for it to do 320 damage if there was no Oricorio on Weiran's side of the field. So essentially, a card that grew the options for the Malamar deck in that 1 turn, allowing it to play Erika's Hospitality, or allowing it to play Roxy. And I really think that 1 turn shifted the entirety of the game. If Tamo was able to get a full knockout there, he would be one turn ahead. He would be able to hit the follow-up knockout the next turn because he was set up. He had everything going for him. As we saw, multiple shady dealings, multiple use of Octillery's ability as well. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be for Tamo this time around. So Weiran essentially the king of the hill at this point with 2 games taken for Team Malaysia against Team Indonesia. So Team Indonesia now down to its final player. And let's check the player profile for this final player. It's going to be Treblashi, and he essentially is bringing Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And of course, a player also that has been around, who has been playing at the Battle Fest Asia qualifiers, has been playing at Indonesia's regionals, and also in the Pokemon Arena Championship. So definitely a player that has been in and around the circuit today. And he's going to be bringing another fresh deck for us. Wancho, I'm excited for this. Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. What do you think overall of this matchup?
Again, we've seen Ice Rider Calyrex played in the previous tournament, essentially taking it. So it's one of our favorite decks at the moment, but it's facing against this Fuse Weiran's new deck that's been able to take out 2 of Treblashi's teammates. I'm not quite sure. Yes, we have Path to the Peak, but again, yes, that's going to be the key card in this matchup, and we'll just have to see if Weiran can close it out.
Yeah, but I think one thing would be definitely not for the Ice Rider Calyrex deck is that Max Lance caps out at 250 damage. So there is no real way for a Ice Rider Calyrex deck to take a 1-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX. And of course, it does have a metal weakness as well. So if ever it comes into play, a Genesect V could take a 1-hit knockout onto an Ice Rider Calyrex. So let's see how these plays turn out. Treblashi has a lot of work cut out for him. If he takes the win here, he goes 1 versus 2 against Team Malaysia. Weiran already setting up Team Malaysia for a potential clean sweep at this point. He's taken 2 games already, and he's just got to take 1 final game now against Treblashi for it to be a clean sweep. But can Treblashi bring it back for Team Indonesia? Let's take a look once the play is set up.
Yes, definitely a lot of pressure here on Treblashi. Let's see if we can get a reverse sweep, possibly. But a key card here that we were not able to talk about in Treblashi's deck is he does have a way to deal with Mew VMAX. It is the Koopa with the attack Evil Admonition, doing 20 damage. 10 plus 20 for each Pokemon with an ability on the opposing side. So that is one way to knock out a Mew VMAX.
Ooh, that's interesting. We have not seen that card for quite a while, I think, Wancho. It's going to jog some memory for sure. The Koopa from Unbroken Bonds, if I'm not mistaken.
Definitely. That could come into play here. But again, I think the key card just has to be Path to the Peak. But in this format, we do have Chaotic Swell, so we'll have to see.
Yep, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting regardless of the fact. Overall, I really want to say that I'm rooting forward to Blushy solely for the fact that I would like to see more of Team Malaysia, because we only got to see Weiran, and his deck we know is really consistent overall. It's been powering through the rest of Treblashi's teammates. But let's see how the Ice Rider deck comes out against Mew and Genesect. So we have a Suicune V in the active spot, and I believe there's an Ice Rider Calyrex V with an energy already attached. So no Sobbles on Treblashi's side of the field at this point.
Yes, that is unfortunate, but again, Ice Rider Calyrex does only need 2 energy to really get an attack off with either Max Lance or Ride of the High King. So it doesn't need much right now, but Sobbles are definitely something you'd like to see on your opening turn. And yes, let's see here if Weiran can really put in the pressure. We do see a Meloetta in the active. Let's see if we can see a Melodious Echo turn 2. That would be very, very big here.
That would be huge. And I do want to also correct myself earlier. I said Hoopa, the one that you mentioned from with the Evil Admonition, is actually from Unified Minds. So a set that we have not seen for quite a while now. I think it's from 2019. So definitely a card that it's going to be interesting to see how it comes to play. Of course, we have to see the card come down in the first place. So, but it's going to be a perfect counter to Mew V, because Mew has that weakness to Dark, and Hoopa is a Dark Pokemon. Interestingly enough, Hoopa doesn't need a Dark energy to attack. It just needs Colorless energy. So it's a perfect tech here for Treblashi. But let's see if he's able to get that set up. I'm
Definitely.
not sure if Weiran is aware of that card though. That's a card that we probably have not seen in a while for sure.
Yeah, it's not something you expect in Ice Rider, right? In Ice Rider, you're expecting Sobbles, Suigoons, water type Pokemon. You don't expect to suddenly see Hoopa, a dark type, really take a knockout. But Wayrun, I believe, was just a pass without any Genesects on the field.
Ooh.
So both players not having their support Pokemon here, this could be very, very big. And we see a cross switcher. Cross switcher, if you play 2 cards, you get to essentially boss your opponent's Pokemon as well as switch into the active here. Very, very big. Let's see if Triblashi can get the knockout. Again,
and all he needs right now is an energy and an evolved Ice Rider Calyrex into the VMAX.
Yes, going for a Crobat V here with the Dark Asset ability, drawing your hand up to 6. I believe he had 4 cards in his hand, so drawing 2 cards. Those 2 cards
not the best Dark Asset, I would say. I think there's a lot of other cards in his hand that were not ideal.
Definitely.
So
again, but there we go. We see the Ice Rider VMAX. Do we see the energy? Oh
dear. Does he not have the energy?
Or at least a supporter for turn. We haven't seen a supporter for turn yet.
1 card short. Just 1 card short.
Oh,
and it's just a pass. Oh dear.
That is unfortunate. That was Triblashi's chance here to really get ahead in the game. But again, let's see if Wayrun can find him. If he can find some Genesect Vs here. We do see a fully powered up new VMAX in the active.
Yep.
But
with a Vitality Band as well.
Yes. A Peony. That is
okay. That is interesting.
Yeah, the Peony is 1 turn too late. If he was able to draw that last turn, he could essentially find double Battle VIP passes. But maybe he had both new VMAXs in the hand that turn, so he didn't feel comfortable playing it, going down both 2 VMAXs and no way to really get them back. Maybe he already had it last turn. But yes, here we go. We see a Battle VIP and a Quick Ball, essentially 1 Genesect, drawing 3 cards. Which is not too bad.
It's not too bad overall. I think it's essentially getting rid of dead cards in your deck as well. And you're able to then refill your hand. So Peony doing a lot here, getting you the right cards out of the deck, get the cards that you don't need discarded, and then drawing you fresh cards off the top of your deck. So I think overall it's a decent hand for Weiran to be playing with.
Definitely, and most importantly, getting an attack off this turn. Yes, maybe you won't get a 1-hit knockout on the Ice Rider, but putting damage on it is very, very important. Even just going for Max Miracle here, essentially trading with the Ice Rider. But again, since we know Ice Rider has no capability to knock out a Mew VMAX, just getting damage is very, very big. And
yeah, for sure. We see a Fog Crystal now coming for Weiran. Fog Crystal here, allowing you to switch your deck for a Psychic Energy, Basic Psychic Energy, or Basic Psychic Pokemon, getting a Mew V.
Yep, making sure you have another attacker. Definitely safe play, as well as just getting another Fusion Strike Pokemon in play for that Fusion Strike system ability. Yes, and yeah, I believe Weiran doesn't really need anything else this turn. I mean, ideally, you would have 4 power tablets in hand right now to get a knockout on the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. But again, just attacking should be fine. And yes, and again, I keep mentioning this play, but it's just a play I really, really like in Mew. The Mew in the active could take 250 damage off the Ice Rider, and then it could psychically back into the deck.
Exactly, and then all that work that Triblashi has done using Max Lens or even Rider Hiking, whichever attack he chooses to go with, essentially is negated for that entire turn.
Yes, I keep mentioning that play, and we haven't seen it happen just yet. Maybe you can see it happen in this game here. And yes, I believe I can't see the damage done to the Ice Rider, so it could have been a Max Miracle or it could have been a Techno Blast. I like to think it was a Max Miracle just because Techno Blast could be saved for next turn, so opting to not find the switch. And yes, we do see a Shady Dealings Drizzile here on Triblashi's side of the field, finding him that trainer card. Let's see what he decides to find here. Maybe the Capacious Bucket, really, to find energy cards, or anything at all.
Be tough regardless. Anything right now will be good, considering the fact that he missed a very crucial turn earlier, where he could have gone for a major knockout, but It's just going to be an Erika's Hospitality, which is not bad at this point. It allows you to draw 4 cards. What I'd like to see right now is Erika's Hospitality into Energy, and perhaps setting up another attacker for next turn, forcing Weiran to have to use the attack on Mew. But I can't recall what was the attack name again.
The
Uh,
the copying Technoblast.
I'm not talking so forcing the Technoblast, which then would leave the Mew damage in the active for him to take a knockout after that. So let's see what happens here for Triblashi. I think it's going to be tough to try and take down Weiran's Mew VMAX deck. It's been so consistent all tournament long so far.
Definitely. I mean, it's a lot to ask for in these 4 cards. Erika's Hospitality for 4 is not that big, but there we go. At least we see the energy. Again, Triblashi does have the option to attack with Suicune in the following turn. That is definitely an option.
That is true. And we haven't seen the Melanie yet. The Melanie here is the card that will allow Triblashi to accelerate some form of energy on his side of the field.
Yes, but again, Weiran can simply retreat into a fresh Mew if possible, and that essentially denying Triblashi some prize cards. Since if you are playing Melanie, that means you're not playing boss's orders for turn.
That's true. That's true.
All right, let's see what Weiran does here. Does have an energy attachment for turn, drops another Mew, going for 1 Fusion Strike system here, only having 1 Genesect, so this might be the only draw for the turn.
Yep, but I really feel like Weiran is playing around the Hoopa very well here. I don't know if they have a way in which to know each other's lists, but it seems like Weiran does not have access to more than 1 Genesect V, which is going to be clutch considering that maybe Triblashi is trying to get ready for a big Hoopa turn to knock out a Mew VMAX, but not at this point, not at this rate.
That is true. With only 1 Pokemon with an ability on Weiran's side of the field, Hoopa essentially does 30 damage to the 30 damage times 2, which is 60 to a Mew VMAX. Yeah, one upside of not having Genesects, not having your draws, but you're safe from Hoopa.
That is true. That is true. So,
yeah, we saw Weiran here play the Rotom Phone, I believe, looking at top 5 cards of your deck, putting 1 on top. That could be very, very important. I don't think he'll be able to draw it unless he does put down another Genesect V, but just having that safety on top of your deck is not too bad. And
yeah, but I think overall, we're probably seeing Weiran's deck run pretty well, even with just 1 Genesect V. I think the sheer power of this deck is really due to its consistency. And we look at the list and we know, 4 Quick Balls, 4 Battle VIP Pass, 3 Great Balls, 3 Fort Crystals, all these cards coming to play to set up his deck, even with only 1 Fusion Strike system. So, and we do see a Technoblast here for the knockout on the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, taking 3 prizes. Weiran now up 3 prizes, and essentially 3 prizes away from the entire series for Team Malaysia.
Definitely, but we see here Triblashi does promote the Suicune in the active. It could be very big here. The Weiran's Mew on the active does have a lot of damage on it, so it is susceptible to the Suicune here. Let's see if Triblashi can find the knockout. And let's see here again with Sobbles, with Drizziles. I would like to think we could find the Melanie fairly easy. And there it is. There's the Melanie for the turn. Melanie, again, allowing you to attach a water energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon V, as well as draw 3 cards. So essentially powering up a Suicune on the first, powering
on a single turn.
On a single turn, yes. And Suicune does have the attack Blizzard Rondo, which does 20 more damage for each of the bench Pokemon in play. And with the amount of bench Pokemon in play right now, should be enough to knock out a Mew VMAX.
Yeah, but especially one that's really taken a max lens from the previous turn. So definitely more than enough damage coming up from the Suicune V. But I'm a little concerned that Triblashi doesn't have anything else going for him beyond this Suicune V, which I would assume would go down very quickly as well, because it only has 210 HP and 1 Technoblast will take it out.
Yes, but again, you have to make note, there is no Mew VMAX yet on Weiran's side of the field.
That is true.
He did have to discard one of them early in the game. And let's see if he's able to draw into the last one in the deck with only 1 Genesect in play. So
that is very true. That is very true. And there's no other way for him to recur back the Mew VMAXs from his current list, not that I can see.
No, definitely. I can't see it either. So there is just one Mew. And there's also a possibility that that Mew VMAX is prized, right?
Oh, yep, that's true. That's very true.
So, yes, very big here that Triblashi gets this knockout on the Mew VMAX. And maybe Wayrun just doesn't have anything to respond.
Well, judging by Wayrun's luck in the previous two games, I would think he has everything in hand right now.
Definitely. And
I mean, such is the deck, right? I just talked about it earlier, and I have to keep harping on it. The deck is streamlined to take games like this. It's essentially going to be Mew VMAX all the way.
yes, exactly. And yes, Mew VMAX is supported by Genesect. Such an amazing Pokemon, allowing you to draw so many cards. But again, Mew doesn't really need that much to attack. Honestly, just 2 colorless energy. That's not that much. Sometimes you don't even need the Genesect. You just have to attach twice. And
that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shady Dealings, another Shady Dealings here. This time on an Inteleon. So getting 2 trainer cards for Triblashi.
Yes, let's see what he decides to find here. He hasn't attached a second energy just yet, so maybe he's looking for the Capacious Bucket.
I thought I saw one earlier though. I thought he had the Capacious Bucket earlier.
Oh, I may
play one earlier.
May have missed it then.
Yep.
But yes, the energy attachment on the Suicune right now is only from the Melanie. And there we go. We see the path to the peak here. That is definitely one way to stop Wayrun. If he can take out this Mew VMAX, path to the peak, and hopefully just does not have any draw, this is Triblashi's way back into the game, definitely. And
yep, at this point, he really needs to take not just prizes, but also stop Wayrun from setting up another attacker.
Definitely a path to the peak. Just a very, very strong way to stop tempo. You know, yes, Wayrun has been able to take knockout after doing damage and attack after attack, but this path to the peak could put a stop to that. Especially with only one Genesect. You know, I'm sure Wayrun hasn't seen most of his deck just yet, so he's gonna have to depend on whatever is in his hand. But an important thing to note, though, he was able to use the Rotom Phone on the previous turn, so maybe stack up a Stadium. That's something I always like to do when I'm playing Mew, just to ensure.
But here's a Reset Stem, though.
Oh, the Reset Stem.
Your card in the series, my friend.
There you go. Essentially shuffling that deck as well, so that the Rotom Phone is
only negated at this point, yeah.
And drawing 3 cards, very, very big here. Absolutely
3
love
cards,
this play.
No access to Fusion Strike system. And then even if he does bump the Stadium, he's only have access to 1. I think Triblashi is in a very good position right now.
Yes. But we'll have to see Wayrun's luck, right? He was reset stamped earlier, the 2 cards, and those were just the 2 cards he needed.
Oh yeah, for sure. He didn't even need a Fusion Strike system. Maybe he wouldn't need one right now.
Yeah, all he needs is the Mew VMAX energy attachment for turn, and he does have knockout on the Suicune. And yes, there we go. We see Wayrun's turn, draws the extra. He has 4 cards in hand. There's the Mew VMAX.
There you go. There's the Mew VMAX. And he has it as well.
Energy.
Well, now.
Who needs Genesect if you just have everything you need in your hand? Am I right?
Reset Stem as many times as you want. It's not going to impact Mew VMAX at all.
And again, it just goes to show, it's again, Mew VMAX doesn't need that much. 2 energies, that's not that much to ask for.
That's true. And I have to say though, that's the only Mew VMAX in Wayrun's deck, and he was essentially reset stamped into it.
That is true as well, but again, sometimes you just find it. And yes, let's see what the last card in the hand is. Oh, we don't know. I'm sorry. But able to do the Rotom Phone, maybe this time stacking up the Stadium. Taking a knockout here on the Suicune is very big because there's no Ice Rider on Triblashi's side of the field, which is really, really important here. No Ice Rider means no backup attacker. No attack this turn, essentially.
Yep, but let's see if Triblashi is able to come up with something. It's going to be difficult regardless of the fact.
Definitely. I mean, yes, he has some breathing room here. The Mew and the active did use Technoblast, with the downside again, it can't attack this coming turn. Wayrun would need to have the switch in hand to really close out the game. So that's one upside, but again, having nothing in your side of the field does not feel too good.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And I think overall, I got a feel for Triblashi here in this sense because the matchup doesn't really seem to be in his favor, but he wasn't able to get uh, a good starting point for this matchup. He had almost everything he needed for an early turn 2 knockout, which probably could have put this game a little bit closer, I would say. Imagine if he got that knockout right there, Wancho. He was able to be down to one prize each at this point, which is going to be clutch to see because then he would put himself in a position to potentially win off the bat of maybe a knockout on Meloetta. But
Yes.
at this point right now, it's probably too far from him to eke out a win here.
Definitely.
Weiran's deck essentially, even with Path of the Peak in play, not slowing down. Reset stand me all you want, Team Indonesia. I'm just gonna draw the cards I need.
Definitely, yes. The opening play was very, very big, but just lacking that energy for turn. Uh, yeah, Triblashi, I think, would have had control of the entire game because that was Weirun's only Mew V at that point.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So,
That's true. That was the
Weirun would
only attacker he had. Yeah.
Yes, it was the Mew V with the energy as well. So Weirun would have been so many turns behind. And we also saw that he played the research. Oh, no, the research, the Peony, discarding a Mew V. And that means he would have been down 2 Mew V maxes
Oh
after
yes,
that first
that's
turn. So, yeah, unfortunately, that didn't come to be. Sometimes that happens in a game of Pokemon. Even though you energy card is the most played card in your deck, sometimes you just can't find it.
And you run buckets as well. You run a couple of buckets to try and get those water energies out from the sea, but unfortunately for Triblashi, that was not the case for him. But it's going to be interesting, regardless of the fact, to see whether he's able to do something this turn because he does have an Ice Rider V, Calyrex V now on the bench. That's
Interesting that there is a cross switcher.
yeah.
Grabbing the cross
thinking.
switcher here, just maybe he doesn't need to play it right now. Probably just keeping it in his hand for the next turn. Maybe opting to go for Melanie cross switcher on the Genesect. Maybe that's the route where Triblashi is opting for, just going the boss play, essentially. But
Yep.
doing this
Yep.
right now, I don't think is necessary since the Mew in the active just needs a switch anyway. So basically same odds for Weirun here. But
Yep, I gotta agree with you there. I think it's just a matter of maybe he just wants to get his own active into the active spot. But then again, it's not going to impact it too much because odds are pretty much the same.
actually, maybe he's opting for doing the Ice Rider's first attack, Pierce, doing 40 damage, but he just has to do the Ride of the High King the following turn. That could be something.
maybe.
That could be something.
Yeah,
definitely.
that's true. That's true. So getting damage on the board, allowing him to still stay in the game as long as Weiran misses his switch, I would say. So
Definitely.
he's really banking on Weiran missing a switch.
And under Path to the Peak, that may be the case. But again, just with Weirun's luck lately, I think he just has it in his hand right now.
Yeah, so just look at the list. He runs 3 switches, 1 escape rope as well. So definitely a few ways in which to get this Genesect V out of the active spot. We did see 1 switch get played earlier, and I think we also saw the escape rope, if I'm not mistaken. So he has 2 more outs, I would say, left in this match.
Definitely. And yeah, I mean, again, he's not even out of it if he doesn't have it this turn. He just has to wait it out and possibly wait for the Genesect to get knocked out and just have boss in his hand as well. Many outs. There are many outs for Weirun here.
That's true. But I like what Triblachi is doing here. Is really playing it out as much as possible. Trying to give himself the most options and the most chances available. And he top decked the switch. Weiran top decks the switch.
There we go. And
I'm retiring from this, Roncho. I'm retiring. I'm just done.
we also see the boss for turn really taking a knockout on anything on Triblachi's side, but he did again.
He didn't need it.
He didn't need it. Very good run for Weirun here. Just taking out essentially all of Team Indonesia. very strong running for.
Very strong showing.
Yeah, for
sure.
Max. Absolutely love to say
the
it.
switch. Top stack the switch off the top. Under ability lock with only 1 out to play. Probably having 2 switches left in deck. And he top stack this.
Again, probably a Weirun's deck was running a little thin since he did play the Peony, a couple of Peonies, or maybe one peony, essentially getting rid of a couple of cards in the hand and drawing a
Sure.
full 6. It drew a couple of times with that Genesect. Maybe everything left in the deck was all gas, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think overall the deck is doing what it's supposed to do in this format. Regardless if you're on Sword and Shield on or team up on the Mew VMAX deck coupled with Genesect V, it's just a powerhouse of a deck. We know why it's the best deck in format. Now, being part of a larger format or larger essentially card pool does give it a little bit of uncertainty, but Weiran played that deck perfectly, going 3-0 against Team Indonesia, knocking Team Indonesia out of today's tournament. Props to him. Of course, commiserations to Team Indonesia for taking it, as far as it could. They essentially also did well representing the region. We saw a host of very unique decks from their side of the field. Close matchups, I would say overall. We definitely saw chances for each of the players from Team Indonesia to get a win against Weiran, but unfortunately, it's just the sheer consistency and the power of Mew VMAX and Genesect V propelling Weiran to a 3-0 sweep of Team Indonesia for Team Malaysia.
Definitely. Again, Mew, just not needing that much, and it's just propelling Malaysia to the quarterfinal against Taiwan. Let's see if Taiwan can stop the sweep, essentially stop Weiran's sweep here.
Yep, for sure. So at this point of time, we are already one game or one match down into this, a full day of Pokemon trading card game matches for you today. So without further ado, we'll go to a very quick break and we'll be right back with quarterfinal number 1 between Taiwan and Malaysia. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here. And we are now in quarterfinal number 1, where Team Malaysia will go up against Team Taiwan. We just saw Team Malaysia take down Team Indonesia in a 3-0 sweep. Weiran there doing his up best to go against the 3 best players of Indonesia and essentially taking a clean sweep. And we now know Weiran is running the Mew VMAX and Genesect V deck, I should say, and it has been a powerhouse of a deck so far. Weiran essentially going up against 3 very different decks, 3 very unique decks from Team Indonesia, and yet coming out on top in each of those games. So, who is up against Team Malaysia this time round? Let's take a look at our next competitor.
Yes, for Team Taiwan, we have Young Da playing the Vikavolt deck, Vikavolt Chargeable deck. Very, very interesting deck. And let's see if Young Da is able to really stop the run here. And yeah, again, Vikavolt deck, such an interesting single prizer attacker here. Very much supported by the Sobble and Inteleon lineup. Should be a very interesting match. And yes, what are your thoughts, Aaron?
I'm stoked. Vikavolt is one of my favorite Pokemon. I have to say I am a huge Vikavolt fan for all the way back from its first printing in Sun and Moon. So I'm happy to see Vikavolt make an appearance here at this tournament. Although it's a different Vikavolt from the time that I used to play, Vikavolt, the Tapu Bulu GX. But it's going to be interesting to see because we are going to see the same engines essentially being run. We're going to see Drizzle and Inteleon again with its shady Tieflings.
Yes.
But the Vikavolt deck essentially is a deck that is going to try and really force its opponent to take single prizes throughout the game. Something similar to what we saw in the Malma deck in Team Indonesia. But let's see if Vikavolt is able to stop the fiery run of Weiran at this point.
Definitely something I like to see here is that Charger Bug. Charger Bug has the ability Battery. That is one way you power up Vikavolt, which I absolutely love. It's just the Charger Bug charging up the Vikavolt and the Vikavolt having that really powerful attack, Electro Blaster doing 200 damage anywhere in the field. So very, very big attacks here. Should be a very interesting game. And yes, let's see here. Again, Weiran just having an absolutely fire run. Essentially already winning 3 games in this tournament. And again, representing Malaysia in this round.
Yep, for sure. I think overall it's been a masterclass of a showing from the best deck in format, essentially the Sword and Shield best deck in format. But again, we are playing in a team up on format here at this tournament. So overall, it's been truly a showing of how the deck Mew VMAX and Venusac V is able to perform even with a larger card pool in the format. But again, this is going to be something that we'll never see, a matchup that we're probably not familiar with at all.
Definitely. And I just have
We
to
have
ask then,
Vikavolt in a format. Vikavolt, come on. We have not seen Vikavolt in a format in a deck for a long time now, Wancho.
that is true. And I just have to ask then, who do you favor? Who do you think is favored in this matchup?
I don't quite know. I mean, it's a matchup that I don't believe anyone has ever seen before at this stage. We are in a format that is pretty unique to this tournament. So obviously the players themselves are also exploring new areas to really bring something not just unique, but also something that they believe can win the tournament for their teams. But at this point, I want to say that I'm hoping Vikavolt takes it because I'm a big Vikavolt fan. It's a card that is close to me at heart. But if I'm being realistic, I don't think anything can stop Mew VMAX at this point. It's been such a consistent deck overall. We saw 3 games essentially from Weiran earlier. We're now going to see the 4th one, and if I'm probably going to say that Mew VMAX and Genesect V are just too strong for any sort of deck at this point.
Definitely. That's where I put my money as well. Weiran's Mew VMAX saying just because how expertly he's played it and how consistent it is, I just think puts on so much pressure very, very early. And something I have to make note of here is, again, I believe it should be Weiran's favorite card at this point, the Oricorio. Oricorio, again, protecting all Fusion Strike Pokemon. All Fusion Strike Pokemon take 20 damage less. And if you remember, Vikavolt does 200 damage. So bringing that down to 180 actually doesn't knock out anything on Weiran's side of the field, since Genesect does have 190 HP. And I mean, it could knock out a Mew V, but you expect that to turn into a Mew V Max shortly. In my mind, for Youngda, his way to victory was probably knocking out 3 Genesect Vs, but because of that Oricorio, that's not a possibility. He's going to have to use probably the Shady Dealings. No, sorry, the Quick Shooting Inteleon to really amp up the damage. But we'll have to see. I'm very excited to see this matchup. You mentioned it. We've never seen these cards played together. I've never seen Vikavolt against Mew. So we're in for a treat. Definitely.
Yep, for sure. And also, I think the one thing that really goes into that whole idea that we never see these cards played together is because the Charjabug is from, I believe, Unbroken Bonds, while the Vikavolt that's being played is actually more recent. It's actually a card that is very legal in the current standard format. It's actually from Fusion Strike. So we have essentially a clash of 2 eras once again. And I believe Youngda here taking a very unique deck to this tournament. And props to him for doing so, because we get to see a much more exciting showcase of skill on screen. And for all of you at home, especially getting to see cards that was never meant to be played together, especially in the standard format, now being played and on screen by these very good players as well.
Definitely. And as we see it, Weiran going for the Alessa Sparkle. I'd like to see that here. Yes, he is attaching a Fusion Strike energy to the Genesect, but that should be a-okay. That Genesect is now protected from the Rapid Shooting Inteleon, so that is not getting knocked out anytime soon. And I don't think there's any way really to threaten a Mew VMAX on Youngda's field. So having just this Mew VMAX with the energy should last Weiran a couple of turns.
Yep, for sure. So I think we need to really think about what is the route to victory for both these players here. I think for Weiran, it's quite straightforward. Take as many prizes as you can quickly, not giving up as many prizes as you have. So for Youngda, I think it's a little bit more complicated because the main attacker for his deck is the Vikavolt, which is what the Grubbin eventually evolves to. I'd like to talk about the Grubbin a little bit because it also has a very relevant first attack, Electric Signal. So you see on your screen here, search attack for up to 2 lightning Pokemon, reveal them, put them to your hand. Essentially, the Grubbin here gets you your Charjabug and Vikavolt. So a very strong attack coming out first. And he's probably going to be hefty using it because we see immediately a knockout from Weiran's Mew V using Psychic Leap to take a knockout on the Sobble, which probably Yoongda was hoping he'd not do so quickly.
Definitely, but again, that's not something you should keep your hopes up for, because Mew VMAX is known for those big attacks going first turn 2. And we do see an evolve here to a charge up, but that's a pass.
Oh dear, I don't like the look of it, and
And
that's about it. We didn't get to see much of a match. It's pretty much a 6-minute donk by Weirun.
that is
And-
unfortunate. Vikavolt not making a showing to the Vikavolt deck. Again, but that's just what happens when you play these stage 2 decks, right? Yoongda is playing essentially 2 stage 2s with the Vikavolt line and the Inteleon line. Yes, the Inteleon line is there for consistency, but again, if your Sobble gets if you have no Sobbles in play, there is no consistency. So yeah, very tough there. I think, again, just very tough matchup. Mew just putting in so much pressure. Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get
overall. Yeah, I'm just disappointed we didn't get to see a Vikavolt in play. I think I talked so much about it being one of my favorite Pokemon, and we didn't get to see a single one. And I'm disappointed in that. But regardless of the fact, we now have Weirun taking one game for Team Malaysia, who is now 1-0 up in this series. And let's check out who would Team Taiwan have as their second player this time around. And now we have Leo Wang, who essentially was the RL runner-up, bringing a very familiar deck, Wancho. What is it?
Yep, there we go. Maybe the thing that can stop Mew VMAX is Mew VMAX itself. Again, Mew VMAX Genesect, just one of the best decks in format, just using the Fusion Strike system to draw across Fusion Strike to copy attacks. Yes, let's see if this version of Mew VMAX is enough to stop the run here.
Yep, essentially we are in a mirror match, so it will be a treat for all you viewers at home to see what is undisputably the best deck in format going up against each other here. So it's all about the minor increments, I would say. Which of these decks gets off a good start and able to go up on prizes, essentially, different paths to victory depending on your board state, obviously. So we really have to see how these two players, use the decks to get the victory. So we know Weirun is a proven player at this point, 4 games in a row taking wins. Obviously, the last one wasn't a slugfest. It was just pretty much a donk by turn 2, turn 3. Turn 2, sorry. It was just a turn 2, donk at this point. But what would you like to see come up from Leo Wang here? Or what do you think would be his way to combat the Malaysian Miracle at this point?
Yes, right now, Leo has a very different Mew VMAX deck. Actually, it is playing a lot of interesting cards, such as Red's Challenge, discarding 2 cards, and you can find any card in the deck, or the 4 Crushing Hammers. I think that should be the X factor in this matchup. If he can flip heads on all those hammers, he should be poised to win this game. So what we'll have to see, again, Weirun just playing his deck very masterfully, essentially taking all the wins and the tournament so far.
Yep, for sure. And I think it's good that you pointed out that this is a very different Mew VMAX Genesect V deck, because we are seeing quite a lot of techs, I would say. There is a Tool Jammer, a Reset Stamp. There is 4 Crushing Hammers. Wow, I would say this is very interesting overall.
Yes, a Dedenne GX as well, just to add consistency. So I really like Leo's deck here. Just a lot of ways to clean up the hand with the with the Red's Challenge and the Dedenne GX, but also a lot of control options with the 4 Crushing Hammers, as well as the Palpad, interestingly enough, being able to reshuffle in and reuse your supporters. But yes, we'll have to see here if Leo can, again, to stop the run. Weirun's deck, again, just running very smoothly, just finding the cards he needs to. Yeah, we'll have to see here.
Yeah, but the one thing to note here, I'm a big fan of consistency, obviously, and with all the different decks that Leo is running, let's hope it doesn't come back to bite him eventually. When you're running, multiple copies of cards which don't really further your board state, but you're trying to essentially impact your opponent's board state, you probably end up in more situations where you don't have cards to play to ensure you get attacks off in this game. And we are in a game of Pokemon. It's not just about, getting hits on Crushing Hammers or playing Reset Stamp, even though that's a favorite card of mine. You need to be attacking, and it is, of course, the hope of any Pokemon deck in this format at the moment to take prizes. So Leo has to be able to do that, and let's hope the cards that he chose to include in his deck will not stop him from doing it.
Definitely. And again, yes, you're adding all these cards, but you at the very core of it, you are a Genesect V deck. All you need, as long as you see those Genesects, you should be running smoothly. And let's see, we have this game here, and Wayrun actually not having the best starter, opening up the bench barrier Mew. That is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon, so that is essentially one less draw. And against Leo Wang's, I believe that is a Mew VMAX, which is the ideal starter. Yes, both players essentially starting Mew, but Leo Wang is starting the better Mew in this position, since it is the pivot, it is the main attacker, and it is a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
And to all those fans at home who like to collect the most attractive looking Mew V, that is probably the most sought after, I would say, for any one of you. So, I mean, the cards these days on the Pokemon trading card game come in different art styles to fit your taste. You know, it crosses different regions, different borders. Play what you like, play what you love to play in the Pokemon trading card game. And it seems Leo Wang prefers this art of Mew V.
Absolutely beautiful art here, the alternate art. But we're going to see Wayrun with the start here, only attaching a psychic energy to the active bench barrier Mew. That is not like what you like to see. Again, Leo, all he needs here is an Elastic Sparkle and an attachment to end the game. You mentioned Leo was the one who's playing all these tags and he could possibly not set up, but where you see here, Wayrun actually the one who is not able to set up here. But yeah, all Leo needs to get is the Elastic Sparkle and the energy attachment. But looking at the deck, he is only playing 2 Elastic Sparkle, and I don't see any Genesects just yet. So we'll have to see here.
Yep, I think it goes down to really how much of his hand he's able to use at this point for Leo. Will he be able to get, a Battle VIP pass? He only runs 1 copy. Will he be able to get quick balls, or essentially use cards that can be used for no reason so that he can pin his hand down, hopefully get more Genesect Vs into play and dig for that Elisa Sparkle. He doesn't want to play any other card. No boss order, no Peony if he wants to win on this turn, obviously. No race challenge, I think. At this point, you really want to get the Elisa Sparkle. So that's all he needs to be going for if he's going for that play. But we don't know what he has in his hand at this point. We have not seen an energy card. We just see an Evolution Incense, and he's probably doing the wise thing of checking what he has in his deck.
Yes, very, very. It's the professional player move, right? Once you have that search card, you go over your deck, realize what's in your prizes, what you have to play around, and that's exactly what he did. Yes, you mentioned that you playing cards just for no reason, just to thin out the hand. But I have to say, this Evolution Incense, despite probably not getting him the Mew VMAX, is putting in a lot of work here, just getting the knowledge of what's in your deck. That is a very good use of Evolution Incense, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And I think whether or not Leo gets a card from the Evolution Incense is probably going to tell us what he's trying to go for. And I believe he's just failed the search, I think.
Yes,
it looks like he just failed the search. And I think it's testament to what he's going for. Oh, he has a Crushing Hammer as well, so he's able to use that. I don't think Wayrun was aware that this was the card he's going to see.
Yes. But again, this is a Crushing Hammer on an energy that is probably a non-factor. Yes, Mew does have the attack side power, putting 3 damage counters or potentially just retreating with that energy. But again, it's not an energy that's going to be used for a big attack. But getting it out of the way and just really burning 1 more card in your hand is not too bad. Actually, it's making me think Leo actually doesn't have the Genesect V at this point. Maybe he's just. Oh no, there we go. We see the quick ball as well. Here we go. He is going to find that Genesect V, and I just have to say, Leo has a very, very pretty deck. Up for the full art boss's orders and the secret rare quick ball. Very, very, very pretty cards. But
well, I mean, he's making me jealous of this deck right now because I usually run just the basic versions of these cards in my deck. But let's see if this Bling is able to get him the win this time around and stop the massive run here from Team Malaysia so far. We probably will see a Genesect V come down onto the bench, but that will only net him up to 2 cards in hand. So I'm hoping he's able to get other cards into play or out of his hand in order to draw more. I think Wayrun's just making sure that the cards can be seen by our judges. We are, after all, in the remote play setting, so of course there's going to be some glare, some technical stuff here and there, but it's always great to see players coming from across the world playing the game that we all love,
Yes.
and trying to make the best of it.
Definitely. I mean, you're going to expect some glare, especially if you're playing all that bling. Am I right? But again, props to Leo for really thinking of your opponent, being such a good sport, making sure that all the cards are visible, and also just being a good showman. We can see the cards now as well. That Mew is as clear as can be with that alternate art, and yeah, and now let's see what he decides to grab with the quick ball. Again, yes, you mentioned it is only two Pokemon in play, two Fusion Strike. That's drawing up to two. Looks like he's opting for the another Mew actually instead of the Genesect,
Oh,
which is very,
that
very
is
interesting.
interesting.
Maybe he's opting for the first attack on Mew, the energy mix, and then just powering up a second Mew. That could be an option here, and maybe he has another quick ball. And
Yeah, it's an interesting play, regardless of the fact.
it's a Peony. It's a Peony.
Oh, it's a peony. So he decided not to go for the turn one win. He felt maybe he didn't have enough odds to do it, which I think is a heads up play for a very strong player. Knowing your odds are not as great as they are, and maybe he tries one or both of the Lisa Sparkle. We don't know for sure.
Definitely.
Because it did take quite a while on the evolutionary instance. So it's a good heads up play considering the fact that you could have gone for this very quick knockout, get the donk, but if you know your odds aren't there, don't do it. You're burning resources that you shouldn't be.
Yes. Again, just being able to set up your board here with the Peony, probably opting to find you double battle VIP passes, getting you 4 Genesects maybe, and knowing that your board state is a lot better than your opponent's who just has a lone Mew, not even the right Mew. Maybe there is no rush. You can just play the game as it's meant to be. And yeah, you mentioned he did go through his prizes, through his deck. He knows what his prizes are. Maybe there is one Alessa Sparkles prize, and he doesn't have that much draw. The odds of it actually happening are pretty low, so might as well just go for the safer and probably the smarter play.
Yep. And I think just to reiterate what I meant there, essentially his hand was peonies and switch.
Yes.
So even though you would have gone, or he could have gone for a Genesect V, he wouldn't be able to draw any cards because that's essentially 2 cards already in hand. If you play the switch, you get the Genesect V in your active. That's not what you want anyway. But then again, you could also retreat and play the switch. So maybe just drawing one card to get the Elisa Sparkle was a risk not worth taking for Leo. And he went instead with the Peony play, which I can really respect. It just shows that he knows exactly what he wants to do with this powerhouse of a deck. At this point, able to go for, I believe, the Bell VIP pass and a Fog Crystal, because he doesn't run more than one Bell VIP pass.
Got it. Yes. I do see that on the list now, but that should be A-okay. Double Genesect and probably the Meloetta here show up, or another Mew V.
Yep, for sure.
Actually, I'm going through the list right now. He doesn't play any Meloetta.
Yep, you're right. I see just the Oricorio, the Latias, the Marshadow, and no Meloetta.
Very, very interesting.
For Wayron, he does run 2 Meloetta, so would that come into play in this matchup? I don't know. It could be a very good advantage that Wayron has, because he wouldn't need to expose his VMAXs early on in the game.
Definitely. That means Leo here is forced to use essentially 2 new VMAXs to get back-to-back knockouts, not having another attacker. But again, he is much more set up than Wayron here, so he should be A-okay.
Yep, so that's, I believe, double Genesect V on the bench. First Fusion Strike system online right now, drawing you up to 4.
Yes.
So I think with 1 card in hand, drawing 3 cards. Always great, considering you only spent 1 card to get that basic Pokemon onto your bench. Now letting yourself 3.
Definitely. A very key thing to make note of here is that Leo did use one of the power tablets, and if Wayron at some point does build up a Mew VMAX, if he plays down an Oricorio, that is actually completely safe at that point. There's no way for Leo to get a one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX as long as there's an Oricorio in play. So that could be very, very big. But
that is true. Good catch on that. I think the main point here is that these Mew VMAX decks really require all the resources to get at each other. So the fact that Wayron runs at Oricorio as well as the Meloetta does put him in a very good spot considering Leo has already discarded one power tablet.
Yes, but again, it's very, very important here for Wei Run to just draw into something big. A lone Mew is not going to do it here. He plays down a Genesect, I believe. There is one Fusion Strike card. Let's see what else is in his hand. We know it's nothing playable, unfortunately, because I believe the top deck for the turn was the Genesect, or else he would have put that down last turn. But
Yep, that's true.
we'll have to see here. Looks like he has another card that is playable, maybe opting to attach an energy to the Genesect, maybe opting to just try and knock out with it. Yes, there we see the Fusion Strike energy going on the Genesect. Again, Genesect is capable of attacking. It does require 2 metal energy and a colorless. That means you're going to have to use... Oh, we see a Peony!
Yeah, so discarding the majority of his hand earlier, we know a power tablet has been discarded as well. So both these players are essentially down a power tablet each. At least one for Wei Run. We don't know what else he discarded so far.
It's very interesting. Now I'm thinking what was in his opening hand, because he opted to leave a lone Mew in the active and not bench the Genesect, or not play the Peony earlier. So,
Yep, that is true. So I believe now he's just going to go straight into a Mew V and probably using Fusion Strike system, draw a card, discard that card to the Quick Ball for another Genesect V.
Yes. That is definitely what we're going to see here. And with that, I believe he is on his way to getting set up, right? On his way to getting set up, getting a Genesect, getting Mews in play. That is very, very big. So in this case, once we go back into Leo's turn, something he would love to see is probably a boss's orders for turn.
Yep, and let's see what he discarded. So he discarded a Switch. Not the best card that he would have wanted to discard, considering that he doesn't have a way to retreat the Mew at this point. But I guess it's okay at this stage, because you don't want to be exposing your Mews or your Genesects to a one-shot next turn from Leo.
Definitely. I feel like leaving the Mew in the active is actually the best case scenario. You're giving up a one prize, and it's a non-Fusion Strike Pokemon, a non-factor in this matchup, so you're fine losing that Mew. And yeah, we'll have to see here what else he can draw into. Ideally, he would draw into a second Mew V just to really make him safe against the boss play. But
I would like to see another Genesect V, I would say. Essentially being able to get more cards out from your deck right now, because he doesn't really have a great setup. He doesn't have an energy onto a Mew at this point. Definitely another Mew would be great too, so that at least if a boss's order comes out, there is essentially an attacker still left on his side of the field.
Definitely. But knowing Wei Run, he's probably going to get both. But there we go. We see the Quick Ball here. Importantly, making note there, he also loses a power tablet. So, and we know Leo does play the Oricorio, so they have to both keep that in mind. They have to be counting those power tablets. So, yes, he does Quick Ball it away, grabbing another Mew, and probably the last. If I had to guess, his last card in hand, I'd say it's Genesect, just to say that he gets everything he could possibly need this turn. But since he already did attach an energy for turn, he doesn't really need anything else.
Yeah, but that's Genesect. I owe you at least coffee right now, but it's not.
There you go.
But well, no, it's not. So maybe a card that is used for next turn, maybe another energy for next turn, perhaps. But I would say Wei Run has done well on his second turn to at least get set up. It's not the best, obviously. No energies on a Mew at this point.
Yes.
But in some ways, you wouldn't want energy on a Mew, especially if Leo is able to take a knockout here through a boss's order. You wouldn't want to be throwing away the Mew with the energy, I would think. So not the most horrible of situations, I would say.
Definitely. Let's see if that Fusion Strike energy on that Genesect comes into play in this match at all. And I'm sure if I was Wei Run, I'm breathing a sigh of relief that I'm just still in this game, that my Mew in the active was not knocked out the previous turn, right? But yeah, let's see what Leo can muster up here. Let's see if he can get that boss's orders, or even just finding the Mew VMAX and the energy for turn would be big here. Just going up one prize. But then again, again, that prize, I don't think it would matter. Taking one prize where you don't even have the capability of taking out a Mew VMAX, I think if I was Leo, I would be going for the triple boss play here. Like right now, boss a Mew, and then hopefully next turn, boss Genesect and boss another Genesect. But
I would agree. I think that's a very good run of play here. And I think he's also protecting himself with the Oricorio too. So, but then again, I believe Wei Run has already expended 2 power tablets, so I don't think it will come into play. Not sure if that is something to consider, but maybe he's just being safe and grabbing the Oricoro regardless.
Definitely, it is a single prizer that he can opt for. He can, like, if just in case an escape rope comes out, he can promote the Oricorio, because we know he doesn't play the Meloetta. So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
just having the Oricorio in the bench should be nice here.
What do you think of the attack, glistening droplets? Would that ever be relevant?
You never know. You never know in a game of Pokemon. We did see in this tournament that the Mew attack came into play. The Psy Power.
Psy Power.
Yes,
Yep,
yes.
that's
So
true.
if a similar scenario ever comes up, glistening droplets could come into play. I mean, how many power tablets has Leo used? If he uses 3 and brings up the Mew to like maybe 20 damage left, the glistening droplets could come into play then.
That's very true. And I think with the Fusion Strike energy, you have access to all the attacks
Yes.
from Fusion Strike Pokemon, regardless of the energy requirements. So definitely a very flexible deck.
Yeah, it just goes to show how powerful this Fusion Strike deck is. Again, Fusion Strike is a fairly new gameplay mechanic, only introduced in the Fusion Strike set. It could only get more powerful as more sets come out, as more Fusion Strike Pokemon come out. But here we see the Tool Jammer on the Mew. I don't think that matters at this point. He needs to find the Mew VMAX here. The Mew VMAX is definitely important. He goes for a Crushing Hammer. Again, discarding an energy on the Genesect is not that important. But again, but discarding an energy is always big, right? It's always nice. Now we know that Genesect, there's no way for that Genesect to really get an attack off next turn.
Yep, for sure. Oh well, it's Tails, so...
Oh, never mind. So that Genesect could still possibly attack.
Yep. I think it might come into play considering the fact that it's a Fusion Strike energy, because Meloetta essentially is able to attack for more damage with a Fusion Strike energy. So
Definitely.
that could be huge in some way in the future.
Ah, yes. We mentioned how there is no possible way to get a one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX, but that's one way. If you get 4
Yeah, exactly.
Fusion Strike energies in play, that means the Melodious Echo is doing 280 damage. You just need 1. And no, looks like it is discarded, so
Okay, well,
now Mew
there
is,
goes that
Mew is
idea.
safe again. Mew VMAX is safe again. If we see it, we haven't seen it just yet. And I can't quite... I believe that is a Peony or the red.
It's... I don't know.
I believe it was...
Leo, your bling is
Peony.
of another level.
It is the Peony, grabbing him the Evolution Incense and I believe a Stadium. But yes, again, the Evolution Incense, very, very big here. So he is going to take a knockout, but not the most impactful knockout.
Yeah, I think it's still a knockout per se, but I don't believe it's going to be as huge as if he was able to get a Mew V or Genesect V off the table.
Yes, and
So
actually that actually gives Wayrun an opportunity here, because he could be the first person to do damage onto a Mew VMAX here, right? Yes. Oh, what is that? An escape rope?
is that an escape rope?
I'm not
too
quite sure what that card is. I have to check Leo's list here, but the Mew V in the active now, very, very big.
He does run 1 escape rope.
Yes, I believe that has to be the escape rope. Yeah, giving up a Mew V here, very, very big turn for Leo. Essentially getting a boss, right? That is essentially a boss.
Yep, at this point, it's a card that gives you as good a value as a boss, giving you the 2 prizes that you want to take at this point. So
yes, very big turn for Leo. Now he is basically 2 bosses orders away from the game.
yep, and it does get a second Mew V as well, so he has a backup attacker ready to rock and roll.
Yep, essentially negating the downside of using the Techno Blast attack, since he can just free retreat into another Mew and attack again. There we go. We see Leo take the first 2 prizes of this set, and man, is this it? Is Leo going to be able to stop the run? And yeah, there we go. We see Wayrun here evolve into the Mew VMAX and uses Fusion Strike system, drawing him some cards. Let's see.
It's 4 cards, I believe. So he had a hand of 0 cards and now drawing 4. So it's always good to see that you get maximum value out of your Fusion Strike systems.
Yes, unfortunately, the bench barrier Mew still on the bench, just taking up a slot there. Let's see if he can get the Alessa Sparkle. And yeah, we see another power tablet. Again, a non-factor at this point. But yeah, again, Rotom Phone, just a very big consistency card. Looking at the top 5 cards of your deck and putting one on top, possibly finding him the Alessa Sparkle. But the fact that he has to think about it makes me think that he was not able to find it.
Yep, for sure. I think then also it goes back to the point of, what exactly do you get out of this Rotom Phone? Are you getting another Genesect V? Are you, getting something else that may be helpful in this scenario? But obviously at this point, Leo is in the driver's seat for this match with 2 prizes taken already, and Weiran has to find an answer right now.
Yes, definitely. And I think he also needs to bench another Mew here. Weiran,
for sure.
He needs to bench another Mew to really set it up. Ideally, you wouldn't be attacking with the Meloetta because we know Leo is 4 prizes. That means he's around a VMAX knockout and a non-VMAX knockout away from the game. So essentially, you want to force him to really face 2 Mew VMAXs.
Yep, exactly. And force the boss's order, I would say.
Yes.
Which would limit the amount of options that Leo has here. But I really don't see a way for Weiran to do something impactful this turn, other than maybe dealing out a lot of damage so that he could take, his first 3 prizes next turn.
There we see.
There it is. So there is Alessa Sparkle. So
we are gonna see an attack this turn. In fact, it's gonna be a Melodious Echo for 210. Since again, there is a Meloetta in play, and there should be around 3 Fusion Strike energies. Wow, that
240
crushing
actually.
Yeah, the crushing hammer actually came in very, very clutch, because if the Fusion Strike energy was not removed, this was 310 damage essentially.
But minus off with the Oricorio,
yes,
so it would be 290. So just a bit shy.
But maybe he still has it. Maybe he still has like a power tablet in hand. But again, no. But for now, it is just 240 damage, 220 damage.
20.
Yes. But again, it's good damage since we are just essentially settling for a 2-hit knockout on a Mew, and they go for a quick ball here. Very interesting that they did the Sparkle before the quick ball, so opting to not find a second Mew. So I guess just committing to, yes, I'm going to attack with the Meloetta at some point, especially if you're going to bench an Oricorio here.
Yeah, I think also Weiran is just looking at, how does he in his hand as well to get, because I realized he discarded a boss order, which could prove clutch in this matchup, considering that you're not going to one-hit a Mew VMAX. But I believe he really values getting more resources out for next turn, and the Oricorio here would at least give his Mew VMAX some breathing room, I would say.
Yes, definitely. I'm not quite sure how many power tablets at this point Leo has used.
I believe I saw 1 discarded at least, so definitely 1 down.
So putting that down, that Oricorio does make sure that Mew VMAX is here to stay. And yeah, we're gonna see a Melodious Echo for 220. Let's see how Leo can respond. Again, I'd like to see a boss's orders here. A boss's orders would come in very clutch.
Yeah, I think a 2 follow-up boss orders in this situation right now for Leo would close the game out very quickly. There's no way for Weiran to really come back from that line of play, but let's see if Leo is able to get something of that sort. I'm not sure what card that is. The glare is preventing us from seeing. It looks like a stadium. I think it's a Chaotic Swell, I believe.
Yes, I believe it is a stadium here. Again, I don't think any stadium is essentially important in this scenario. It looks like a Chaotic Swell. Again, Leo just needs to find his boss's orders for turn, and he has a couple of Genesects to really try and get it. I'd like to make note of as well that I believe Leo is playing. Yes, he is playing a Pal Pad, so he, even after using a boss's order, he can shuffle it back in, is ensure that he could possibly get one the next turn, or maybe shuffle in a boss's orders right now that could possibly be in his discard pile, just to increase his odds. But again, he has to draw into that Pal Pad.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the chaotic swell here does prevent one card from being effective, and that's the training card that Weiran runs. So it's a small thing, obviously, but knowing the fact that there is no training card able to have any effect in this game is something to take note of at least.
Definitely. And we see a switch here just opting to burn resources to really draw into the boss. And I think another if I was Way Run, another thing I would keep track of is how many switches. Oh, we just see the boss
Oh,
actually.
we see the boss. Yeah, so definitely see the boss. So Leo does have the line of play that he's looking for right now. He's going for, 3V knockouts.
Definitely. But I think at this point, Wayron has to be thinking outside the box. I'd if I was in his position, I'd be counting how many switches Leo's has played, because potentially if he's played them all, a means to win here for Wayrun would be to boss up a Genesect and just wait for your opponent to really deck out.
Oh yeah, that's true. Considering the fact that Leo has burned through most of the resources already on his side of the field.
Yes, we've seen him play a couple of peonies. He's played a pretty aggressively to try and get these knockouts. So yeah, and going through his deck, he is playing 3 switch and one escape rope.
I
Yeah,
believe.
so 4
Yep,
switching
yep.
options. I think I also saw the escape rope really go into the discard pile a little earlier. I'm not quite sure,
Mhm.
but again, that is something Wei Run should keep in mind of. Again, there are a couple of ways to win in the Pokemon card game. It's either knocking out all of your opponent's Pokemon, taking all your prize cards, or um, making sure your opponent doesn't have cards to draw, essentially decking out.
That's true. I think one other thing that we probably did not mention or touch on, time is almost up.
That is true.
Would Leo take enough prizes for this game to actually end in its standard 30-minute time frame? Otherwise, we will be going to a sudden death.
That is true. Maybe that is one of Wei Run's path to victory. Maybe this game is not looking too good. He can just opt to boss and wait there, and promote a Mew VMAX. Yeah, 43 seconds left on the clock. I don't think either player can really close it out at that point. So we may see sudden death, which should be very, very interesting, especially in a Mew V mirror. It comes down to who
for
can
sure.
Alessa's Sparkle first.
For sure. And also, I think the card that comes into play as well, Crushing Hammer, if you're able to at least a Sparkle but not attack, then Leo has a chance to just reset your entire turn.
Yes, but Leo is opting to not play a Meloetta, right? So I think Wei Run has the bigger advantage there when it comes to sudden death, because Wei Run has the possibility to do 210 damage going second whilst Leo does it. So we're gonna see it. I believe we're going to see it.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure time was called, and neither player has essentially won the game yet. And yes, this should be very, very interesting.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, this was Leo's game to lose. Essentially, we saw how great his setup was, and Weiran didn't really have much going for him. It really seemed like Weiran met his match in this particular game, but I just have to think about the fact that in a situation where you have Meloetta, you are in a better situation because you have a chance to just deal massive amount of damage thanks to that Elisa Sparkle very early on. So it really goes down to the fact of how these players start off in a sudden death situation.
Definitely, I believe the players right now are going into their last turns, and yeah, but again, I don't think either player can really take the game at this point. But yeah, but again, masterfully played by both players. Wei Run just being able to stay in the game despite the really, really rough start was very great to see, right? Again, just starting out the lone Mew and not even the right Mew, and still being able to keep up with Leo is just a great showing for Wei. But yeah, again, we see here the knockout on the Genesect V, and Wei Run promoting the Mew VMAX.
Yep, I think if these are the players' last turns,
Yes.
it really comes down to the fact that whether or not Leo gets a turn and whether he gets a chance to find that boss order for game. So it's really down to that play. Otherwise, we will be seeing a sudden death. because, well, the game was not completed. So based on the rules of this format, you are going to go to sudden death with one prize each if the game does not conclude within the time frame and the last turns for both players.
Yes. We're going to have to see here, and if we go into that, but again, I'm very exciting game for both players. A little bit of a missed opportunity here for Leo to really stop the run, and especially since he again, you mentioned it, he was very set up very early, and yes, here we see a boss's orders come from Wei Run.
That's a good play, I think. That probably bought him sudden death right there.
Definitely. Again, we mentioned counting how many resources Leo has burned early. Very important, right? We were counting the power tablets, we were counting the escape rope and switches. Let's see if he has it here. He has a couple of chances to draw into it. Again, Peony gets him there if there is still one in the deck. So a lot of outs here.
True.
But actually, if he does Peony, he doesn't get a knockout on the Mew VMAX. So
that's true because there's no other way for him to get a knockout.
Yes,
because he already used a support of a turn. Okay, so I challenge our viewers who are watching us live, if you get a chance to watch the recording of this later on, go and count how many switches and boss orders have been used on both these players. I think it's an interesting little nuance about the mirror match. It's also about the level of skill these players bring to the table, knowing when the right opportunity comes to use these resources and when do they need to save them. Because one thing to note, most of the decks in the regular standard format for Mew VMAX would run 4 boss order, or maybe 3 in some cases. But in this format where you have other cards in your deck, we see that for Leo, he ran 3 boss orders and 1 Pal Pad. So that could essentially be the card that allows him to get back those boss order into his deck in order for it to be used this turn. Let's see if he's able to get it.
Yeah.
Especially if this is the last turn of the game.
Yes. He needs to draw into those switches. I think he's going through the discard pile right now, determining how many switch outs I have still in the deck. And again, he did use one earlier in the turn, earlier the previous turn. So very big bosses orders again on Wei Run's side. And yeah, we see a power tablet, I believe, just to burn, just to really get it out of the hand in order for you to draw more. Leo does have around 2 Genesect Bs to work with here. That is essentially possibly 12 cards if you can burn your entire hand both times, which is a very big amount. And yeah, we see here, I believe that was a quick ball.
I think that's a Pal Pad.
A Pal Pad. Okay, that coming in clutch again, just filling up, making sure you get the boss's orders in the deck.
There you go. So essentially, Leo has outs to the win. He just needs to draw into it.
Yes. And let's see if he does. Again, Genesect, such a powerful Pokemon with the Fusion Strike system ability, just drawing you so many cards, especially if all your Pokemon are Fusion Strike, like we have here on Leo's side of the field. And yeah, we'll just have to see if he gets here. Very tense last turn here for Leo.
I think he has about a 5-card hand right now. That's not very good considering you want to be drawing more cards.
That is true. That is a very big hand.
That's 4. Oh, that's 4 cards in it.
4
so he
cards.
gets to draw 2, I think.
Let's see.
See a boss order?
A boss and a switch. He needs a boss and a switch.
A boss and switch. You're right.
So 2 cards. He needs 2 specific cards out of a Fusion Strike system for 2, and that might be a little tough. And now he only has 1 last Fusion Strike system as well. But
the question is, what cards can he actually use in his hand right now?
Yeah.
To actually thin his hand further, because
I believe that's a Crushing Hammer here. No, a Power
I think
Tablet.
that's the second Power Tablet.
Power
So
Tablet,
that's the
yes.
second Power Tablet. Yeah.
Okay, that's
So neither of these will have any impact on the game right now.
yes. Let's see if the second card he drew is at least burnable, because drawing 1 does not get you there. Very tense couple of turns here. What?
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that he's probably down to his last switch, because I remember he played one earlier. He also played the escape rope. So I recall he played two switches and one escape rope. So he's probably down to the final switch left.
And here it is, Fusion Strike system, drawing 2 cards. It has to be those 2 specific cards, the boss's orders and the switch. Does Leo get it here? The fact that he's not playing it down immediately makes me think he just does not have it, and we could be going into sudden death here.
And I think we saw also a little fist pump going on by Weiran. I think he knows that he's managed to eke his way into a sudden death match. He's been behind all game, but based on the rules of this tournament, you go to a sudden death if the game is not completed within the allotted time frame. So Weiran gets another crack at extending his current unbeaten run at this point.
Yes. And we see here a Peony.
That's not what you want to see.
Not the cards you want to see here. And if we look, he actually had the boss's orders in hand. So Weiran's
He probably drew the boss's order.
Yeah, definitely.
And was not able to get the switch. So that boss order from Weiran was the optimum play, the play that got him to his sudden death at this point.
Definitely. And again, it just goes to show how masterful both these players are, both playing to their outs, right? Weiran thinking, what can I do to make sure that my opponent has to play the maximum amount of cards in order for them to get the win? And boss's orders was one of them, forcing them to find the switch as well as the boss. I mean, 2 cards, that's not that hard to find for a Genesect, but just forcing it to happen was the path to victory here. Well, not victory, path to a chance to victory.
That's right. I think now we really will see the power of these 2 decks in a one prize situation. I think that's going to be really interesting. There is also one card that I have to note that is very crucial in this matchup, Wansho. That is my good friend Reset Stamp.
That is true. If you are going first and you can reset stamp your opponent, you do only have 1 prize card. When you are in sudden death, essentially you have to shuffle your hand and put up 1, and that could come in very, very clutch. You are right there, Aaron. And honestly, that's something I really do want to see here.
I hope for the sake of these players that we don't see it, but it's going to be interesting if we do. And I know both these players, check on the list right now, both these players run 1 reset stamp. So it will be interesting to note what happens in this 1 prize scenario at this point. Will Weiran be able to take it all the way to a 5th consecutive win? Or will Leo stop the Malaysian Juggernaut in his tracks? Let's see in the sudden death match situation what happens here. But just off the bat, who do you think will edge this out, Wancho?
Again, my money is on a Weiran just because he is playing the Meluetta, so he has the option to go 210 damage, effectively knocking out anything on the board turn 2. But again, it's a question, right? Yeah, you mentioned there is the reset stamp. So do you want to go second in that scenario? Right?
You're right in that sense.
Typically in the standard format, as a Mu player, you just want to go second in order to make sure you have the first attack. But here, again, you said it, the X factor is the reset stamp, and we'll have to see what happens here.
That's right. I mean, props to both these players. They've been playing their decks masterfully. Leo especially getting a very good start at the beginning of the game, able to really set up like most UVMAX decks would. But also props to Weiran for really playing to his outs and actually forcing the sudden death with that last boss order. We knew for a fact that Leo had the boss order for his win in his hand, but was not able to find the last switch from his deck in order to get that attack off. So I feel both these players have been playing great Pokemon training card game, and it's really all down to this sudden death to see who progresses into the next game. We did see the mulligan earlier from Leo, so Weiran does have 1 extra card to work with. And depending who starts first, it's going to be important. I would say that 1 card could be the reset stamp. Who knows?
Definitely, just 1 extra card is always good. And again, you mentioned, yes, both these players just played very masterfully. Both these players really deserve to be here at the championship right now. You have to remember these are the respective champions of their regions, so we know we're having a good show. Right? Very good player.
For sure.
And yeah, we'll see it. Looks like a Genesect start for Weirun, while Leo with the Mew V, if I can see
I
correctly.
believe.
Yes,
I believe
and
so.
looks like Weirun is going first. Attaches to the Genesect, and is that a pass?
It looks like it. It looks like it.
Like Weirun not being able to really set up here, despite the extra card. Can Leo set up? Can Leo? Leo has access to the Peony. Peony could find him that reset stab, but in this position, do you want a reset stab since you know Weirun is not playing that many cards? But then again,
I
it's a reset stamp to one. You have to do it, right?
you probably have to do it, but then again, we know Weirun's luck in this tournament has been superb. Drawing a switch off the top, getting Mew VMAX, the only Mew VMAX left in his deck with the energy required off the Reset Stamp 2. He's been consistently able to get his deck to work consistently, and I think that's really not just about the play, but also about how great the deck is. But if I'm Leo at this point, I will Reset Stamp without hesitation. Because you're essentially just one Elisa Sparkle and an energy attachment away from losing the entire game. And I would not want to take those chances with a full group of 7 on Weirun's field at the moment.
That is true. Something that we could see as well is Leo playing those hammers. And in that position, if you hammer away that one energy, Elesa Sparkle isn't an option either. So we'll have to see. Leo not opting to play any Genesects just yet. We just see 2 Mew Vs here. And yeah, we need to see those Genesects. We need to see more draws. Let's see what he can play. Like he's doing the mental gymnastics in his head. Let's see where he decides to attach here. I mean, they're both Mews, so there's the Genesect. So at least he does have a Genesect to play with. I believe he's counting, how can I play down my hand here in order to draw more cards?
Yeah, maybe he's also hoping to thin his hand enough so that he could maximize outs to get a Peony or that Reset Stamp. So it really remains to be seen what he's working with right now. So we do see a Weakness Guard energy, so at least an energy attachment, but that's crucially not a Fusion Strike energy.
I mean, again, Leo
doesn't run Milowetta.
Yeah, Leo
doesn't run Milowetta
anyway,
so yeah.
Yeah, so an option here for Leo is he can go Elesa Sparkle. If he does Elesa Sparkle and then plays 4 Power Tablets, that is 190 damage per game.
Wow.
That is an option, but not the most.
If that happens, I owe you 2 coffees at this point. So let's see how that runs. I mean, we have seen Weirun really, go immensely into his deck and get the right resources at the right time. It's always a joy to see these decks function the way they do.
Yes.
But in his best, I won't say best one. It's in his one price situations. I think let's put everything on the table right now. The player that reset stamps the other will probably win the game, except if you're Weirun, who will top deck out of it.
Yes. And here we see the Elesa Sparkle again. If Leo was playing that Meloetta, this would be close to a knockout again, since he did attach the Weakness Guard. That is not a Fusion Strike, but again, since he's not playing a Meloetta, that is not something we should be counting at all. But just getting the energies, at least he can do 70 damage to this Genesect this turn. That is definitely something. And yes, but again, I'd really like to see the quadruple Power Tablet play. If that can come out, quadruple Power Tablet for game psychically.
But I mean, at this point now, if you're Weirun, or if we are Weirun, essentially, we are hoping to be able to Elisa Sparkle for game. There is nothing else on his side of the field. He didn't play any other cards other than attach energy and pass. He has a grip of 7 cards because he got 1 more off the mulligan.
That is true.
As well as drawing card for turn. So if I'm Weirun here, mind games would tell me, you know what? Don't bench anything else. I've got Elisa Sparkle. Can you reset stamp me right now? Otherwise, I'm gonna win. So let's see. And I believe Weirun is very ready right now. He looks very in the zone at this point.
Thinking he has the attack. I believe, yeah, he has the attack. And it's just a matter of, again, Leo plays so many cards that can get him out of this attack as well. Like the Crushing Hammers. The Crushing Hammers, the reset stamp. 5 cards in the deck you can find here. And let's see.
That is true.
looks like he goes for an energy mix here on the Mew.
Okay.
Okay, let's see it, Wayrun. Let's see if you can have the Alessa Sparkle and attachment for turn. That wins him this game. There's the
And you give a
attachment.
turn. Okay.
Have the Alessa Sparkle. He does.
He does. He does. That's game right there.
There we go. Genesect again can attack in this deck. The Fusion Strike energy providing the metal energy cost for the deck. Very,
Or
very
Techno
big.
Blast for 210. That's
Yes.
a knockout. That's the one prize he needs. Wayrun takes the game. He is now 5-0 this tournament, Wancho. What an impressive run.
Definitely. Team Malaysia just be putting their best foot forward, having one of their strongest players start, because we haven't seen anyone else from the team. I'm excited to see more from them. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I think if any team can take a game off them, we probably get to see the other players in the squad. I think if Wayrun is one of the three, we're going to have three very strong players for sure from Team Malaysia. But overall, I think it was a very hard-fought win for Wayrun. We saw in the original match itself, he was very much behind all game to Leo, and Leo essentially really making his deck, the power of his deck felt across the table, going for the right knockouts, going for the right prizes essentially. But the deck was not able to close out the game, unfortunately, because these Pokemon VMAXs have very high hit points.
Yes.
And if you don't take prizes quickly enough, you will end up in a situation where you're out of time.
And again, just
So-
the masterful plays by Wayrun, just doing the right boss's orders, essentially counting the resources on Leo's field and just making the right calls, really put him back in there and won him the entire game.
Yep, and right now Team Malaysia is 2-0 up against Team Taiwan in this quarterfinal number 1. We have one last player from Taiwan here at this point, and it'll be Stark, who is playing Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, and he essentially is the RL third place player from Taiwan. He is the final obstacle for Team Malaysia to go on a 3-0 sweep in both their matches so far today, but will start then in Wayrun's way and force another match out of this series. I really don't know at this point. Wayrun has been on a hot run, but what do you think, Wancho? Can Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX put a stop to it?
I think so. I'm not gonna lie. I'm putting my money on the Shadow Rider Calyrex here, just because it gains so much in this type of format. It has, again, if you can see in Stark's deck, he's playing multiple tag team GXs. He's playing the Mewtwo and Mew, the Gengar and Mimikyu, the Trevenant and Dusknoir. These are cards that we don't have access to in the standard format. And the biggest one here, I think, would be the Gengar and Mimikyu with the Horror House GX attack. Essentially, the GX attack, meaning your opponent cannot play any cards on their turn. It's effectively buying you one free turn to really set up those Shadow Rider Calyrexes and using the Underworld Door ability to get more energies on play, drawing you more cards and really getting that big attack. Because again, we know that the Shadow Rider Calyrex has no damage cap, really. Yes, it has.
Yep, and I think the main point also that you mentioned, the fact that you buy an extra turn, we see how much one turn can really mean in this tournament so far. Most of the matches that we have seen are all down to the final turns for both these players to eke out a win. We saw it just previously in the game between Leo and Wayrun. Leo was just one knockout away from taking the win, and he was essentially one card away because he was down to his last turn after standard 30 minutes was up. So it really is the minor increments that take your deck to victory in this format. So let's see whether or not Shadow Rider Calyrex can put a stop to the run from the Team Malaysia. And honestly speaking, I'm just stoked to see whether or not this matchup brings any difference to the last few games we've had so far.
Yes. And all right, we see here Stark going first. I believe in the active that is the resetting whole Marshadow. I don't think that is going to come into play, but that is a good active to have at this point. It does give only one prize just in case Wayrun does go off. Looks like Stark here playing the Evolution Incense. Not essentially the first item card you like to see here. Um, Stark is playing four fog crystals and 3 quick balls, three battle VIP passes. Those are the ideal cards you see here. But yeah, we'll have to see what Stark play.
Yeah, I think he has a host of options. So based on the deck list we have right now, he of course runs the Mars Shadow. You see in the active position right now. He runs, of course, the full 4/4 Shadow Rider Calyrex V. And I think some interesting mentions here. You mentioned the Gengar Mimikyu as well as Mewtwo and Mew GXs. And Trevor Dusnall, but there's also Zacian V from Celebration. So a very diverse Pokemon lineup here. And all things considered, the trainer cards are a straightforward Shadow Rider Calyrex deck, I would say.
Yes,
But it's really down to see how the rest of the deck functions with it.
unfortunately, we see a pass here from Stark and giving
no.
a Wayrun the opportunity to really get the donk here, especially since we do see the Battle VIP pass. It's always going to be a good game if you see your Battle VIP pass. And all he needs here is a switching option, the Mew, Alessa Sparkle, and an attachment. Yes, it sounds like a lot. Yes, I know it sounds like a lot, but for the Genesect deck that draws so many cards, it's possible.
Oh dear.
And we see the Meloetta already. Second Battle VIP pass.
Oh dear. I really fancy Wayrun's chances at this point. If he's able to just really go off, there's nothing stopping this deck from pulling off a turn 1 knockout.
Yes.
Again, the Mars Shadow has 80 HP, so you will need to use Meloetta in this sense.
Triple Battle VIP pass.
What?
Triple Battle VIP pass in your opening hand. No Fusion Strike systems have been played yet. That is exactly what you like to see in your opening hand here. And
I'm just speechless at this point.
I know. It's all Wayrun needs is a switching card, Alessa Sparkle, attachment. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Essentially, it just needs 3 cards at this point, and you're going to dig so deep into your deck anyhow.
Yeah.
You're bound to get it, right?
Especially since you cleaned out your deck as well, getting out all these Pokemon and making sure the Battle VIP passes were live cards, not necessarily inactive cards in your hand. But
that's true.
We'll have to see here how many cards does Wayrun have in his hand at this point.
It looks like 3 or 4, I think.
Yes, looks like he can still play a couple of them. Maybe.
Yep, I'd like to see maybe a switch and energy attachment and then really just... Okay, well, that's an energy for sure.
There's the energy. It's not the Fusion Strike energy, but it doesn't need to be. 2 Fusion Strike energies should do the job here. So 1 Alessa Sparkle. So it'll be really funny if we just see it off this opening hand. And I wouldn't put it past Wayrun.
It's actually failing it. So I think he's really not needing it right now. Oh, we see the Alessa Sparkle off the bat right away. So he's getting the energies out. I guess he's hoping that
actually would have won him the game, because if he found the Psychic Energy to attach to the Meloetta, he can attach it, and the Alessa Sparkle also serves as the retreat cost for the Oricorio. So,
yeah, maybe just a bit of an awkward situation here.
Yes, maybe.
I'm not too sure.
Maybe. Oh no! But if you use the Psychic Energy as an attachment and you use the Fusion Strike energy to retreat, you're only doing 70 damage.
Oh, fair enough. So yeah, Marshall with 80 HP here, so definitely 10 off. Yep, I was thinking about that as well. I was thinking whether or not that would be enough. So I think he had to go for display.
Yes, but again, there's so many options. Even if you are only doing 70 damage, you do have Power Tablet. So then you just need 1 Power Tablet. So many options for Wayrun here, and he's drawing so many cards. Let's see what he can find. He does get a Rotom Phone, looking at the top 5 cards of the deck, putting 1 on top. Interestingly enough, he opts to only find 2 Genesect Vs on his bench. I would have literally filled the bench with Genesect and just try and win the game.
Probably. I mean, we see 3 Bell VIP passes. That's all you need to go for.
Yeah. But again, maybe Wayrun really planning out the turn. Like, what if I don't get it? His board is definitely set up for the long run, right?
Yep. I think this player is really acknowledging, how much do I go for if it's a donk? How much do I need to hold back just in case this doesn't work out?
Yes, it's definitely risk versus reward there, just really weighing it out. And again, since my opponent didn't set up as good, so maybe I don't have to go, like, I don't have to put myself in a bad position just because I tried to win this turn. So,
yep,
there we go. We see an attachment for turn there.
I believe he has it already. I think the card that he put on top was probably either the switch or the escape rope. Because the fact that you are attacking energy to the mellow weather that is not a fusion strike energy tells me that you have everything, or maybe a power tablet already.
Yes.
So probably a power tablet at this point, or a switch. But not a switch.
Oh, there
Double
we go.
power tablets.
Double power tablet. That should be more than enough to knock out this Marshall. Unfortunately, we're not able to see any other Pokemon from Stark side here. Would have loved to see all the GXs
Yep.
shine, really.
It's a rather unfortunate. I think we had a very interesting deck by Stark and Team Taiwan as a whole. I think Team Taiwan brought a great diversity of decks, and we had the Vikavolt in the hands of the first player from Taiwan, and for the third player we actually had a Shadow Rider Calyrex with a lot of options in the deck list. But unfortunately, Weiran says, nope, I'm going to dunk both of you, and I'm going to eke out a sudden death win against
your Mew VMAX.
Your Mew VMAX. So essentially, Weiran took only 3 prizes this entire series to win for Team Malaysia a 3-0 sweep. So, I mean, props to Team Taiwan. They came with a very strong, lineup for sure. These are players that represented their region, considering that they went through the entire qualifiers. And, well, unfortunately, the Team Malaysia is just running really hot at this point, Wancho.
Yes, definitely. Weiran taking all the wins in the tournament so far, really propelling Malaysia to the semifinal one. And next up, we're going to quarterfinal 2, Japan versus Korea. At least there's no possibility for Weiran to win this game because he's not going to be in it.
Yep, for sure. And I think we're definitely going to see a lot of matches. So don't go anywhere. We will still be here for more Pokemon trading card game matches here. A lot of content coming your way, especially for the next matchups. So without further ado, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back very shortly with quarterfinal number 2, Japan versus Korea. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here in qualifier number 2. And we'll have Korea versus Japan. It's me, Aaron, and Wancho. Wancho, how are you feeling, buddy?
Very, very good, especially after seeing so many exciting matches. I'm very excited to see Korea versus Japan now. Taking a break from the run here.
Yep, so without further ado, let's take a look at the first player from Korea. So we here have Krelkrok from Korea, and this player is definitely someone that's been in the Pokemon community for a while now. Someone that has actually gone through both the video game championships as well as the trading card game tournaments in the past. We see here he was the national championship winner of the 2012 VTC tournament in Korea, and also a host of Korean League accomplishments for both the run-up and champion titles, and most recently the champion of the 2019-2020 Season 1 TCG Master Division. And he's bringing Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. It's gonna be interesting for sure, Wancho.
Definitely. And of course, Japan is no slouch. We have William, the PJCS 2021 Master Championship winner, playing the Shadow counterpart. This should be a very, very interesting matchup. Again, the Shadow Rider Calyrex paired with so many tag team GXs of the past. This should be a very interesting matchup. Who do you think would win? Aaron, who do you think?
I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not too familiar with the matchup overall. I mean, I've seen it a little bit, played it a little bit, but I really got to give it to probably Shadow Rider Calyrex in this sense because of the fact that Max Guys has no damage cap for the deck, and when you're running with a ton of different GXs, especially Mew and Mewtwo GX, Ancho, that card won Worlds. So definitely something going for it. But then again, we should not discount the fact that the consistency engine of the Drizzle Inteleon engine within Ice Rider Calyrex might get it a hit. I don't know. We just got to see.
Definitely.
What do you think overall?
Definitely. Yeah, I think My money's on Shadow Rider as well, but again, Ice Rider is such a consistent deck, especially with the quick shooting Inteleon. Maybe quick shooting Inteleon can put in work here, doing damage to those Shadow Riders, or potentially just taking knockouts on big tag team GXs. We know the Shadow Rider does do around 250. That is a one shot on like something like a Gengar and Mimikyu. So that could be an easy 3 prizes, and then from there you just need to find your last 3. So, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. And this is definitely a matchup we have not seen yet in this tournament. We did see both these decks feature at least in the previous matches, but we really haven't seen the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck per se, because unfortunately that deck got donked in a previous round. No spoilers there. Go ahead and take a watch on that video later on. But we are now in this quarterfinal 2 match between Korea and Japan. Again, just to reiterate to our viewers at home, this is a King of the Hill 9-team single elimination tournament where essentially if you win your round, you proceed to face the second and third player of the opposing team. And the first team to win 3 matches or 3 games is the one that takes the match overall. So at this point, we're starting at 0-0 for Korea versus Japan. Again, both these players definitely with their own accomplishments to get them here in the first place. They qualified in their local tournaments to get here for sure to represent their regions. So now let's see which of the Calyrex decks come out on top.
Definitely. And again, I just have to say both these players absolutely amazing, champions in their own right. And yeah, again, both players opting to play a Calyrex variant. And I just have to say as well, I mentioned earlier that the Shadow Rider Calyrex is playing more of a box type deck. It has a lot of partners per se, but the Ice Rider deck is no slouch either. If you check out the deck list, he is playing a Suicune V, and interestingly enough, 2 Cryogonals. That could come into play.
Yeah.
Yes, the Cryogonal with the Frozen Lock attack, essentially an item locking attack. If the Cryogonal does only do 10 damage, but it is buying a couple of turns maybe to do a couple of quick shootings while your opponent can't attack here. So that could come in clutch here. It's going to be a very interesting game for sure. Again, both Ice Rider and Shadow Rider Calyrex are in the current standard format, but not in this form. So it should be very interesting. I haven't seen this Ice Rider played with Cryogonal in any type of format, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure to see how these players adapt to this format. Again, of course, we are in team up all the way until Fusion Strike. So essentially a large card pool for these players to pick cards from for their decks. But so far we have seen Mew V Max essentially. We have seen Shadow Rider and also Ice Rider Calyrex. We did see some very unique decks coming out from previous teams, such as Bika Volt, as well as I believe the essentially other decks coming out from the teams. So a very good majority of decks on display here for viewers at home, and also for us right here casting this match right now. So I believe the players are all about set up and they should begin very shortly.
Yes. Again, very excited for this game. And here we go. We have the opening for both. The Krell Croc opening up with the Suicune, and William opening up with the Marshadow we've seen before. And yes, I don't think this Marshadow comes into play that much, since the Krell Croc opting not to play any stadiums, actually. So this Marshadow is here to stay unless William decides to bump his own stadium. We see the Quick Ball here opting for the Gengar and Mimikyu tag team. Again, I've talked about this before. This is a very, very big card. The Horror House GX attack for 1 psychic energy, stopping your opponent from playing any cards, not necessarily items. Literally, you can't play any energy, Pokemon, or trainer cards. And if it has an extra psychic energy attached as well, both you and your opponent draw until you both have 7 cards. It also does have the attack Poltergeist that does like 50 damage for each item card in your opponent's hand, which could also come into play here. But again, it's mainly used for that Horror House GX attack, really to buy you a couple of turns to really set up your board here. And
yeah, and it probably had to be noted here, the fact that Horror House GX pairs so well with Poltergeist. We could see William really taking prizes after prizes from the 3rd turn onwards. We'll never know. But we do see I believe that's a Shadow Rider Calyrex V
yes,
from the Quick Ball.
Yes, that is the first Shadow Rider of in the
The
board.
tournament.
Yes, actually in the tournament. So it would be nice to see a couple more in Williams' side of the field just to really set up on the first turn. An interesting note as well is if Krell Croc can't bench anything else, if he does get hit by the Horror House GX, that could be a potential dock. That was an option back in the day where the Gengar Mimikyu would go second, and then if your opponent only benched one Pokemon, you stop them from playing anything else, and then go for a big Poltergeist.
Yep, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting to see because we know there's definitely a lot of basic Pokemon coming up from the Shadow Rider, from the Ice Rider deck. We do see a quick ball here, so definitely a basic Pokemon coming down, thankfully.
Yes, a very big quick ball as well, since getting rid of a water energy, essentially making the Melanie card live. Again, Melanie attaching a water energy from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon V and drawing 3 cards. And now that we have the water in the discard pile, that should be active. We could potentially see a turn 1 knockout using the Suicune attack, actually, with the Blizzard Rondo.
Oh, that'd be interesting as well. We've seen quite a few turn 1 knockouts this tournament so far. No spoilers, but go back and check those out. So we definitely might see a Blizzard Rondo here for the knockout. Really depends if Proud Croc is able to get more basic Pokemon though on his bench.
Definitely. Again, here we see the masterful plays of just really going through your deck, knowing what is in your prize cards. And there we go. We see one of the Sobbles here, the main engine of the Ice Rider deck. And we see another quick ball opting to find another potential Sobble, maybe an Ice Rider Calyrex. Could be anything.
Yep. I think overall we won't see a donk this time around, so that's good to know.
Yes. Both players will get to showcase their respective decks, and I'm excited to see the Shadow Rider. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I'm more into seeing how this Gengar Mimikyu GX play turns out, considering that William has an energy attachment to it already.
Yes.
He just needs to get it into the active spot, and we will see Horror House GX probably followed by a Poltergeist right after as well. So, but let's see. I like the fact that Karakok is also setting up his bench right now. Multiple Sobbles. It's always good to see. You are essentially giving yourself access to having shady dealings on the next turn.
Yes.
Via the Drizzles. The engine of the deck essentially is there. Oh, and we will see a Ice Rider. And a Marnie.
And a
Ooh,
Marnie.
I like this.
And Marnie. Unfortunately, not the Melanie, because something you'd like to see here is really an attack off with the Suicune. Not only because you do take a prize, but you are expecting a Horror House GX next turn. Yes, it's Horror House GX stops you from playing cards, but it doesn't stop attack. So if you can set up an attack this turn, even if you are essentially card locked, you still have an attack. But because we saw that Marnie, we don't have that option here.
That's true. But we do see a Capacious Bucket come down, so 2 energy cards into Krokok's hand.
Yes.
Clutch in this situation, considering the fact that he only runs 8 basic water energy in his entire deck.
Yes, so there is 1 in the discard pile, 2 in the hand. Something of note here is that, yes, Gengar Mimikyu is very, very strong, but it also only has 240 HP. And we do know that the Ice Rider Calyrex's max lance attack caps out at 250, which should be enough to essentially take 3 prizes. And
yeah, for sure. But are those the only 3 prizes that he would get to take, considering the fact that a Ice Rider Calyrex would not be able to take a 1-shot on a Shadow Rider?
That is true. We'll have to see how this game plays out. Essentially, what could have happened was he could have taken a knockout on the Marshadow, maybe take out eventually the Gengar Mimikyu, and then just opt for 2 prizes somewhere in the field, which is a little bit easier. But again, that is still possible. He could still go a Gengar Mimikyu, the Marshadow, and maybe an odd 2 prize, or maybe Detonator Crobat, or a pre-evolved Shadow Rider. So again, so many options for both of these players here, and we can do our best and speculate, but we're going to see a very amazing game, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we talk about a deck that is a very toolboxy style of deck, like what is being brought here by William, there's so many different lines of play, so many different options available, but we can't really discount the fact that for Krellcroc, Ice Rider Calyrex also has a ton of options. You have the ability to attack with the Suicune V, you have the ability to attack with either of the Ice Riders, and of course the Cryogonal, which is yet to see. We've yet to see at the moment.
Yeah. Something that could happen, in fact, is you can boss a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX with no energies and just start hitting it with a Cryogonal. Really whittling it down to until it has probably 250 HP, and then you can take a knockout then. Because if your Shadow Rider Calyrex does have 2 energy to retreat, and if you're stopping your opponent from playing any sort of switching card like the Air Balloon or Escape Ropes that William plays, then how are you retreating? You know.
That is very true, and essentially, it all goes down to the fact that whether or not you have any manual attachments to attach and retreat manually in that sense. But you really don't want to be doing that, considering the fact that you really want to take prizes as soon as you can if you're the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck.
Definitely, and I think we're gonna see here the Mewtwo and Mew tag team. Yes, another one of the old tag team Pokemon. It does have the ability Perfection, where it can copy basically any attack on a Pokemon GX or EX on your bench or discard pile. So that is one powerful attack, but it also has only 270 HP, and that is something Ice Rider can reach as well. I mean, 250 and 1 ping from a Inteleon. So
that is true. That is true.
And then we also see a Crobat here. Just so many very risky cards to play, I'd say. And
I would say fragile.
Yes.
In that sense, right? You're very fragile to a max lens, but of course, the only way we would see those plays happening is if Krelkrok is able to get, an attack off in this sense. But I don't believe he's able to get one at this point, because we are going to see the even a Professor's Ladder. A Professor's Research. Pardon me. To really refill William's hand right here.
Yes. Something he would like to see here is probably another Shadow Rider Calyrex. We only do see one. That means he's only accelerating 1 energy next turn, or this turn actually. There we go. We see a VMAX. He can go ahead and use the Underworld Door ability. Again, an Underworld Door, such a powerful ability, allowing you to accelerate one psychic energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon and drawing you 2 cards. And just in combination with Fog Crystal, finding you that energy, very, very powerful here. Ideally, again, you'd have a second Shadow Rider Calyrex V, ideally. And yeah, we'll see. He still has options to find it. Maybe even opting to play a stadium, bump it yourself with your own Marshadow, and then benching a third Shadow Rider, because that's something you like to see. That is your main draw engine. That is your main means of acceleration, especially since it has the Max Geist attack, doing 30 damage for each psychic energy attached to everywhere on your board. So you really want to ramp that up and just hit that threshold, right? You want to hit around 11 energies to really one-hit knock out anything on the board, which is possible.
But I think at this point here, William has really gotten a huge setup for this turn. So even a trading card in play to get energies back from the discard. At this point, I really feel that his deck is set up to do what it needs to do, and he's also going to be buying an extra turn here to just get more energies on the board, thanks to that Gengar and Mimikyu GX.
Yes. A scary play that could happen here is he could retreat into the Gengar and Mimikyu GX, use the Horror House, draw a couple of cards, and then use a boss next turn to knock out the Ice Rider Calyrex with the energy. Very, very scary play.
For sure. Now, of course, at this point, Krelkrok not able to play any cards from their hand means that Poltergeist gets the maximum effect.
Yes. You see it there. Something Krelkrok can still do is use the Suicune ability to at least draw 1 card. But again, do you want to have that extra card?
Do you want to draw? Do you want to just add on more cards for William to use against you at this point? Because it's not item cards, it's not supporter cards, it's every trainer card. And we are in a format, or essentially a game, that really runs on multiple trainer cards coming to play. Pokemon decks essentially go from 25, 26 to more than 30 trainer cards on average.
Yes. And something to make note of here, and maybe if you're already hitting the threshold, maybe you draw the card anyway with Fleet Footing.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. But it's also a bit of mind games, right? Like, if, let's say, Krelkrok does not use, Fleet Footed, would William take a chance in using Poltergeist, or would he rather switch it into the Shadow Rider?
That is true.
So a bit of mind games going on, which I really enjoy as part of the Pokemon trading card game. It's a card game first and foremost, but also a bit of mind games going on between players at times. That's always interesting to know.
Definitely, definitely. And we do see here a couple of plays from William looking for playing the evolution instance, finding another Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. But again, only having one of those in play mm, is pretty tough. He's not accelerating that many energies. Um, maybe a couple of his Shadow Riders were prized this game.
Maybe, and he runs a full 4 though, so perhaps he values the bench space right now. He doesn't seem to want to get rid of the Marshadow just yet. Maybe using it as a pivot at this point, because there are 2 air balloons down on the field already at this point. He only has 1 more left, so maybe that's one of the reasons. But I really agree with your point. Having a second Shadow Rider Calyrex would probably do no harm in this regard.
Yes, definitely. And looks like he's making space here for a 5th
Ooh.
Pokemon. Let's see what makes it to the field. Looks like it's the Articuno, Galarian Articuno.
Galarian Articuno, yep. This is one with the ability Cruel Charge. So when you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you can attach 2 psychic energies from your hand to the Pokemon. So it essentially accelerates the damage out of the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck. And now we see a Marnie. So interesting to play the Marnie here.
That makes me think you won't be able to knock out the Suicune at this point, because you're marning
Probably.
your opponent down to 4, and even 4 trainers caps you out at 200 damage. Interesting plays here. Interesting plays.
Interesting. Maybe going down the route of the Shadow Rider at this point?
Yes.
Would that be enough damage? So it's 30 for each psychic energy. There is essentially 3, 4, 5, 6 at this point. Oh no, sorry, 5 at this point.
In play. If he's able to find 2 energies, yes, that is enough damage, I believe. So we'll have to see. There is 1, and he hasn't attached for turn, and he hasn't.
Neither has he used. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to mention. So 1 Underworld Door and 1 more manual attachment should get the knockout using Max Geist.
Yes, and yeah, but unfortunately, again, he's putting his Calyrex, his lone Calyrex in danger, really putting it in the active. But again, to take 2 prizes, I think should be completely worth it.
And I don't think there's anything that Krellcroc is able to do against a 320 HP Dynamax Pokemon at this stage, right? Because the Max Lance from an Ice Rider Calyrex caps off at 250.
That is true.
So there is really nothing stopping William here from using, the Shadow Rider here and probably sweeping the game at this point.
I mean, he will take 2 prize cards, but right now he's doing around 220 damage. Still a couple of energy off from knocking out a Calyrex VMAX.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's true.
Especially with only 1 Shadow Rider Calyrex on the field. I don't think he can accelerate enough to take a knockout on a VMAX this turn. So, but we'll have to see.
That is true. So it remains to be seen whether Krellcroc can come back from this little setback he had. He had a slow start, obviously, because he was not able to play cards on his second turn. We see, I think that's a Pokemon Communication, sending back an Inteleon.
Yes. Opting maybe to find either a Drizzile or the Calyrex VMAX here. Either option should be good, but it all depends on what is in Krellcroc's hand. But I think we're going to see a Drizzile maybe opting for a Supporter, or a Melanie would be nice. We do know he does have the water energy in the discard pile already. So again, sky's the limit really with the Shady Dealings Drizzile or this Pokecom.
Yeah, definitely a very strong consistency engine for the deck. I mean, for many decks actually, not just for Ice Rider Calyrex in this sense. Let's see what he grabs. He definitely needs to get not just Pokemon in play, but also more energy in play.
Yes. And yeah, actually, this Pokemon Communication gives him access to literally everything in his deck, right? Pokemon Communication can find him Pokemon, find him the Shady Dealings Drizzile, and the Shady Dealings Drizzile can get him trainers. one of those Tracers, could be a bucket, which could be an energy. So literally anything in the deck with just that one Pokemon communication.
The deck is your oyster when it comes to having shady dealings
Yes,
with
yes.
Rizal.
It looks like he opts for the the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. Maybe.
And also because he has a level ball already.
Oh, all right,
So
there we go. So
already lining up the Rizal.
definitely, and yeah, the Ice Rider Calyrex can opt for just the right of the High King in this position because he's not taking a knockout on the opposing VMAX anyway, which is a lot of damage since William has a board filled with Pokemon, essentially doing 160. So it is a two-shot. But it finds him the boss's orders here.
Ooh, this is interesting, yeah.
Are we going to see a knockout on the Gengar? It's taking
Well, that's
taking three
taking
prizes,
prizes
as
and
well.
knocking off 2 energies.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
So really making sure that your active Calyrex is safe for at least one turn.
And I like this play, I think, from Krelkrok. He identifies that maybe, just maybe, I can just ignore the Shadow Rider for this match because, well, William's given me more than enough targets on the bench. I could easily go for one knockout on the Gengar Mimikyu, and maybe just bide my time to take another knockout on the Mewtwo and Mew.
Yes, I think
That a potential, yeah, that could be a potential outlet for me to win this game.
yeah, definitely. And again, so many options to do that, right? You can boss up the Mewtwo and Mew, and yes, maybe retreat to a Cryogonal to really buy yourself a couple of turns. So yeah, with that, just Krelkrok swinging the game back into his favor with that one attack here.
Yep, but then again, we also got to really watch out for the amount of damage that William's able to dish out because that Shadow Rider Calyrex can really get going, especially with the amount of energy already in play. It's not enough for a one shot, I would say, but still enough to at least buy William one turn to force Krelkrok to have something.
Yes.
Otherwise, that Ice Rider will go down in next turn.
An interesting play I'd like to see from William here is, yes, there we go. Another. I have a feeling they were prized now, right?
Yeah,
Because-
maybe.
Yes, he was only able to drop a second one after getting a couple of prizes. Something I'd like to see here from William is playing the one of Escape Rope. He can Escape Rope, taking a knockout on one of the either the Sobble or the Drizzle, taking that one prize card, going down to 3, and then next turn knocking out a VMAX.
Oh yeah, for sure. Buying
possible.
himself time to also accelerate energy as well. So
Yes.
can possibly bring him up to that 320 damage, threshold that he needs.
Yes, definitely. Maybe, yeah, because again, if you're not taking knockouts and you're trying to two-shot an Ice Rider Calyrex, that doesn't feel too good. So that makes essentially makes you 3 attacks away from me. So I would like to see a knockout here on a Sobble or a Drizzle.
How many Escape Rope does William run? I think it's just the one, right?
1. But he also plays 3
Okay.
bosses orders, so that's also an option. And since you are drawing cards anyway with Shadow Rider, Calyrex, VMAX, maybe you don't need to play any other draws order.
That's true.
Yes, this was the main deck that really drew so many cards, the main Psychic deck that drew so many cards until Mew VMAX joined the format.
And that deck essentially drew more cards essentially for via Genesect V. So it's all about drawing cards for the Psychic Pokemon, isn't it?
Yes. And there we go. We see the Underworld Door ability attaching to the Mewtwo and Mew here, but again, not quite sure what attack Mewtwo and Mew can copy at this moment.
Yeah.
Maybe Night Watch on the Trevenant and Dusknoir. Night Watch does 150 damage, and you choose 2 random cards in your opponent's hand and discard them. That could be pretty powerful in combination with the
discard
money.
them. It just shuffles them to the deck, unfortunately. Not discard them.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, I just feel like this Mewtwo VMAX, this Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX is essentially a little bit like lackluster. It takes up a very vital spot on the bench at the moment. It doesn't deal enough damage right now, at least. It doesn't really have a lot of attacks to copy, I would say. I'm just looking at William's bench right now. I feel that if I'm Krelkrok, I'm just thinking, you know what? I can win this game if I can just snipe that Mewtwo and Mew.
Yes.
So it's essentially one way that Krelkrok can essentially take the entire game just in one hit. Because he does run the Inteleon that is able to snipe for 20 damage as well.
Definitely,
And
definitely.
one max lens would take a knockout, 270 damage.
Yes. Ooh, something we could see here is probably maybe an attack with the Articuno. Articuno does have the attack Psy Laser. By discarding all the psychic energy, you can do 120 damage to one of your opponent's
Mm.
bench. Maybe taking out that Drizzile just so it doesn't evolve into a Inteleon. And we might see it here. Yes.
That might be true. I think again, once your crystal ball, man, working out really well. But the thing is for me, I don't really prefer this this line of play for one main reason, and that is you basically lose all your energy on that Articuno. So and you just also remove your training card from play. So let's see how it turns out. But I like the fact that it snipes out the Drizzle.
Yes. That Mewtwo and Mew is a little safer now. And
Yeah.
yes, you are taking out the training court, which is one of the main ways you get energy back into your hand, especially after discarding 3, which is very interesting. But I think he's putting Krelkroc here in a tough position, right? By taking out the training card, you don't get energy yourself.
That's true. That's true.
So that means you have to draw into it.
Well, at least for William's side of the field, he does have a lot of things going for him. He has one Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, one more on the way, I would say.
Yes, yes.
So 2 energies to be accelerated next turn. He could easily go for a 2-shot on this Ice Rider.
Yeah.
It at this point doesn't seem like it's going to take any prizes, and even if it does, it's probably going to take a prize on this Galarian Articuno, which is not ideal in any way. It does progress his board state at least, progress his prizes at least by taking one more prize.
Yes.
But it's not what Krelkroc wants to do, I would think. He wants to go for maybe a knockout on the Cactim GX.
I feel like actually taking a knockout on the active Articuno is not too bad. Might even be the right play here because it only has around 120 HP. That means you are knocking it out with Rite of the High King. And
that's true.
That means you go down to 2 prizes. And because William did discard so many energy from play, your active Ice Rider is not in any threat at all from getting knocked out. And you could safely boss a Crobat for game the following turn.
That is true. That is true. Essentially a different way to victory, ignoring the 3 prizes or the 3 prize Pokemon on William's bench at this point.
Yes, definitely. Maybe that is what we're going to see here. Again, we see the Drizzile here. Probably getting him the Melanie. Raihan, even better.
Oh, even better. Yeah, I was about to say that the deck runs a single Raihan, and we have not seen Raihan all tournaments so far. It's a card that traditionally is played, I guess, in Zacian decks mostly, not very much anywhere else, but we see it here now. And look at that art right there. I want that Raihan right now.
Yes, very, very cool card. Again, very, very powerful, but you can only use it if a Pokemon was knocked out. One of your Pokemon was knocked out in the previous turn. Essentially, it allows you to accelerate any energy to one of your Pokemon, as well as find any card from your deck. So here, Krelkroc, again, can just probably find the energy he is lacking, or maybe setting up a boss for next turn. But I think it was the Capacious Bucket, allowing him to find 2 water energies. And again, taking a knockout here on this Articuno. And it's making me feel like Krelkroc might be setting himself up for success now. I think he might have it. I don't think there's a way for William to really take a knockout on the active Ice Rider.
Yeah, I think it might be slipping away from William at this stage because the only route that I saw for him to take a win here was to build up enough energy to go for a 1-shot on that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Definitely.
It's not looking likely at this point.
Definitely. Maybe going for a 2-shot even on this Ice Rider would have been. Oh, and we see your
my favorite card. Reset stamp to 3, and this time around, no Genesect V.
But we do have Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider does draw you a couple of cards.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed you didn't get the rhyme, man. I'm disappointed. Reset stamp to 3, and no Genesect V. But yep, we do have Ice Rider. But then again, you need to have Psychic Energy in order to use that ability. So it remains to be seen if William gets a Psychic Energy.
I mean, it's most likely you're going to draw one if you're playing 14 of them, as well as the Viridian Forest.
That is fair.
But we've seen a couple go into play already. And an important thing to note as well is that William has lost his pivots So he does
That is
not
true.
have the Gengar. He does not have the Mars Shadow. So he's forced to put this Shadow Rider in the active. And yeah, we'll have to see here.
Yeah, at this point, I think William is just hoping he doesn't get boss's order from Krelkrok at this point.
An interesting thing that could happen, you could do, but probably not the right play, is you can attack with the Mewtwo and Mew, and if you have the Trevenant and Desnor already in the discard pile, maybe you could just pull the cards, like the boss's orders, in Krelkrok's hand, right?
Ooh, that could be the play right there.
That is definitely a possibility. But again, you're going to need that switch, and it's maybe not the best place because you do put your Mewtwo and Mew in the active, and again, 270 HP. We already see the Drizzile in play. Oh, he might go for it.
Oh yeah, I think he's probably going to do it. And I think just to also note, we are down to no time left on the clock. So at any point right now, the players will be told that time is already up. And you also see a reset stamp as well coming up from William. So my favorite card.
This is so powerful because he reset stamp Krelkrok to 2 cards in hand. And then again, with the Night Watch attack, shuffling those 2 cards back into the deck.
Exactly. I think it just really goes to show the power of reset stamp. We don't really see it very often anymore because it's been rotated out from the regular standard format. But in this format we're playing here, it's really making a showing across all these decks.
Yes.
And I mean, you got to give it to me. That's my favorite card right there. Really showing its power, in a format where you could say most decks would like to go into a price lead.
Definitely.
So this is interesting for sure.
We see another Shadow Rider Calyrex, another Underworld Door, really. And yes, there we go. He's copying the Night Watch attack. Again, Mewtwo and Mew has the ability, perfection, really, just to copy any attack. And there we go. Krelkrok shuffles up 2 cards into his deck. I have to say here, though, any Inteleon wins him this game.
Oh yeah, that's
it could be the quick
That
shooting,
is right.
It could be the shady dealings. As long as it's an Inteleon, Krelkrok takes it. So this is a very, very, very important draw here for Krelkrok.
Yeah, I think it's actually really interesting that it all comes down to an Inteleon rather than anything else. Obviously, a boss order would win it as well for Krelkrok here, but yeah, it's going to be interesting regardless of the fact.
Let's see it. Very important card here. He draws it, and it's a boss.
Oh my gosh, it's a boss order off the top.
There you go. Very big draw there, but I have to give props to William.
Reset stamp to 1. I strip away all the cards from your hand, and I still top deck the boss's order for the win.
Probably one of the best moments in today's tournament. I have to say, it's probably my favorite one today.
It's mine too for sure. I mean, we had a reset stamp to 3. We had we've had so many different plays throughout the entire tournament today. That essentially meant that you had no other option. Yeah, fine, you could have gone for an Inteleon or whatever not, but to actually get the boss order off the top deck for your turn after your hand being stripped away thanks to that Trevenant and Dusknoir, and sealing the win in that manner. Props to both players for sure, but that is definitely the moment of the tournament for today.
Yeah, definitely. Just your deck very much agreeing with you. Maybe you play multiple counts of boss. Again, Krelkrok had so many outs in that game. It could have been any Inteleon, could have been a boss's orders, and it just happened to be one of them. It happened to be one of the outs. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Cryogonal. That's something I wanted to come into play. But again, we are going to see Krelkrok play another game here, so maybe that will come into play there.
Yep, for sure. So let's go into the second game of this series. We will now have Jin8823 representing Japan. So he is essentially the winner of the CL 2022 Kyoto.
It's the typical Ice Rider with the Inteleons. He's also playing the one of Cryogonal. So it's essentially a mirror matchup here, which should be very, very interesting.
It's going to be interesting regardless. I think the overall matchup, as you say, it really depends who gets the great start up. But I think we may see Cryogonal come clutch in this matchup because imagine if you have, the full Sobble Drizzle engine going, but you're not able to play items. What happens in that scenario where we could be seeing, Paragonals staring down each other, essentially, and the rest of the deck just chugging its way through? But then again, we are in a time format. It's only 30 minutes on the clock, so don't be surprised if this goes to a sudden death. I don't know at this point. It's going to be interesting regardless. I'm just probably reeling from the fact we saw a top deck boss order for the win. I'm probably still in that zone right now, Wancho. So help me out here, man. What are the key cards you think? I think both these players are running almost very similar lists. Do you see any particular key cards that stand out?
I believe in Jin's deck, we do see the Cape of Toughness. Cape of Toughness could come. Oh, wait. Looks like they both play Cape of Toughness. I think that should be very important to put on your Suicune to really force the 2-hit knockout on the Suicune. That could be important. Again, both the decks very, very similar. Even the supporter lineup is very similar here. Looks like, yeah, I think it just comes down to who can set up first. Even their Inteleon lineups are completely the same. 4-4 Drizzile, 4 Inteleon, 2-2 split. And yeah, I'm doing my best here. But this might be a complete mirror.
Yeah, I think looking through it overall, the decks do run very similar lists. I think one thing to note is that I believe for Jin, is running Path to the Peak, which is a card that will not have any impact in this matchup.
Oh, it might. They both play Crobat V as well.
Hang on. Yep. There's a Crobat V there for sure.
Suicune also has an ability Fleet-footed, which draws you 1 extra card. So
not too bad. Not too shabby.
So you can shut that off.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think the card that will come in clutch here is probably the Melanie as well as the Raihan. So really, which of these players are able to accelerate energy onto their board faster? Because there's no other way to get additional energy attachments in this deck. They are dependent fully on Melanie as well as the one Raihan that they have. We don't see Pal Pads. We don't see a way to recur Melanies in this regard. So it's really on the players to see if they were to, miss energy drops and then fall behind from there.
Yep. And here we go. We see Jin opening up with the Rapid Strike Sobble again with the Keep Calling attack. Unfortunately, you can't use that attack on the first turn. But something we could see on the first turn is Krelkrok's Diagonal doing the Frozen Lock attack. Hopefully, we get to see it. Really, essentially locking you out of item cards in your deck, maybe giving you that time to set up. And yeah, despite the decks being very, very similar, I think they're both opting for different first attacks here. And it looks like Krelkrok is getting really set up. This in the opening hand, just having the Ice Rider, the Suicune, and another Sobble.
So a great start, I think, for Krelkrok in this regard. So we do see the Frozen Lock. So for 1 water energy, you do 10 damage, and your opponent can't play item cards.
Yes.
What do you do, Wancho, if you can't play item cards? These decks are running, upwards of 10 to 15, even 20 items at some point. So what do you do if you can't play item cards?
What you do is you keep calling. You get to find 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon. Yes, this is probably 3 Sobbles, and I mean, this Sobble is in threat of getting knocked out in 5 more turns. So,
and then you evolve it into a Drizzle, and then you stay there and active, I guess.
That is true. In fact, but yeah, a very important note here is that Jin actually did not play a supporter for turn, nor find any Suicunes or Ice Rider main attackers, really. So that is very, very tough on Jin's side of the field. While Krelkrok, again, he only has 1 Sobble, but having the option to use Ice Rider or Suicune here is very, very big. And just start powering those guys up.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, it looks like Jin has only gotten 2 Sobbles, so maybe 1 is prized?
Yes, that's definitely a possibility. I think I would have liked to see 3 if I was going to use the Keep Calling attack. So 1 is probably prized. But again, what is Sobble doing if they can't use the items, right? You can evolve into a Drizzile, use that Shady Dealings, you can find yourself a supporter, I guess.
Yeah, you probably could maybe get a boss order to bring out something that is not ideal for the active. Okay, we see the Raihan get discarded for Krelkrok. Maybe he feels that it's not going to be impactful this game. Perhaps he thinks he's going to be in too far of a lead
That is
for
true.
it to matter.
That is true. He he is in no threat at all from getting knocked out in the next turn, and even then he can promote Shadow Rider or Ice Rider, and he's not in threat of any knockout in the next 2 turns in that case.
Yeah, for sure. I think regardless of the fact, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Already, I know it may be a little slower compared to other matches we've seen today because Cryogonal is going to poke for 10 damage, via Frozen Lock. But I think it really goes down to see how Jin really tried to avenge for Team Japan, take it maybe to a 1-1 score.
Yes. They could try, but looking at the field right now, I have to give it to Krellcroc is a little bit in the lead here. Uh,
Yeah.
But yeah, let's
mean,
see if
it's-
they get an energy attachment. They could even opt to just knock out the Sobble this turn.
Yeah, maybe that could be a play.
No, but it looks like
If-
it is a research, so
Oh.
not a Melanie. That means probably just going for another Frozen Lock. One more turn. Not too bad.
Yep, and I think as long as Krellcroc is actually furthering their board state, I think it's not going to be a problem to do this. You're essentially locking out Jin from a ton of cards. No quick ball, no, stuff like Evolution Incense, no level ball, no scoop up net, nothing of that sort.
Oh, looks like
Oh yeah.
we might see here a little Frozen Lock of our own. If
What you can do, I can do better.
especially with the boss's
Ooh.
orders, very
interesting.
big. Yes, remember I mentioned that if you can get a Pokemon stuck in the active here by using the Frozen Lock, Ice Rider does have 2 retreat cost, so
Mhm,
there's no
mhm.
way to retreat possibly to the Suicune, get an attack off. What Krellcroc needs to have in his hand right now would be the VMAX, a Melanie,
And the water energy.
and a Water Energy, and he has to have that naturally.
Well, is that water energy in the discard at this point?
I actually did not catch that, but there was a professor's research played earlier in the turn.
Right.
I'd like
maybe.
it could possibly be, but we'll have to see here. If not, Jin just took a very commanding play, and possibly a play to get him back into this game here. And
Yep, I think it's definitely a good play overall, seeing the fact that he's now also being able to item lock Krellcroc
Yeah.
at this point. So really a mirrored play, but this time around, Krellcroc is not going to be able to get that Ice Rider out of the active anytime soon.
yes. But again, the item lock is on the other foot now. I wished it, and it happened. I wanted to see some Cryogonal, and I got double Cryogonals. But we do see an attachment for the turn here. Again, Ice Rider does have the attack Pierce.
Ooh,
But it goes for a boss here. It does take a
Take a
knockout this
knockout.
turn.
yeah, not too bad, not too shabby.
Yes.
Making use of the turn to further his game here, getting 1 prize.
Yes. And the 2 damage or the 20 damage done by the Cryogonal earlier in this game definitely mattering there, which was very funny. There you go. Let's see now that Jin has access to all his items. Let's see if he can set up. Let's see. Again, so many cards here help out. Evolution Incense definitely finds him the Drizzile. Drizzile can find him the Quick Ball for a different attacker. Ideally, something here. Something he could do is actually go for a Suicune. So if he can power up a Suicune and fill up his board, Krellcroc still, I believe. Oh no, there's only 4. I miscounted. If there was 5 Pokemon in Krellcroc's side of the field, Suicune would have enough damage to really take a 1-hit knockout. But
Yep.
that might be what he's going for anyway. And-
Yeah, I think overall the players are trying to find these minor increments in their board state, try and pull ahead. We're now seeing Jin get access to his items, so obviously being able to grab stuff like the Suicune V as well. So he's probably looking at a way of combating this potential Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX that's going to come down. So probably energy attachment here would do him some good.
Yes.
There's a Melanie, so
There's
not
a
too
Melanie.
bad. So
Yeah.
energy from the discard. Yep. Drawing 3 cards.
And let's see what he gets here. Ideally, an attachment for turn. And the Cape of Toughness could definitely help out, just to really put some pressure on Krellcroc and making sure your Suicune is a little safe. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him past him to just really attack again with the Cryogonal, doing 10
Yeah, perhaps,
damage.
yeah.
Doing
Not too bad actually, because you're essentially still locking Krelkor out, and all he can do is attach energy and evolve, and at that point, so, and you're probably hoping that Krelkor doesn't have that in his hand at this point. So, okay, so we see a bucket, so getting 2 water energies. I like this from Jin, getting the right cards out. But yeah, I kind of also want to have seen the
Ice Rider,
Cave of Toughness.
the
I
Cape
think,
of Toughness.
yeah, Cave of Toughness. Yeah, so I think I really agree with you at that point. You know, you don't really need to go for anything else if you had the energy in hand, but looks like he didn't. So, bucket for 2 energies, discarding one of those energies to the quick ball, get an Ice Rider. So, yeah,
Something
overall not too bad.
Something that could happen here as well is maybe he sets up an Ice Rider VMAX. Just 10 damage right now with the Cryogonal, bringing the opposing VMAX down to 300, and then maybe a couple of quick shootings really to finish the job eventually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think I like this play here also, the fact that he's spreading energy across 2 different Vs, knowing that there is a potential for Krelkor to take 2 prizes here and not wanting all his energy to be wiped off the board. So a good heads up play here by Jin.
Definitely. But we'll have to see here if Krelkor even has the VMAX, a boss, and an energy off something off
Quite a lot, isn't it?
in an item lock. But it's possible with a couple of Drizziles, because again, you can search for bosses orders with the shady dealings, just have the energy in Pokemon, I guess. We'll have
I think
to see here.
overall, there's so many options to these decks. We've seen so many different lines of play, right? We've seen Cryogonal feature, we've seen boss order to take a prize off a damaged Sobble. So a lot of different little lines of play that we wouldn't have expected unless we were playing the games that these players are playing right now.
Definitely. Oh,
Is that a retreat?
is that a retreat?
Oh,
I
that's
think
a little painful.
that is
But-
a very painful retreat, but I think he just wants to stick an item lock here.
Yeah.
Wow, just an item lock battle.
So I think Krelkor is just cutting his losses here. He feels that maybe, I'm not getting anywhere with my Ice Rider in the active. Let's get it out. Go for Melanie play. So okay,
I can see
energy
it.
back onto the Ice Rider. I like this.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't have any energy in the discard pile, so he was forced to retreat to put an energy there in order to draw those 3 extra cards. Not too bad.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Not
Yeah,
too bad.
I think it's decent. Oh, but I see now another Ice Rider as well. Not too sure about this one. What do you think? Will he need sub 2 at this point?
Potentially, because ideally here, maybe he goes for an Ice Rider, Suicune Ice Rider, right? Something
Okay,
like that.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But we'll have
There
to
was
see
some-
here. Again, yes.
Inteleon comes down right now.
Quick shooting
This is gonna be
Inteleon.
interesting.
That's very important here, because you can just keep the item lock up and then start doing 20 damage to any attacker on the field. Maybe setting it up
Yep.
so that you can knock something out with Ice Rider VMAX.
Yeah, I like that play a lot, because now essentially it means that Krelkor is on a very daunting timeline or time frame that he has to start attacking. He probably would not want to be item locking too long then.
Yes, essentially tripling his damage from last turn.
I mean, Frozen Lock does more than just damage at this point. It's slowing the game to a grind.
yes. And there we go. We see another Frozen Lock, but can we see something from Krelkor here? Again, the VMAX, an energy, and a boss here would be very big on the opposing Ice Rider. But that is probably too much to ask for under item lock.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're now at the midpoint of this second game in quarterfinal 2. Remember, I mentioned that we could go into sudden death because both players are just item locking each other, and probably going to look that way if neither player wants to take the lead to start going back and forth with attacks. Of course, the first player that does so is in a much better situation, but we know for a fact that Jin has Krelkor's number at this point thanks to that Inteleon on the bench.
Definitely. I just upping up the damage here. But again, there is 15 minutes left on the clock. If they don't start using the Ice Rider's 250 damage attack, at this point, we might go into sudden death. It's funny how we're talking about sudden death, and there's 15 more minutes, but it's only because we have Cryogonal attacking for 10 damage.
So definitely a line of play that he'll be able to take. But overall, I think this Cryogonal is making a splash in this format. The fact that we see it again. I believe this card was from Unified Minds, if not mistaken. So definitely a card you don't see in the current standard format, but really giving this Ice Rider decks a different dimension overall.
Definitely.
And okay,
we see a boss
order. All right, that is interesting.
Gonna see it? Are we gonna see the VMAX retreat energy?
Oh, if there is, I think Kralkrog is poised to really take the lead this game, regardless if it's item locked or not. It's good angling for a retreat.
He's going to retreat.
He's
it's a Suicune.
Okay, will Suicune deal enough damage? I think it might.
1, 2, 3, 4. Not just yet, but maybe with a couple of quick shooting. It definitely puts in pressure. It's a lot better than going for a frozen. Well, depends, right? It depends, but putting on pressure is not too bad. That damage is going to stick. Essentially, if that turns into a VMAX, you're two-shotting it anyway. Might as well get an attack off right now.
Yep, and it also forces Jin to really invest into this active Ice Rider Calyrex V instead of going for a fresh one, because otherwise a quick shooting will take a knockout on this very easily, right? So you will have to try and get the most out of this Ice Rider Calyrex V in the active, instead of switching to the second one later on.
Definitely, and we're going to see it. We're possibly going to see it here, but let's see what he decides to find with the shady dealings. What else he decides to find? We know he's going for one of the evolution instances. Is there anything else that could help out here? I think it's a little too early to reset Stamp.
No, I wouldn't do it at this point. I think reset Stamp, you probably want to save it. Maybe get it now so that you can save it for the next turn. I don't know, depending on what he has access to. Because
an interesting thing.
Sorry,
I just have to say, he might get a Cape of Toughness, attach it to the active, and then maybe just attach a Water Energy and go for 200
You caught my train of thought. You caught my train of thought as well. So I was thinking, okay, maybe if you don't evolve it, you could go for the Cape of Toughness, but then you wouldn't take the Evolution Incense, would you?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That's a good call out, actually. That's a very good call out. The fact that you have this Cape of Toughness to swing the numbers a little bit, forcing Kralkrog to invest in attack rather than an ability, that's actually a very good play to have. And I wonder if Jin is able to access that right now.
Yeah, and it also sort of skews the prize race. Yes, you're giving away 2, but then your opponent still has 3 prizes to take. You can attack with a Suicune next, then maybe force another Ice Rider Calyrex. Potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
But
let's see. Could it be prize? That Cape of Toughness? He only runs 1.
That is true. We'll have to... He goes for the Raihan here.
Okay. So fully expecting there to be a knockout.
Yeah, but not a knockout this turn. There was no knockout the previous turn. So I'm essentially just giving up this Ice Rider.
Yep, for sure. And I think it's what I mentioned earlier, making Kralkrog invest in it. So essentially you have to use an attack rather than an ability.
Definitely.
Okay, that's an air balloon.
Interesting. If you expect the Ice Rider to get knocked out, I wouldn't have attached the air balloon just yet. But we'll have to see here what else happens.
Oh, retreating to the Suicune, maybe.
To the Suicune.
Okay.
Interesting play. So essentially protecting it, yes, again, from abilities, and attacking with the Suicune. The Suicune...
Scoop up net coming to play.
The Suicune is able to knock it out because of the quick shooting Inteleon. Yes.
Yep. So the Suicune here gets a knockout, and Jin also arming himself with the Raihan, or, well, essentially the follow-up turn, expecting either the Suicune or the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX to go down, regardless of the fact. So I guess line of play works out pretty well, and it could mean that the Cape of Toughness was prize.
Potentially.
Or maybe this play just wasn't so obvious, because we took a while to think about it as well.
That is true. But yes, Jin does go down to 4 here, and the only Pokemon with an energy does have 40 damage on it, essentially bring it up to 280 if it decides to VMAX. Unfortunately, that doesn't put it at range just yet on a
Yep.
from an Ice Rider, but it's very close. It's very close.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I really dislike about this play here by Jin is that I'm giving up a Pokemon that has 220 effective HP right now, compared to giving up the Ice Rider Calyrex, which had, just over 100. It may not matter as much considering that Max Lance is doing 250, but it could be something that comes into play. Oh wait, there is a reset step though, with an evolution incense. So again, I'm stopped in my tracks by what I believe is my favorite card of the tournament today.
Yes. Let's see if this reset stat can stick here. Jin does have one Sobble in play. That means any level ball, any Pokemon searcher is live. So maybe not as strong of a reset stat, but we'll have to see. And essentially, 4 cards is not too bad. That's like getting Marnied.
Yeah, not too bad. Getting Marred is not too bad. It's not the end of the world.
Yes.
That is, I believe, a scoop up net. So grabbing up the result. So again, one more Shady Dealings.
Yes. And let's see what he opts to find here.
If I had $1 for every Shady Dealing I said today, I probably could buy my own playset of result.
Probably. Maybe we could get a couple of secret rare water energies just with the amount of Shady Dealings today. Again, just goes to show how powerful that ability is, serving as an engine to multiple decks. Really, we've seen it in the Vikavolt deck, unfortunately, but we didn't get to see the Vikavolt.
Yep,
we've seen it in this Ice Rider deck, and I'm sure there are multiple more decks that can use the Inteleon lineup.
Yeah, I think one deck that players have been playing a little bit over the past few weeks or months would be the Ludicolo Suicune V deck. So no Ice Rider, but it also utilizes the Drizzle Inteleon engine for sure. Very interesting deck overall. And I think in that deck, you don't run any 3-price Pokemon, so it's a bit different in that respect. So, but definitely a very flexible engine that can be played in almost any deck.
Definitely. And and just having access to 2 different Inteleons is just so good, right? If you need more damage, you can go into the quick shooting Inteleon. If you need a couple more items, you can go into the Shady Dealing Inteleons. An interesting note as well in this, especially in the Ice Rider deck, is you can attack with the Shady Dealings Inteleon. It does 120 damage and 20 snipe, which is not that bad, and you can power it up with something like a Raihan. But here we go. We see your favorite card here, the Reset Stamp to 4. Alrighty. And I believe we're just going to see a Max Lance for 250, which is interesting. I think I can see the line of play now for Jin. He retreated into the Suicune, forcing the Max Lance, right? Because if you did have the Shadow Rider active here, or getting the Ice Rider, you can just use Ride of the High King.
Yep, and preserve the energy. As well.
Yes. So I believe that was Jin's line of thought. And now that the Ice Rider still has 2 energy attached, it's 1 boss away from winning this entire game here. It's 1 boss away from winning this entire game. 1 boss away. Yes. And we'll have to see what happens here. He has to buy a couple of turns, going back into that Cryogonal, possibly just doing 30 damage to this turn to it, which is not too bad. Just buying a turn and then maybe cleaning it up with a Suicune later in the game. But we'll have to see here with the amount of Sobbles and Drizzles Krelkrok has access to. All he needs is a boss, and that's not an item card.
Yeah, I really would like to see Jin here play his own reset step. I believe he does run at least 2. Yep, he does. So it really comes down to the fact that number 1, you're gonna take a knockout here for sure on the active. And if you can have a reset stamp to follow up to ensure that the options available to Krelkrok are minimized. But if you can't reset stamp here, I really feel that the game is out of Jin's reach at this point, because Krelkrok essentially has multiple Drizzles to work with, as you say. They could easily power up a fresh Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Not unless you're under item lock.
Fair enough, yeah. But if you're under item lock, you're also 1 turn behind in taking prizes, because the active Ice Rider VMAX is not going to be using Max Lens. It's going to be using Rider High King.
Yeah, that's
So,
true. I don't think
There's
there's
like a catch-22 for Jin right now.
definitely. I don't think there's a way for Jin actually to knock out the active Ice Rider Calyrex. It only has 40 damage on it, and Suicune caps out at 220.
Oh yeah, so
Unfortunately.
40 plus 20, 60. Yep. Just a little shy, 20 damage shy.
Ooh,
Unfortunately.
there's the
Ooh, that's interesting. That
yes,
could swing it.
the Cape of Toughness. It could, but again, now you're forcing Croc to have two cards. He needs the Quick Shooting Inteleon as well as the boss's orders for next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if I'm Jin here, I'll probably just go all in and see where it takes me.
A second energy attached to the Cryogonal.
Okay. Okay. Just trying to maybe just get an energy attachment for a retreat, perhaps. Not too sure.
I had to double check there. I thought I was missing another attack on the Cryogonal. And but yeah, again, not too bad. Maybe I would have liked to see the energy attach go to one of the Drizziles just to maybe attack with the Shady Dealings Inteleon, just as an option. But again, this is fine. I'm pretty sure you're all in on the Suicune now. Possibly. How many Ice Riders do we see go down? Interestingly enough, both players only play 2 of each. So maybe one of them is prized for Jin. That's why he can't attach to a new Ice Rider here.
Yeah, perhaps. I think that's one of the reasons why he's going to a second Suicune.
Interesting.
But I'm not sure how that plays out. I think overall he's able to deal enough damage here to put the Ice Rider Calyrex to 20 HP left. So he's probably buying himself 1 turn in order to sweep all 4 prizes on his next turn, if possible.
Definitely. But it does put his Suicune in a very precarious position, because now all you need is the Quick Shooting Inteleon. That's all you need.
Yeah.
There it is.
And he has it. There it is.
Yes, Quick Shooting Inteleon doing 20 damage, bringing Suicune down to around 240 HP.
And a Max Lance for knockout.
Yes. And there you have it. Croc taking out another person from Team Japan here.
We have seen some very strong first players for both Team Malaysia and now for Team Korea. Interestingly enough, that was a mirror match between Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX and Croc from Korea. Was managed to take another game, this time against Jin of Japan.
I would have called it.
Overall.
I would have called it the Cryogonal mirror match, to be honest.
The Cryogonal mirror match. Fair enough. Great stuff. So don't go anywhere. We still have 1 more match at least, or it could be 3 more matches depending how Croc performs. But before that, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back for Korea versus Japan. Welcome back everyone to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament. I'm Aaron, it's Wancho. We're now in Game 3 of the series between Korea and Japan. We've seen some very great games so far. Let's see what we see in Game number 3 of this King of the Hill tournament match.
Yes, I'm definitely excited. We have one more player from Japan. Can they stay in it? Can we see a reverse sweep here? And yes, it's going to be Kaisei. Kaisei, who is a CL 2022 Fukuoka winner, as well as Kyoto Best 8 and the PJCS 2021 Best 16. Yes, looks like he is playing the ADP Zacian, but also with a little spice mixed in the Galarian Moltres. I feel like maybe for the new matchup, but I think this could bring Team Japan back. Definitely, especially with the Zacian, since Ice Rider is weak to metal.
For sure. And I think the deck is a throwback to what was actually played for a while before the standard rotation. Essentially, ADP here getting more partners in crime other than Zacian V, getting access to Galarian Moltres, and of course, a host of other supporting casts with Eldegoss, Crobat V, Marshadow, Mew, Oricorio GX. So a whole bunch of other essential options that we have for the ADP deck to try and combat whatever the Ice Rider Calyrex is able to throw up against it. I'm excited for this match overall. It's something different than we would have seen. I personally played ADP Zacian back in the day. I'm not that old, but obviously back in the day. What do you think overall of this deck as a concept? We've seen ADP already, Yuancho. What do you think of this combination with Zacian and Galarian Moltres?
I think it's just really good. ADP is such a powerful card, just with the Altered Creation GX buffing up your damage by 30, as well as allowing you to take extra prize cards. It gives you the flexibility to really just start using any Pokemon that hits really, really hard. And we know Zacian hits really, really hard.
Yeah, for sure. We're really going to see these players play up. So we again have Krelkrok from Korea, who has won 2 games in a row so far for Team Korea right now. Will he be able to go for a clean 3-0 sweep? Or will Kaisei from Japan claw one back for Team Japan in this match? So let's take a look. Players are about to set up. Final thoughts, Wansho. What do you think is the card for Kaisei, or essentially the card in Kaisei's deck that will bring this game home for Japan?
Zacian. If he sets up 2 Zacian, he should be poised to really take the game. And just with all the support with the Dedenne, the Eldegoss, the Crobat, the Oricorios, with so much draw, and even Zacian's ability itself, I think he can make that happen. Just hopefully he is only playing 2 Zacian, 2 Galarian Moltres, and 2 ADP. So if either the 2 Zacians could be prized, that could pose a problem. But we'll have to see here. I'm going to have to give the advantage here on Kaisei, definitely, just because he is playing the natural weakness to the Ice Rider deck. But we know Krelkrok is not only playing Ice Rider, he also has Suicunes in the mix that could possibly help out. But again, with the Altered Creation, Zacian does reach 260, which is the max HP of Suicune with the Cape of Toughness. So we'll have to see.
And it's also interesting to note that he runs a very interesting card, Kaisei, I mean, in Rusted Sword. So Rusted Sword here, the attacks of the Zacian V this card is attached to does 30 more damage. So essentially, its main cap at the moment is 290 damage before weakness and resistance. I've never seen a Zacian do that much damage before, Wancho.
Yes, definitely. 290, unfortunately, is not in the VMAX range, but it is in the tag team range. Probably playing the Rusted Sword just to deal with either the Mewtwo and Mews or the Trevenant and Dusknoirs, something like that. But again, in this matchup, I don't think it should matter too much. 260 should hit. Maybe if you miss the Altered Carnation and need to knock out a Suicune that has a cape, yes, the sword should definitely help out in that case.
Right, definitely. I think it's definitely a card that we don't really see very often. It's a fairly new card as well, considering all things considered. It's part of the Sword and Shield format for a while now overall. But yeah, well, just a minor call out. I think looking at the list overall, we also see some cards from the Sun and Moon time frame. So Guzma and Hala, Mallow and Lana, all these cards essentially allowing the ADP deck a greater level of flexibility compared to essentially a deck from today's standard format. I think one card here that stands out to me personally is the Tag Call item card. So Tag Call, 3 Tag Calls being run in Kaisei's deck, allowing him to search for 2 tag team cards. It's a consistency engine in some regard. You get to grab out 2 cards from your deck that essentially fuel the rest of your deck in some way, give you more options as well.
Yes, but an important thing to note actually is it's a tag team card, so it could be a tag team Pokemon or a tag team supporter. So
exactly,
just a huge consistency boon. And yes, and getting the Guzman Hala could possibly net you those air balloons or the Aurora energy as well. So possibly a very easy way to power up ADP. And we'll have to see here. Looks like both players are set up. I believe we saw Krelkrok do Mulligan one time. And looks like we have Suicune for Krelkrok and ADP for Kaisei. The Krelkrok is going first though. Let's see what he can set up. Ideally, he'd see a bunch of Inteleons. That's definitely something he has that Kaisei doesn't, right? The ability to really search your deck for any trainer card. Whereas Kaisei is just drawing cards. So there is still a possibility he doesn't get the key things he could need.
Yep, for sure. And I think the main call out here for both these decks is that they're running very different styles of decks, I would say. Crown Croc, as you mentioned, runs the Drizzle Intelligent Engine to get the right pieces for the occasion. Whereas for Kaisei, it's all about, I'm going to alter creation GX by turn 2, and I'm going to take prizes using the cards that I have access to. So we have the Ultimate Array from the Arceus Dialga Palkia GX, being able to accelerate energy while also taking prizes at the same time. Essentially, the deck overall just functions as a prize-taking machine once you've gotten off your Altered Creation GX. I think it's also very interesting to see that it has I think we mentioned a few times already, a large supporting cast in Crobat V, Elagos V, the Denny GX, and also Oricorio GX, ways for the deck to essentially get the right resources, but unfortunately also representing prizes that Krellcroc can go for, especially with a max lens.
Definitely. But I think if you're staring down a Zacian V, I think you typically go for that instead of, yes, there are liabilities in Dedenne, Eldegoss, and all that, but when it push comes to shove, you have to deal with the threats. So maybe, yes, playing it down could be a threat, but again, you have to deal with the Zacian first. And yeah, something as well that Calcroft doesn't play is Path to the Peak. That means all these abilities on these rule box Pokemon are going to be live the entire time. Maybe we can see Moltres power itself up with its Dire Flame Wings, or maybe the early Intrepid Sword, just very, very powerful. So many options here. And yeah.
Yeah, I think I see now going for the ideal start. He did discard a Mew to the Quick Ball, so I would presume it's going to be a Zacian V. Yep, hello Zacian. Great for you to join us. So the perfect card in this situation, because essentially it allows the ADP deck to draw additional cards, hoping to get the right energy requirements for ADP's Altered Creation GX to go off on turn 2. I don't believe there is a way for him to do it on turn 1. I don't think he would want to, because essentially you only get the damage boost rather than the price boost. But I think in this matchup, it's also worth noting that you could just go for 2 knockouts on 2 separate Ice Red Calyrex VMAX, and that's game for you, essentially. But of course, if there is going to be a Suicune V staring at you in the active spot, you'd want to get the Altered Creation GX off. That allows you to speed up your price raise.
Definitely. There actually is a way to get the Altered Creation off on the first turn. If you have the ADP in the active, Zacian in the bench, you can Quick Ball away a Metal Energy, use the Metal Saucer, get it onto the Zacian, use the Energy Switch to switch it to the ADP and attach a Water Energy and Altered Creation turn 1, which is not, it's possible. It's possible, especially if you're playing Dedennes, playing Crobats, and yeah, and we already have the Zacian in hand. Unfortunately, when we saw the Quick Ball, I was expecting a Metal Energy to go down, but since we didn't see that, that may not be the case. Yes, there is just a manual attachment of the Metal Energy here, and Zacian on the bench, and he should be fine just going for an Intrepid Sword.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned that whole play with the Energy Switch and Metal Saucer, I love it. I loved it. I love living, on the edge in that regard. But I think one thing to note is that the deck is pretty teched out. We only have 2 Metal Saucers, 2 Energy Switch, 2 Reset Stamps, 2 Escape Ropes, 2 Avaloons, a lot of 2-offs in Kaisei's deck. And I think it's really, getting as many options as possible out at the moment for his deck. And that also means that he will miss Intrepid Sword's additional effect of getting Melee Energies onto the Zacian. As you see, he's actually missed it for the first Intrepid Sword so far of the game, and he also had to face an Escape Rope. And now it gets a little awkward because Krellcroc has promoted a Cryogonal.
Yes, that means this Zacian is stuck. However, there is a way to get it out of the active in Kaisei's deck, but it's a one-of. He has to draw into the Mallow and Lana.
Yeah, that's true. But who knows? He might have it already after the first Intrepid Sword.
That is true. He drew 3 cards, and none of them were energy. So we'll have to see here. And even though he doesn't get it, as long as you get an attachment onto the ADP, I think you should be fine. I think you should be A-okay. You can lose one Zacian as long as the other Zacian isn't prized. But again, that is the risk you're playing with when you only run 2 of each of your main attackers.
Yeah, yes, it's more of a toolboxy sort of deck, and I gotta respect Kaisi for bringing this. I think it's a very unique deck overall. Like as I mentioned, we did see it a little bit before standard rotation, but it's gonna make a splash here for sure. It's a very interesting overall combination of cards to be bringing to this tournament.
Yes,
We see a Viridian Forest, discarding a Darkness Energy. That is always good to see when you're running Galarian Moltres.
definitely. And let's see where he decides to attach the energy here, though. What energy he decides to find, as well as where he decides to attach it. I wouldn't put it past him to just attach it to the active Zacian and then Intrepid Sword, and hopefully at least hitting one metal, maybe getting ready to attack next turn. But we'll have to see. It looks like it is
Goes
the
for
water energy, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he has the Malo and Lana.
It'll be superb if he does. He puts himself in a very good position to start not just taking prizes but also accelerating energy using the ultimate array attack from the ADP GX. So
Yes.
let's see what he has. If he does have the Melalana, it's a perfect combination of cards to have in hand.
There's also probably no rush. Even if he doesn't have the Mellow Lana this turn, if you get it next turn, that would be very, very big. Again, the Suicune can't knock out the Zacian, especially if Kaisei opts to not bench anything. Well, as I say that, he benches a Galarian Moltres, but that is one bench we can spare since Galarian Moltres does have a very powerful ability in Dire Flame Wings, really powering itself up.
Yep,
Yeah.
and as you mentioned, it's actually a very good counter to Mew and Mew VMAX, I would say. So we see the card now on display, the full out version of it, with Aura Burn for 190 damage. It definitely takes out the Mew VMAX in one hit. I think now we just seen a Professor Research from Kaisei, so no Melalana at this point.
Actually, I believe that was the Dedenne.
Oh, for Dedenne, all right, yeah, fair enough.
So he could still
possible
possibly,
for Melalana, yeah, possible for it.
but again, we'll have to see if he has it. It is a one-off in the deck. He goes for the resetting home Marshadow, getting rid of his own stadium, really not locking this stadium, taking out the option for Krelkrok to look for his own energy card. And we just see here an Intrepid Sword getting an attachment for the turn.
Oh, that
Very,
is
very
huge.
big.
That is huge.
Yes.
So essentially it allows these Zacian to retreat next turn with a manual attachment, and then an Altered Creation GX to follow up.
Definitely. And we'll have to see if that's what happens here. Krelkrok again can just opt for just going for item lock again, no problem. But after that, you're going to have to do something once you get Altered Creation.
Yep. So we see a water energy come down onto this. We have a Drizzle with Shady Dealings. What would he
Yes.
go for here?
I believe he would still need to set up an Ice Rider. I think that is still really important because, again, Suicune just doesn't do the job if Kaisei doesn't bench anything. He would need to have the Ice Rider to really get the one-hit knockout on the active Zacian eventually. But I guess a supporter for turn is also not bad to see, especially if Kaisei's hand is very, very big. Marnie should do the job here.
Yep, that's for sure.
Yeah, Marnie is definitely the support you want to play if you're going to go off item lock. So we could possibly we can, he's not going to go off item lock because he can't attach another energy to Suicune. But again, just a good card to play, especially with that big of a hand from Kaisei. Since he hasn't been able to play anything, he has Intrepid Sword around 2 times at this point. So this is a very, very big play, and we'll have to see what else Krelkrok can pull out. Hopefully, again, I would like to see an Ice Rider and possibly a couple of more Sobbles. Because
Yep, definitely. But I think the Marnie play here is it's all right, I would say, but it's something which I feel doesn't really progress Krelkrok's side of the field too much. I would rather have seen maybe a different draw supporter, or maybe setting up more Sobbles, as you say. I'm not sure about this play here, Honcho. I feel it's trying to disrupt Kaisei in some way, but it's just one energy away.
Yeah, but he only has 4 cards in his hand, and he did
That's
get rid
true.
of his own Viridian City. So maybe he doesn't have the energy to retreat. If he can
Yeah.
buy that extra turn, that doesn't seem too bad. But again, I'd like to see the Ice Rider Calyrex really to
Mhm.
just really take out the Zacian eventually. But
Yep,
again,
that's true.
it is getting hit a couple of times with the Cryogonal's
Frozen Lock? Yep.
attack, the Frozen Lock, and maybe
Yep.
eventually we can knock it out with the help of some quick shooting Inteleons. But we'll have to see here. Oh,
Mhm.
there we go. We see a Pokemon communication.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to grab here. A Sobble wouldn't be too bad either, just to have options again for next turn.
Yep, we do see a Sobble right now, so he has access to more Shady Dealings next turn.
Yes. Even has access to the big Shady Dealings with the Shady Dealings Inteleon if he opts for it.
Yep.
But again, it's all a matter of if Kaisei can draw into an energy. He is playing around 12 energies. That is a lot. So
Yep,
there
for
is
sure.
only around 8 left in the deck. But we'll have to see here. Even Malo and Lana, he could still have drawn into the Malo and Lana.
That's true. I think the one thing I want to note is that both these players have yet to take a single prize, and we're already more than halfway through the match. It's really going to come down to whether or not either of these players are able to take all 6 prizes, or we might have another sudden death match today.
I wouldn't have to worry about ADP trying to get prizes. Once it gets its altered creation down, he just goes for an Intrepid Sword.
Yep.
But doesn't get it.
I think he's thinking about energy attachment. Yeah,
there
he has.
There it is.
He goes for an energy attachment and still put 2 cards back into the hand. So, I mean, I don't find an issue with this play. It's pretty good, I would say. Intrepid Sword getting you out of sticky situations.
There we go. He can even opt to just attack at this point if he chooses to. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Again, I wouldn't mind the altered creation play though. And
I think the altered creation just allows him to probably grab all 6 prizes within the time frame that we have right now. Taking 1 prize off a Cryogonal is not what you want to do, especially when you are using your big beefy GXs and Vs to take prizes.
That is true. That is true. But again, paying that 2 energy cost to retreat, and then the risk of getting bossed again is very, very scary.
That is true. That is true. Maybe the air balloon that he has come into play, but he's
still under item lock, so he can't play the air balloon just yet.
Yeah, and Krelkort has a second Cryogonal in his deck, so there he runs 2. He's definitely able to stall out if necessary.
That is true. And actually, if this game came down to sudden death, Ice Rider does have the capability to do 250 damage after 2 turns. So
that is true. That is true. But let's also see Intrepid Sword on Zacian, allowing it to attack by turn 2. You never know.
That is true. Again, we're thinking about sudden death. There's still 12 minutes in this game. And
yeah, fair enough.
It's ADP altered creation. Once he gets that off, it should be off to the races. But again, it's just a matter of, can he? An interesting play here could be he could boss up the Dedenne just to try and stall that out again. But I don't think, again, that doesn't progress anything. Yes, it is buying you a couple of turns. And we see a Scoop Up Net here picking up the Shady Dealings Inteleon. Already did his job, found him 2 cards, going into this Shady Dealings Drizzile. I got so many searches here. We'll have to see getting a level ball, finding another Sobble, getting set up. The Frozen Lock really buying Krelkroft the time here to really set up his board. I think it's really doing its job here. And
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if it just continues to do its job.
No, I think the main thing here is that the Ice Red Calyrex is now down on the bench, so Krelkroft is probably buying his time to get that set up so that he could take out his Zacian in 1 hit before being knocked out himself. The one thing though is that if Kaisei has the boss order and energy, he could just go for those 2 prizes right now if he would like to.
Definitely. I think Krelkroft at playing this matchup to the best of his ability here. What support is that? I believe that's a Marnie.
Yep, I think that's another Marnie. So goodbye Intrepid Sword hand for Zacian V. Another 4 cards for Kaisei. So he's been hit with back-to-back Marnies at this point.
Yes. And
And still under item lock.
yeah, I think what we'd like to see here again, this is Carl Croc's opportunity. He has bought so much time. At this point, he can go into the Ice Rider VMAX and then boss up the Zacian later, take a knockout there. And I think there's no way for Kaise. Oh, well, it's very, very tough since there's only 2 Metal Saucers in the deck to really power up a second Zacian. And even then, once you see a Zacian bench, you can go for another boss. And
now we've seen Oricorio. Not the greatest hand to see right now. I think that's Process Research.
yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So benching the Oricorio as insurance against a knockout, so allowing you to draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon got knocked out last turn. I like it. It's not too bad. It probably just hedges the risk of potentially losing the Zacian next turn.
Yeah. Again, definitely. I mean, if you had the option next turn to boss something, you're not going to be bossing up the Oricorio. And there we go. We see an attachment to the ADP here. The Aurora Energy, I believe Kaise has to discard a card from his hand to attach that card.
Yep.
And
maybe picking cards to discard at this point.
Yes. An escape rope. He discards an escape rope.
Discard.
That would have been nice to see if it was not item lock.
Yeah, for sure. So a retreat here.
There we go. We're going to see it. We're going to see the Altered Creation GX, unless he just goes for the attack.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe he just go for Ultimate Ray. He just says, I'm done with all this item lock shenanigans. Let me just take a prize, and I might just, set up another attacker. I might set up my Zacian, and, the ball's bang your court. So, okay, he goes for the GX. The prudent play, I would say.
Definitely. But I wouldn't have minded the attack there. I mean, going down to 1, going down to 5, and then maybe you take 3 off of VMAX and then find your last 2 prizes somewhere is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, not too bad, I think. But I really respect the patience from Kaise here, knowing that, I can win this game even though I don't take a prize now, because it furthers every single turn that I have after this. Now next turn, nothing stopping this ADP from taking a prize against this Cryogonal.
A boss is.
Oh yeah, fair enough. A boss is for sure. A boss is.
A boss on that Zacian again is definitely a way you stop from taking prizes.
It's gonna be so annoying to deal with, unless the Metal Nana comes to play.
Yeah, definitely.
That would be interesting to see. We get a chance to see Kaise's discard pile. I see 3 Metal Energies already in there.
That is a lot of metal, especially since he's only playing 5.
So Trin discard 1 on the active ADP, so that leaves only 1 left in the deck or his hand. But does run another Aurora Energy, and of course the 2 Metal Sources might come to play later. So let's see how far that gets him.
Definitely. There's also the energy switch to get it off the ADP if necessary. If necessary. But yes, again, because of the Altered Creation, Galarian Moltres is also a pretty competent attacker at this point, able to do around 220 with the Auraborn attack. And yes, I believe there's nothing besides the single prizers, there's nothing in the field that can, I mean, the rule box Pokemon can take a 220, especially since the Suicune has the Cape of Toughness attached, but we do know that Kaise does play the Tool Scrapper, so maybe he could use the Moltres in the future to deal with the Suicune.
Yep, that Tool Scrabble might come to play later to be a clutch card for Kaise. There is also, well, we haven't talked about my favorite card of the series or of today. There's also reset stamps on both displays decks.
Yes, definitely.
I think the interesting card here is potentially I want to see the Raihan from Kaise, because he set up himself very well with Oricorio. I think the Raihan might give him the edge if Croc goes for a knockout here in any shape or form. We really have to see what comes to play. Oh, there's a lot of item cards coming down from Croc.
Kaise must be looking at Croc and thinking, that must be nice. That must be nice. Would really like to play an item or two at this point. And yeah, we'll have to see what Croc has up his sleeves. I have to think this is the time to break the item lock. I don't think doing 10 damage to an ADP would matter. Maybe it does. 10 damage brings it out to 270. That is 1 ping away from getting a 1-hit knockout. So actually, I take that back. Okay, no, there we go. We see the boss.
There's a boss.
Oh no!
Well, you called it. So the boss is now In fact, but oh hey, so there's gonna be a retreat into the
Suicune.
Suicune. All right, so that will be a one-hit knockout at this point.
Yes, if we see the energy attachment, and there we go, we do see it. And with the amount of Pokemon in play and just the damage done by the Cryogonal, it is enough to knock out the Zacian V here.
Yeah. So Kaisei loses his main attacker against the Ice Rider Calyrex. Let's see who he
Yes.
promotes. Oh, here comes
Oh.
the Moltres. Okay.
Let's see if there's any dark energy in the discard pile. Looks like there isn't.
He's looking for it.
He goes for the Oricorio, allowing him to draw 3 cards because a Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn.
Ooh, here comes that call.
Ooh, let's see. Finally, the first item he was able to play.
It seemed like ages since the last item he played, I'm sure.
And yeah, again, he's going to need the Tool Scrapper, an energy in the discard pile, and an energy attachment for turn to really get a knockout here. But not impossible. Still has a multitude of support Pokemon to play. A Dedenne, a Crobat, and yes. But ideally, I'd like to see another Zacian benched.
Yeah, I think at this point of time, it's difficult regardless of the situation, right? Like you could probably go for, was it Aura Burn on the Galarian Moltres? You could
Yes.
go for Aura Burn and force a potential knockout here because you have the Tool Scrapper. But that still doesn't get you anywhere to win yet because you really need to have a Zacian ready and ready to attack as soon as you can.
That is true. That is true. But maybe baiting out at this point, yes, I can take a knockout on the Suicune. Maybe trying to pull 3 prizes. Maybe the Zacian is prized, and from there just baiting out a knockout so you can use Raihan to really just power up.
That's true. Yeah.
So we'll have to see here. It looks like it was a quick ball.
Yep, quick ball discarding the Guzman Hala. So I feel Kaisei maybe has other ways to get the resources that he needs. So Guzman Hala, pretty strong card, I would say. Able to get you a Stadium card. Or if you were to discard 2 other cards from your hand, you get also to search for a Pokemon tool and a special energy card. So a very flexible supporter overall.
Yes. If he played it, he definitely would have been able to attack with the Galarian Moltres because he would be able to find the Viridian Forest and the Aurora energy to just attack with the Galarian Moltres. But then again, you're still lacking the Tool Scrapper. So I think that's why Kaisei opted for the Dedenne GX here. Again, Dedenne GX, a very strong GX Pokemon, just allowing you to discard your hand and draw 6 cards.
Yep. I think it's also important to note that he could have gone for the Tool Scrapper later. Maybe he felt it was not ideal for him at this point, because he could always go for the Tool Scrapper later on after this turn by first dealing that 220 damage. But it seems like he didn't want to, and now he benches a Zacian V and also the Dedenne, so he's cutting his hand. There goes Energy Switch, and I guess that's also a switch, and was it the Melolana as well? So he discarded the Melolana too.
I would have liked to see the energy switch played here, maybe moving the energy on ADP really, and trying to put it on either the Zacian or the Moltres, just so it's 1 energy off.
Yep, that's true.
Especially if you're opting to really attack with your 2 prizers at this point. And yes. Yeah, and more importantly, again, if you're attacking 220 with the Galarian Moltres and opting for the Tool Scrapper later in the game, that means you're only... Oh, there we go. We see the Tool Scrapper. But if you opted for that, doing the damage now, and then using the Tool Scrapper for later, you only take 2 prizes because you didn't knock out using an attack.
That is true. And maybe that's the reason why Kaisei went for that play, because he didn't want to lose essentially 1 prize card.
Yes, definitely. But again, does that 1 prize card really matter at this point if Croc does not bench another 2 prize Pokemon? Right?
That is true.
Yeah, essentially still having forced to try and knock out a Ice Rider VMAX. But again, there's only 1 minute left in the round here. And yeah, we're going to have to see if Kaisei can even get the attack. He's still 1 energy off.
Yep,
Ooh, your
that's
favorite
a
card.
reset stamp. So we do see it coming to play now. But does Kaise have a way to get energy onto the active to take the knockout here? That's the thing.
Yes, again, if he did have the energy switch earlier and he would have the attack now, but ooh,
That's a Crystal Cavern, I think.
yeah, Crystal Cave, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. He
Oh,
does
there you go.
research a dark energy,
Into this
and
card.
yes, that should be enough energy for Galarian Moltres to get the attack because it does have the ability Dire Flame Wings again to attach one dark energy from the discard pile to the active.
Yep. Yep, exactly. So
There we go. And because
Yeah.
of the Altered Creation GX, Galarian Moltres is now doing 220 damage, more than enough to knock out this Suicune.
and it also has a Melisaucer for the Zacian. So Meta Energy coming out on the Zacian. I really have to agree with you here on the energy switch play that he could have done instead of just burning it out. If he had
Ooh.
energy switch over to the Zacian, he would be really poised to take on this match right now.
Definitely, instead of, but again, yeah, the cape of toughness as well coming into play here, giving Zacian 270 HP. Again, that is reachable for Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yep.
But if, again, he did just get reset stamp to 4, and that means he does need a boss's orders, quick shooting Inteleon onto the Zacian. Maybe if he opts to just attack into the Galarian Moltres, that does make Raihan live. And that is another way
true.
to get energy onto Zacian.
And I think one thing to note for all of you at home and for us as well is that time has been pretty much called so far. So I think these players are now on their final turns each. And well, if they're both on their final turns, Kaise is the only one that could eke out a win. Because a knockout on the Ice Rider Calyrex is the only possibility for him to get the win here. Because Calcroc is at 4 prizes, and if this is his only turn remaining, there is no way to get 4 prizes off Kaise's field, unfortunately.
I believe you are right here, but yeah, so that means Krellcroc has to go for going into the VMAX. I would actually, I wouldn't mind seeing going into the VMAX, retreating to the Cryogonal, and just going for another item long.
Yep, I am 100% on board with that. I think that's the play that you probably should go for.
If you're opting for the sudden death, yes, that is definitely the play. Just removing options from your opponent's side of the field.
Yep, and I think, so now just calculating the number of, I think that's boss's orders. So 3 down so far for Kaise. He does run the 4th.
Yes, and his deck is running a little thin, so he could possibly get it. Maybe thinking if he should use a reset stamp here, that could also be big. Reset stamp into item lock, that is just so oppressive.
Yep, for sure. Imagine this, reset stamp into a boss order onto a Dedenne. And then retreating into the Cryogonal for item block.
That could be pretty good. Definitely.
That would definitely force sudden death at this point, for sure.
Again, Krellcroc's deck essentially being the Cryogonal deck, I believe, but he hasn't gone for that play yet. We'll have to see what he does here. He needs to either get it out of the active, get the Ice Rider out of the active, or at least evolve it, just so it's not knocked out by just the Galarian Moltres. And here we go. We see the shady dealings in Inteleon, looking for 2 of any item card.
2 trainer cards. It could be even a
That's true.
Melanie to get a water energy onto the Cryogonal.
Unfortunately, Melanie only attaches to Pokemon.
Ooh, then okay, that's interesting because he's really attached for turn.
That means Cryogonal. We're just very fixated on the Cryogonal play.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love that card right now. I love the fact that we're getting to see more Pokemon because of that card.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, we do see the Ice Rider here. He has boss in hand. Does Krellcroc play a Tool Scrapper? Is a question.
Ooh, I don't think so. No, he does not.
There is no Tool Scrapper. That means the third Drizzile has to be either a quick shooting, like he has to find the quick shooting, to take a knockout on the Zacian. If he takes a knockout on the Zacian, that is pretty much sudden death, right?
Yep. So there's research time here for 3.
All right. Again, reset stamp, such a powerful card. Your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and they draw their amount of prizes. And for Kaisei, that's going to be 3. Not that many cards to work with, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're looking for boss for the game or a potential switching card. Looks like he bosses up the Oricorio here. Maybe opting out to just, you need to draw into a couple of cards, maybe a Metal Saucer.
He takes a knockout though.
Yes, he does take the knockout.
Does Kaisei have enough to force the win here? He could if he goes for the Metal Energies.
Shuffles in a Metal Energy.
He seems to know exactly what he needs right now. Yep, I think he's got it. Got it. So he's got the Metal Saucer. His Ordinary War brought back 1 Metal Energy as well.
He could get like a Guzma. The Guzma and Hala. Find the
maybe
Viridian.
Maybe he has a research. Yep, he has a research. So he's going to draw his entire deck. And he needs to draw a Metal Energy off the top. Does he get it? He does!
There he is! And
hello, Zacian V.
There we go. Zacian V doing 260 damage times 2. Essentially 520 damage to the Ice Rider Calyrex V. I had to say it, Zacian V was the key card in this matchup. It's just a matter of trying to get it set up here. And
you
luckily,
called it. Yeah.
Lucky he was able to, at the end, the 2 Metal Saucers seemed to be enough to really power up the Zacian. And yeah, such an amazing game, Aaron. That was very, very excited. It came down to the wire, literally, and we were both already talking about sudden death. But
exactly.
Again,
yeah, I was prepared for a reset stamp to 1 or something along those lines because both these players run reset stamps. But we managed to get a completed game in the allotted time. Kaisei pulling ahead at the last possible moment, and what we thought was going to be a very awkward game for him because of the Cryogonal. But eventually, Zacian, ADP, and Galarian Moltres all coming together take the win for Kaisei.
Yeah.
What was your key highlight? I mean, of course, we could say the final turn being the reason why the game ended, but was there any particular moment that you felt that, okay, this essentially set the tone for the rest of the game?
I think just finding it has to be the final moments, just finding the Zacian, the energy, literally everything you need, and the research off the reset step. Again, his deck was a little thin, so it was a very, very big chance it could happen, especially since I think he still had Crobats in the deck, so that was also an option as well. So yeah, I think definitely the final moments of that game, but I have to give it to Krelkrok just trying to go for that Cryogonal move, right? He was able to knock out a Zacian with a Suicune thanks to the Cryogonal, really tag teaming it there against the Zacian. So I think that has to be the play for me, even though it wasn't the winning play, but it was a very, very good play.
Yep, for sure. And that puts the score now at 2-1 in favor of Korea. Japan now coming back with 1 game. So let's see if Kaisei is able to go 2-2 for Japan versus Korea. But we have Korea's second player right now, who is Songuru, who essentially also has a very stacked achievement list. He essentially was the National Best Team Battle Season 2 winner, Season 5 winner, also the winner for the Korean League in 2018-2019, and the official solo competitor winner for the Korea-Japan Intercounty Play. And he's playing the deck that we have essentially grown very accustomed to, Mew VMAX and Genesect V. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. We are getting the best deck in format once again, going up against what people would say was a best deck in format of a previous era, which was ADP Zacian, now with the spice of Galarian Moltres. What do you think of this matchup, Poncho?
Yes, definitely a battle of the kings here, battle of the former best deck in format against the current king. And I think it could go either way. It really, really could. Again, Kaisei's deck with the ADP, you have to remember, it's also playing Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is the key to beating the Mew VMAX decks. And if he can get that set up, I think he may be able to take it. But again, can he stand up to the straight aggression that Mew VMAX is capable of? We'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall the Galarian Moltres will come into play very early, hopefully to take maybe 3 or maybe 4 prizes off the bat. But let's see how these players go ahead and set up their matches. Of course, for Kaisei, we did mention that his deck is very tacked out, so consistency might become an issue, and he's going up against what we would say the most consistent deck in format.
Definitely, definitely, and especially since the Kaisei's deck does depend on Viridian Forest, which is such a good card for both these players. But I think just really helps out the Mew player as well, just getting it the energy and a discard essentially. I think the key card here is going to be the Meloetta, right? Getting the turn 2 attack, or depending if you're going first or second, but if you're going second, getting your first turn attack with the Meloetta should be very big. And in fact, could even do 280 damage if it needs to, with the power tablet. So that is definitely something to watch out for. If Meloetta gets 3 Fusion Strike energy and I think around 3 power tablets or 2 power tablets and the Vitality Band, that is a knockout on an ADP.
Ooh, that'd be interesting to see, of course. And we do know for a fact that Songul here plays 2 Meloetta. So overall, a very standard Mew VMAX Genesect V deck list that we have here. It's essentially ready to be as consistent it can be. And I do see a very interesting card. Do you see the card that I see as well?
I think I just saw it as well. I think you're talking about the Weakness Energy. Yes?
Yep. 2 Weakness Guard energy there that would prevent Galarian Moltres from actually getting easy knockouts, unfortunately. So let's see if that comes into play.
Yes. This is actually very exciting now. I was thinking maybe Kaisei had a really big advantage here just for the fact that you're playing Weakness, right? You're playing Galarian Moltres, should be able to knock on Mew VMAX. But again, we're in this tag team and on format, and Weakness Guard energy is live for us. So haven't seen it come into play just yet. So I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited.
I just want to segue a little bit for one show. I think we're viewing here a Sobble start. So it's actually the Sobble start for the Vikavolt deck for Team Korea, rather than the Mew VMAX deck. So a little change in plans for us right now. So we're actually going to get to see Vikavolt.
Never mind. I'm extra excited. We haven't been able to see the Vikavolt deck just yet. So yes, let's see how this plays out.
Yep. I'm actually looking forward to this. As I mentioned earlier on in another series previously, I'm a big fan of Vikavolt. I've loved Vikavolt since it was released in the Sun and Moon era. We didn't get to see Vikavolt yet at this point in time, but let's see how this runs. So just a bit of introduction to the deck that Songul is playing right now is actually a Vikavolt Inteleon deck, I would say, primarily focusing on the Vikavolt from Fusion Strike. And what it does is that it uses the Sobble Result Inteleon engine to set up multiple Vikavolts, and they're all single price attackers, meaning Kaisei here will need to attack multiple times in order to get the win. But with ADP and all the Creation GX, he has a very straightforward game plan, Wancho.
Definitely. I like how you mentioned he has to attack multiple times to get a win, but with ADP, that multiple actually is very, very low. 4 attacks, really.
It's 4,
Alter Creation, and 3 normal attacks, which is not tough at all. Especially since ADP itself has an attack being able to reach up to 180 damage. So this should be very, very, very interesting. Again, yes, the ultimate ray attack doing 150 and allowing you to accelerate energy onto the bench as well is just very, very powerful. We'll have to see here. We'll have to see here if Songul can take a win against ADP.
Yep, for sure. I'm just glad to see Vikavolt, man.
I mean, we haven't seen it just yet. Let's wait until we can actually see a rare candy into the Vikavolt.
Yep, for sure. So let's really see how Kaisei sets up here. So he's going second once again. So unfortunately, very tough to get off the turn 1 all the Christian Jacks with the extra prize buff. We'll see if he could pull it off. As you mentioned, it's a possibility. But of course, he's probably going to do it on turn 2.
Definitely. He has some time here, but again, it's not out of the realm of possibility. He could could draw hard into it if he needed to.
Yep, for sure. Let's talk a little bit more about the I was supposed to say the Viridian Forest. So the Viridian Forest will come to play here for Kaisei, but interestingly enough, it will not come to play for Songrul because he's using Charger Bug to attack. That's the interesting part about the Vikavolt deck, is that it uses a Charger Bug from Unbroken Bonds, which actually acts as energy. So that's the very interesting deck, or essentially the Pokemon line for this Vikavolt deck, is that Charger Bug becomes energy with its ability called Battery,
Yes.
and it will not actually have anything to do with Viridian Forest. So that's something just to take note of. Kaisei, of course, going ahead to use Viridian Forest, getting direct energy attachments for the ADP, going for the water energy because he only runs one of it, and of course hoping to draw into one of his multiple metal energies for next turn.
Yes, definitely. I think here the Viridian Forest could come into play for Songrul because he is playing 2 water energy, which is interesting in the Vikavolt deck. You're not opting to play your lightning because, again, that energy cost is being paid for by the Charger Bug, acting as 2 lightning energy, probably the water energy to just maybe power up an Inteleon, or again, you can still attach it to Vikavolt because the Vikavolt energy requirement is 2 lightning and 2 colorless, so it is still being paid for there. So.
Yep, very true. But I think the main idea here is that the Vikavolt will be discarding those energies, so you rather discard the Charger Bug because you're going to get it back again with the host of other cards such as Rescue Carrier, etc., which will be able to return all those Charger Bug / double energy into your hand again.
Yes, a double lightning energy essentially. And I may be wrong, but I don't think it even counts as an energy attachment for turn, since it is an ability. I could be wrong, but we'll have to see. We see here a capture energy attached to the Sobble. Very, very big. It could find Songrul here another Grubbin, as well as powering up the Sobble so it can go for the Keep Calling attack. So very big turn there. Very big energy, the capture energy.
Yeah, very interesting. The capture energy here allowing Songrul to fill his bench up with the right basic Pokemon that he needs. I think in this case, he's going for multiple Grubbins to ensure that he can attack as soon as possible. See a Red Candy into a Vikavolt right off the bat.
Can we see a double Charger Bug? Double Charger Bug, just get an attack off this turn and really threaten the ADP because it does 200 damage to the active. To anywhere on the opponent's field, which includes the active. Putting 200 damage on the ADP could be very big here, and yeah, the energy attachment could be just paid for. Could be just for a retreat, but we'll have to see that he has to find 2 Charger Bugs, but he is playing 4 level balls and 4 evolution incense, so it is possible.
Yep, essentially all these ball cards, and there you have it, the evolution incense. So definitely able to get 2 Charger Bugs off the bat. Essentially, yeah, I think or 1 first, I should say.
Yeah, no, he found 1 with the level ball and 1 with the evolution incense. And
there you go.
I believe again he can attach both at the same time because it is an ability attachment.
Yep, for sure. I think the interesting part here is that the energy attachments to the active right now is essentially able to give Songrul a way to retreat, number 1, and also filling his bench via the capture energy. So a lot of utility coming up from that 1 energy attachment, but then for Vikavolt, he's just going to start attacking straight off the bat using Charger Bugs.
And we see there the battery ability. Also, we missed to talk about it, but there was an Erica Hospitality for 1. But who would have thought here that Vikavolt is putting pressure on ADP?
As early as turn 2.
Yes, ADP hasn't even gotten to use Altered Creation just yet. And it isn't threat to get knocked out this coming turn.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I don't think there's any way for Kaisei to prevent the knockout on his ADP next turn. He probably has to go into Altered Creation anyway. But that just means that Songrul here has the momentum going forward for sure, because that Vikavolt with 150 HP is not going to be an easy knockout for Kaisei, not at least right now.
Definitely, especially if you have no energy on board just yet. He may... Is there another Pokemon? Because he is in threat here to get donked.
Oh yeah, you're right. He actually discarded the Mars Shadow earlier. That's a Mellow and Lana discarded. Okay, there
Yes.
is going to be an Oricorio, so there's no Donk right now.
But that is
But
not the attacker you want to see, or that's not even an attacker. That's not the Pokemon you want to see. But that could draw you 3 cards later in the game here, and we're just gonna
That
see
is
the
true.
Altered Creation GX. But I was not expecting this.
I was not
Maybe-
expecting this either. I'm happy to see it though.
I know. I'm very glad we got to see the Vikavolt first showing for the Vikavolt in this tournament. Really, the actual Vikavolt card, and all Songul needs is another Charger Bug here. And with that Inteleon, pretty sure that finds another Charger.
Yeah, this is a very interesting deck overall. I'm just stoked that we get to see it because the way in which the format is laid out allows us to actually experience this combination of Vikavolt and Charger Bug. Because again, this is a team up on format, and that Charger Bug is from the Sun and Moon era, whereas this Vikavolt is pretty recent. It's during the Freezing Strike era. So it's great to see these players coming up with this sort of, very interesting combination of cards from such a large card pool.
Definitely. We see the capture energy attached here to the Inteleon. Again, maybe powering up the Aqua Bullet attack, but he doesn't need it because, again, Vikavolt just does so much damage already anyway. But attaching that capture energy does find us another Sobble. And we see here a level ball, pretty sure grabbing a Charger Bug.
Mhm.
And I just absolutely love how Charger Bug charges up Vikavolt. It literally
charging
is
a
the
bug.
battery.
It's charging a bug.
It literally is a battery for this deck, and we're going to see it. A big research as well here.
Wow. All the resources that Songrul needs to really edge out, I say, in this game. And I think this is the earliest we've seen 3 prizes taken in any of the series that we have had today.
That
That's-
might be true. And funnily enough, it's taken by the Vikavolt.
That's my boy. Vikavolt, that's my boy right there.
Yeah, there you go. We see another evolution incense, maybe looking for the Vikavolt here and possibly have a record. No, just another Charger Bug.
Charger Bug. So it's getting ready to continuously get attacks going.
Yes, definitely.
And
definitely.
I mean, all I can say right now is that Vikavolt is really showing what it can do
Yeah, there's
on this stage.
so much pressure. And actually, Vikavolt, we can't forget, is actually a Pokemon. So he opts to evolve the Grubbing on the bench to a Vikavolt, which is now 1 stage away from
Mhm.
turning into the Grubbin evolving into Charger Bug now is 1 stage away from turning into Vikavolt. Yes.
Yep, I mean, I like it overall. It just means that on the next turn, if Isaac can do anything to this active Vikavolt, he still has, Songrul will still have an attacker ready to go. And, well, running cards like Rescue Carriers would just mean that Songrul will always have access to Charger Bugs, essentially. And we will definitely see him able to get up another attacker very easily, without having to rely on Red Candy, that's for sure.
Definitely. And yeah, all he needs is the rescue carry. He gets essentially double lightning energy acceleration back. That's such a
Mhm.
powerful card. I'm really enjoying watching this Vikavolt deck right now. It makes me want to play it in the expanded format if possible. And yeah, looks like here Kaisei did find himself a Dedenne GX to try and get back into the game. He needs to take a knockout this turn to really get back into it, because he is in threat of just getting Songrul is threatening closing out the game in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't believe Kaisei has any way to get a knockout this turn, considering that he needs multiple energy attachments in order to get off an attack.
It's it could be, we could see the Zacian and the 2 switches. The Zacian and the 2 switches. The Zacian and the 2 metal
Energy
saucers.
switches, metal saucers, and energy switch, etc. There's a lot to ask for, to be fair.
Yes, it is, but it has to happen right now. It really does. And okay, we see the ordinary hot rod here shuffling in 2 Pokemon and 2 energy, but I think opting for just 2 Pokemon, maybe trying to set up. Is there a way to set up ADP this turn? It's gonna be tough.
I don't really think so. I mean, you could always go for, as you say, multiple energy switches play, but he will need a lot of resources to do that. I think the easy route is still to go with Zacian, Metal Saucer, Energy Attachment, and then use Direflame Wings to get Darkness Energy onto Moltres. That is probably the easy route because you only need like a combination of 3 to 4 cards. If you want to get it up onto an ADP, you essentially need another energy switch. So
That's true,
both
that
the
is.
energy switches have to go on to the ADP. So well, now you know I play this deck because I'm just calculating exactly the type of situations. To be fair, I'm gonna be really honest. It's really difficult at this point for Kaisi to come back. I'm liking it for the fact that Vikavolt is doing its thing, but just got a feel for Kaisi right now. Getting Electro Blaster on turn 2 against a Vikavolt, that really must sting a little bit.
It's definitely quite shocking. And
you one up me on that.
I mean, it is a
Good one.
bug. It does sting as well. So
Well, okay, we just call it a shockingly, stingy sort of attack. I mean, 200 damage on turn 2. That's the most we've seen other than a Max Lance, I think.
I believe the Technoblast turn 2. Oh no, not Technoblast. The Meloetta's Melodious Echo.
Oh, yeah,
we
fair
haven't
enough,
seen
fair
it
enough.
yet. I think
We
in
haven't
the
seen it yet.
but that is
Yeah.
something that is possible. So
Mhm.
again, not too bad from Vikavolt. Like outputting the same damage, almost like a Mew VMAX would, and again, anywhere on the field is just so powerful. And this deck is so interesting, and it definitely seems so fun to play. And the entire deck is all single prizers. There's no GX, no Vs, no big rule box Pokemon cards. So yeah, it's I feel like it's a deck that can only live in this format because we do have the charge bug with the battery ability as well as the bench barrier Mew to really protect it from any sniping. So yeah.
Yep, you're definitely right about that. I think the more exciting thing for the fact is that we really got to see something very unique that can only occur in this format. But thankfully, we always have expanded, so we can always test out there. I know expanded is a different adventure altogether, but it's something which as a player who enjoys Vikavolt, seeing Vikavolt in play. I mean, I played the first Vikavolt ever released. I'm gonna try it for sure and see how far that takes me.
Definitely.
So-
And a key card actually for Kaisei here, he was able to drop the bench barrier Mew, so now the Vikavolt can only do 200 damage to the active. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
so something that could come into play here is he could Dire Flame Wings into that Moltres, try and retreat the Oricorio, and yeah, try and retreat the Oricorio, go into the Moltres, and the Moltres can take a hit and then go back into the bench. Possibly.
That's true. I would think it's probably better to just retreat into the ADP and let the ADP take a hit, because once you move the ADP back to the bench, it's considered safe thanks to the Mew. So you don't actually give up a prize here. Oh, I mean, you're assuming that of course the Moltres gets to attack this turn, which I think is still a bit far fetched.
No, I don't think the Moltres
Yeah.
is going to be able to attack this turn, but it should be able to accelerate energy for it to retreat the next turn. Because ADP might be a little hard to retreat at this point with 3 retreat cost.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
but again, your favorite card coming into play, Reset Stamp here. Maybe shuffling into the deck all the Charger Bugs, all the level balls, and with only one Sobble in play, that means only Drizzile is active here.
That is true.
I
And we do know there is. Yeah, you're right. There's only one Sobble, so only Drizzile essentially helps out here.
And there's no more Charger Bugs in the deck. I believe there's 1 attached, 1 evolved, and 2 in the discard pile, if I'm not wrong.
Right. There is a scoop up net though, as an option for Songul, so you could scoop up net the bench Charger Bug if necessary.
That is true. That is an option. And we'll have to see here. We see the Viridian Forest finding the dark energy, and let's see what happens here. And I think he would go with the attach to the active Oricorio just to pay for the retreat cost and go into the Galarian Moltres, I would think. Or we'll have to see. Again, still, Kaisei still not in the very best of positions, but again, the Resent Stab could possibly get him back into it. Looks like we see an attachment onto the ADP instead, playing the Resetting Hole Marshadow as well, getting rid of the stadium and just passing from there. So let's see if Songul can draw into a Charger Bug.
Yeah, I think Kaisei here is probably going to go for.
Oh!
Hello! There is a rare candy into Inteleon. That's something you don't see very often.
Definitely. But that is also an option for this deck since it does play for rare candy. And
Yep.
let's see what he decides to find here. I believe, if I had to guess, it'd be a supporter and
A Charger
rescue carrier. Yeah, there you go.
Just making sure shuffle his deck first, of course. I was about to say Kaisei is probably going for a play that I like in a sense. He wants to go into ADP to take at least 1 or 2 prizes, and then later on move to the Moltres to sweep.
Yes,
But of course, the only issue here is that you're running up against a deck that is continuously taking multiple prizes over and over again. There's not much time left, unfortunately, for Kaisei to come back, I would think. This is a huge lead for a Vigavolt deck to have. And will you look at that? All the Charger Bugs in play or in the discard right now.
Yeah.
Essentially all 4 in play, I think, because the bench Vigavolt evolved manually without Red Candy.
Yes. And there is 2 Charger Bugs attached, I believe. 3?
Yep.
2.
3, altogether 3, so 2 on the active and 1 on the bench.
Yes, so there is still 1 somewhere in the hand or in the deck. I think here, what would be very, very big is if, so the Oricorio is about to get knocked out. If Kaisei can find his second reset stamp, resetting stamp, using the resetting stamp to put Songul into 1 prize in this coming turn could be very big and is definitely the out we need. Kaisei needs here.
Yep, it's going to be interesting. Regardless, it's going to be 1 prize left on the side of the Vigavolt deck. How many times are you going to say that?
Looks like opting to promote the Galarian Moltres to the active. Maybe that's the only attack he has access to at this moment. But hopefully, maybe he could still find that reset stamp. Again, just getting a knockout on the active as well as going for a reset stamp would still be very, very big here.
Yeah, for sure. I think the reset stamp is the only play that he has to have this turn, other than getting a prize as well. Because otherwise, it's just a single card for Songul to take the win.
Well, it would take around 2 cards. Oh, he goes for the boss's orders.
Okay.
Which is interesting here. Maybe trying to buy a couple of turns. And yeah, just opting to pass here. So now Songul just needs a means of retreat to really not take this game. Galarian Moltres does have 220 HP. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. It's probably going to take a little bit more than just 1 attack.
There's the attachment for turn. So I was finding another Grubbin, but I think the 2 Vigavolt should be good enough at this point. But again, we'll have to see here. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Songul to close out the game this turn. So Kaisei just have 1 more turn to breathe here. And I'm looking at the Vigavolt deck. There is no boss's orders.
Yeah, there's no boss order. I mean, you can snipe anything in play. Why would you need a boss order?
That is true.
But of course,
you need it if there's a Mew in play.
Yep, when there's a Mew, for sure.
But yeah, so maybe this Galarian Moltres can just retreat, and I don't think there is. Well, we could see a rare candy into the quick shooting Inteleon. That could come into play. We've already seen a rare candy into the other Inteleon. So, and there we go. We see the Vigavolt all powered up and ready to use Electro Blaster to the active, doing 200 damage to that Moltres, down to 20 HP here. And yeah.
Yep, I think that's the sign for Inteleon to come into play next. So that's the only other card that essentially Songul has to put damage counters. So it's not a snipe, I believe.
Looks like we're going to see another boss.
Another boss order, yep.
Which is interesting. And going for the retreat. Yes, I believe he's opting to boss. Maybe another Inteleon?
The other Inteleon, maybe,
yes.
Yeah.
Maybe even the Sobble. be honest, maybe try and knock that out because that Sobble can turn into the quick shooting Inteleon in one turn.
That is true. That is true.
But yeah, we'll have to see here. Again, not quite sure what Kaise can do. He's in such a precarious position, especially with so much pressure from these Volts. He was able to get the GX attack off, but not able to use it just yet. And yeah,
He's going for the Grubbin. I think this was his window to really shut the door on Songul's deck, but I think he went for the Grubbin instead of the. I think he should have gone for the Sobble. I really think he should have gone for the Sobble here because, you know, sharpshooting Inteleon will take a price right off the bat. Let's see what happens here.
Kaise does play one Cape of Toughness, so putting that Galarian Moltres maybe out of range that way. But again, he has to draw all these cards, and I have a feeling he doesn't have the water energy just yet.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why.
he doesn't.
That's why he had to go for the boss.
That is
And
why. Yep.
Grubbin does have 2 retreat costs, so it is a little bit tougher to retreat compared to Sobble. But again, here we go. We're gonna see an Evolution Incense finding the Drizzile. This card is just so flexible in this deck.
It gets you anything. It gets you energy in the form of Charger Bug. It gets you your items. It gets you your supporters. It's such a great card overall. I think the design space that Drizzile entered is pretty interesting because in the past we had, you know, cards where if you evolve you put damage counters, but now you evolve and you get to search trainers, and trainer is such a broad term, right? You get stadiums, you get supporters, you get item cards. It's such a great consistency engine for any kind of deck that wants to run it.
Definitely. And with that, being able to put damage on this ADP could be could signal the end here, because Kaise does not have any more Pokemon he can hide behind, and he is still just a quick shooting away from getting a knockout. Songul is a quick shooting away to getting a knockout. And yeah, I have to see here. Again, very tough position. He can knock out the active Vikavolt, maybe go for a reset stamp. That has to be the play. Again, the reset stamp hasn't come into play yet. Attaching the metal, that is not a water
retreat here.
Just for the retreat cost. But going for the Dedenne, again, the Dedenne also gets knocked out though in one attack. So
probably asking the question to Songul, do you have a way to get a Charger Bug? That's all.
Either
he doesn't need it.
Yeah, there you go. Quick shooting Inteleon does 20 damage to the Galarian Moltres that had 20 HP left, and Songul takes the last prize here and progresses Team Korea, eliminating Team Japan. Very, very interesting game here. Was not expecting Vikavolt to be that powerful, and I'm so glad we got to watch that.
I hope you're looking at my smile right now, Wancho, because I'm smiling for the fact that we got to see a Vikavolt at this tournament. I'm a huge fan of the Pokemon. It's interesting to see the concept of the deck coming in, especially for the fact that it's unique to this particular format. Team up all the way to Fusion Strike. As I mentioned, the Fusion Strike Vikavolt was paired with a Charger Bug that came from the Sun and Moon era. So essentially, you will never get this sort of combination anywhere else except in a team up on format. And I mean, it's essentially sealing the place for Team Korea in the semi-finals. I mean, commiserations to Team Japan. They fought hard, they fought well, but eventually it's Team Korea progressing to semi-final number 1 up against Team Malaysia. That's going to be a crunch of a game for sure, Wancho.
Definitely. Both great teams. Again, every player here is a champion on their own right. And I'm very excited for the next game as well. Team Thailand versus Singapore in the quarterfinal number 3, as well as Hong Kong for the Philippines versus the Philippines in quarterfinal number 4. Again, very, very excited for both these games here.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall, if I may just say a little bit about the match we just saw, it's essentially a clash again of, you know, different eras of Pokemon coming together, because I mean we both played the game as well, and we enjoy overall the different aspects of, you know, the Sword and Shield format. We've also enjoyed the team up format a little bit, but now we're seeing really different matchups going up against each other, and the whole concept of the King of the Hill gives you this sort of feel that if this deck is supposedly the best deck of the series, can it win against different matchups? So we've seen it already, in a sense where between Korea and Japan, we've had Krakow come in with 2 wins before going down to ADP, Zacian, Moltres, and then after that, Vikavolt of all decks taking a win to seal the 3-1 win for Team Korea versus Team Japan. I mean, overall, it's a great display of Pokemon trading card game, and I'm relishing the excitement right now. But just one mention to you, what was your favorite moment of that series between Korea and Japan?
Seeing all the Vikavolts, that was seeing all the Charger Bugs. Definitely, you think ADP would have the upper hand in that position, right? ADP is known for taking multiple prizes in one attack, and that is the bane of a single prize deck. Single prize decks, typically you have all the time in the world to really set up your attackers, but just seeing the Vikavolt attack first before the EDP, that was so impressive, especially 200 damage off the bat. Just such a powerful deck, and I'm very, very excited to see more of it. What about you, Aaron? What was your highlight for that series?
When he flipped over Grubbin. I think overall, it's all things considered, it was a very exhilarating matchup. I think the fact that we also got to see very strong plays from the Ice Red Calyrex deck throughout the series was also testament to the strength of the deck. I think it's also a deck which many people forget about at times because we are all engrossed in the Mew Vs and the Mew VMAX and Genesect Vs. So overall, it's great to see that deck also pulling its own weight in this tournament. Without further ado, in that sense, we'll come back very quickly in the next match. So don't go anywhere, we'll see you real soon. Welcome back, folks. We are here at quarterfinal number 3 at the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament 3v3 playoffs right now versus Thailand versus Singapore. And Wancho, I'm just excited to see both Pokemon right now. How about you, man?
Me too. So yeah, I believe for our first match, we have Namigar from Thailand against Ludius from Singapore. It's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Ludius is opting for a Duraludon VMAX deck against Namigar's ADP Birds. Should be very interesting here. I have to say it might go to the ADP has a slight advantage in this matchup just because Duraludon does block all damage from VMAX, but if you're not playing any VMAXs, that's not a problem at all.
Yeah, it sounds a little weird off the bat. We are getting essentially cards from different sets of different formats essentially in this team up on format for the tournament. But regardless of the fact, we're going to get to see essentially 2 different decks, different from the ones that we've seen so far, duking it out to see if they're able to put their team into the semifinals to join Malaysia as well as Korea, who have already booked their place in semifinal number 1. So, of course, this whole tournament essentially has been a festival of Pokemon trading card game all through the day. We're glad that you're still with us on this particular event. All that we want to see right now is how can ADP, essentially now paired with some birds, go up against Duraludon, which is a very recent addition to the Pokemon trading card game. I like Duraludon as a Pokemon, Wancho, but let's be fair, it's a deck meant for a different kind of matchup overall, don't you think?
Yes, definitely. Again, Duraludon VMAX has the Skyscraper ability, which protects it. Oh no, it protects it from Pokemon with special energy. My mistake. I was thinking of the Zamazenta. So this actually may come up since the ADP does play 4 Aurora energy, but again, it does play a lot of basics. So we're gonna have to see how this turns out.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also interesting to note that the combination of cards being played here with ADP is a little different from what we have seen so far at this tournament. We are essentially calling it ADP Birds because we are running Galarian Moltres V, Galarian Zapdos V, let's call Oricorio GX a bird as well in this case, I guess. So essentially, it's a different combination of cards without Zacian V, which was the traditional partner to ADP all this while. What do you think this deck loses in terms of not having Zacian, but gains by having access to other cards like Galarian Zapdos V?
So without Zacian, it loses the Intrepid Sword ability, which is just such a powerful ability turn 1. But it does gain a fighting type attacker in Zapdos, as well as having more Galarian Moltres, I think, is a little bit easier to power up. You don't have to depend on the Metal Saucers, so you're adding more space for consistency. We see like 4 Chairs Ball, 4 Quick Ball here, and 3 Fan of Waves, interestingly enough. So a lot more space for more text if you're not opting for the Zacian build. So yes, this should be very, very interesting indeed. And you have to take into account here as well that the Altered Creation GX attack may not come into play. Like, it may not matter as much, since if Ludius opts to just go double Duraludon VMAX, you're essentially you have to take 8 prizes, right? You're taking 4 off the VMAX and then 4 off another VMAX, unless the Snorlax comes down.
Yep, that is interesting enough. So it's definitely a very unique matchup, I have to say. We have not had anything like this so far, but then again, we are at a point of time where there's so many different cards in this card pool for this format. We are going to see some very interesting stuff for sure. I guess the players have already started off. We see a Dedenne GX start for Nemigar, not the best, unfortunately, but with at least a Quick Ball for a basic Pokemon and an Air Balloon to get the Dedenne out of the active as soon as possible.
Yes, I believe all Nemigar needs here is an attachment for turn on an ADP, and that should be all. That should be all, really.
Yep.
That's not much to ask for, and we do see an ADP here. Let's see if we can see an attachment.
Yep, for sure. And I think let's also talk about the Duraludon V. Look at that art over there. It has ability Hard Code, so this Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks, which is something interesting. Gives Duraludon V at its basic level effectively 250 hit points, and well, you normally see something like that on a VMAX, an ability like that good of an ability on a VMAX, but you see on the V this time around. So it's something very interesting to note, I guess.
Yes, I believe the goal of the Duraludon VMAX deck is completely survivability. It's playing cards like Big Charm, adding 30 more HP, Crystal Cave healing 30 damage during every turn, and the Team Meow Towel healing 50 damage to both Pokemon. So it really is like the goal of the game really is to survive, and we'll see if it can stand up to the might of the ADP, which increases damage, right? So yeah, we'll have to see here. He's also playing some very interesting cards, and cards like Pokédoll and Mallow and Lana, Flannery's, Crushing Hammers as well. It's really a control style deck, and yeah, we have to see if that comes into play. I'd like to see Ludius really use Crushing Hammer right now, just get rid of that metal energy on the ADP and set it back a turn.
That is true. Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that Nemigar would not want to see off the bat so quickly. Of course, it's never nice being an ADP deck, losing your energy card attachment for turn on your first turn itself.
Especially if you're not playing Zacian, Metal Saucer, Energy Switch, right? The typical 1-2 combo you normally like to see. But yeah, that's something you definitely lose when you opt out of the Zacian. And yeah, looks like
for sure.
The ADP deck actually opted to play a second Dedenne to draw up to 6 here, and passing it over to Ludius. Let's see how Ludius can respond.
Yeah, we see Lily's Pokédoll coming out on the bench. It's a card that we usually see traditionally in stall decks for sure. So it's an item card that you can play as a 30 hit point colorless basic Pokemon. And the main reason why you play this card is that you can't retreat it, but if it is knocked out, your opponent can't take any prize cards for it. So it's essentially an interesting sort of card right now here that stalls out your opponent into having to attack for no reason. So of course, in the face of ADP, you can always Ultimate Array for the energy cards to attach onto your bench Pokemon, but you're not taking extra prize cards because you don't take any prize cards to begin with.
That is true. That is true. And I think he's really just playing it so that it's an option to Mallow and Lana into, and then you can discard the Pokédoll to go back into your attacker. But also, it also plays that role as something to hide behind while you're powering up your Duraludon here. So, man, I have to admit, I went into this thinking that ADP was had the advantage, but now I think it's a little bit more even. It definitely is. It's going to come down into who can play their deck more skillfully and who can really set up.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall we had the idea that an ADP deck here would have just powered through by taking extra prizes. But then again, it does run the 4 Aurora energy. So different from what we have seen in previous ADP decks today, where it was running a lot of basic energies. So having that special energy in the deck would mean that the Duraludon VMAX ability Skyscraper would actually come into play very often.
Yes.
So Nemigar has to be very careful with the energy attachments on their side of the field.
Definitely. Probably can afford to just attach the Aurora energy anyway to the ADP and then just try and power up Pokemon on the bench. Yes, you will do 0 damage, but at least you still get that energy acceleration, which is pretty big. But again, not the best of scenarios when you're facing the Duraludon.
Yeah, for sure. And then we also have to note that not having Zacian V means that Nemigar does not have the ability to do a one-shot in any way on a Duraludon V. And then we also have Crystal Cave come into play because it's able to heal 30 damage from each of Luteus's Dragon as well as Melpomon. Of course, Nemigar can use it as well if they would like to use it on the ADP.
Yes.
So it's going to be an interesting card to see come into play.
A thing to note here actually is since the Duraludon has the Big Charm, it has effectively 280 HP, which Zacian, if Nemigar had its Zacian, does not even reach, even with the Altered Creation. So yeah, just a really, really big Duraludon here. And
yep. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup turns out. I think the more we look into it, the more we realize that it's going to be a much closer matchup than we realized.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
I definitely regret what I said at the start. I just thought overwhelming power of ADP, but I forgot to take into account the absolute wall that Duraludon is. But looks like I see what happened here. Looks like the Luteus tried to attach the impact energy onto Duraludon. However, since Duraludon is not a single strike Pokemon, you can't attach it. So it had to be discarded.
Yep. So he runs 2 different Duraludons in his list, I believe. So that's the reason why perhaps a little confusion there, because you run 2 different types of Duraludons and thinking that, okay, well, maybe I could attach it to this one, but in actual fact, that's the one which is not the single strike Pokemon, unfortunately.
Yes. So really going back a turn there, missing an energy attachment then and losing an energy card. But again, as Duraludon, you probably have all the time in the world, especially if this the ADP is not going for an ultimate raid this turn.
It's not even going for an Altered Creation GX, unfortunately.
Yes.
That's 2 metal energies, right?
Yes.
Oh dear.
So both players actually a couple of turns behind. Maybe Nemigar may opt to just forego Altered Creation. That is also an option. Just put in pressure, 150 damage, 120 to this, the basic Duraludon. That could be an option as well, because again, Altered Creation doesn't really give you extra prizes unless Luteus plays down the Snorlax. Doesn't really help the prize race. But the extra 30 damage may come in handy, so I wouldn't have minded actually seeing the GX attack that turn.
You're right, actually. I think overall, perhaps Nemigar could have gone for that just for the damage output, so that the ADP itself was able to start dishing out heavy damage against this Duraludon. I think also one thing to note here is that Nemigar only runs 1 basic water energy. So not having aura energies, if they don't want to have aura energies onto that active ADP for fear of Skyscraper coming into play, they really have to search for that 1 water energy.
Which isn't too hard with the 4 Viridian Forests he has.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. So yeah, again, not the hardest thing, but still, maybe that one water energy could be prized
Oh yeah,
as
let's
well.
hope not for the sake of Namigar right now.
Definitely. And yeah, we'll have to see here. Looks like they go for a switch here into the Pokédoll, really doing its job here, uh, giving Ludius some time to breathe. And yeah, we see the pass. Let's see if Namigar can draw into that water energy. And yeah, hopefully get into the Altered Creation GX attack or just into the Ultimate Ray. Either one. Either one. Now, in your opinion, what should Namigar be doing at this point? Should you still go for the GX attack, or should you just go for energy acceleration at this point?
I mean, it's quite hard to tell right now because you're essentially turned behind on a usual basis because as ADP player, you want to be Altered Creation GX as early as possible, and that's usually on turn 2. At this point, you probably got to really think it through on where do you feel your energy attachments need to go on, because yep, you can use the ADP to charge up, your bench Pokemon, your Galarian Moltres, or even your Duraludon. Your sorry, not Duraludon, but your Zapdos when it comes to the play. But then you got to be wondering, when will I be able to continuously do damage? Because the moment I attach an Aurora Energy to any Pokemon, I lose the ability to damage any Duraludon VMAXs there. And with Luteus, I think his game plan is pretty straightforward. I'm going to stall out and set up as much Pokemon as I can. And once I know I have a Duraludon VMAX ready to go, I'm going to start taking prizes myself. And then Namigar is put into a weird situation because a Duraludon VMAX is able to dish out 220 damage for just 3 energy using G-Max Pulverization. So that essentially one-shots everything that Namigar has except for the ADP.
Yeah, so it unfortunately already has the special energy, so it's not something that's going to go in front of a Duraludon at this point.
Exactly.
But a key card I just caught in one of the in the deck list is Namigar is playing the one of Mawile GX, and when you play it, it has the ability Captivating Wink. When you play this card, when you play this Pokemon onto your bench, you can essentially bench one of your opponent's Pokemon, if I'm not incorrect. And maybe that's one way to put down a Snorlax in Lutea's hand and probably go try and win that way. So go the Duraludon VMAX route and then Snorlax still. If you get lucky.
That is interesting.
With the Captivating Wink. Yeah, so I think Mawile GX now a very key card in this matchup, because going through one Duraludon is hard enough, but having to really attack two may be a little bit too tough.
Yep, I can definitely agree with you on that. I think it's a matter of really, again, dealing enough damage, using the right options for sure. It's going to be an interesting match once these Pokemon start doing damage to each other, and then we'll see who comes out on top at the end of it, because I'm just looking forward to Duraludon, using G-Max Pulverization, because there's no way to accelerate energies on a Duraludon, so it's just going to be a slow process of slowly getting energies up and then doing big damage for only 3 energy.
Definitely. It looks like Namigar here going for an attack, and luckily it's still on a Duraludon V, so the attack does go through. The Ultimate Ray attack doing 150 damage, even with the Altered Creation buff, since Duraludon does have the ability that reduces that. So yeah, but still putting damage on a Duraludon is really, really good. And potentially you could take a prize off it this turn and take 3 prizes. Oh, sorry, the incoming turn, the next turn.
Yep, for sure. And I think Ludus is put into a hard situation here right now because there is a Duraludon in the active spot that is probably going to go down. Namigar then goes up to 3 prize cards. Luteus then has to respond with a Duraludon VMAX in order to stave off this onslaught. But look at the bench on Namigar's side. All that energy ready to lock and load on those Pokemon. And they're going to deal maximum damage because there is no special energy attached to any of those Pokemon.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the Galarian Moltres and the Crobat.
Yeah, it's very interesting that there is energy attached to the Crobat. That could come into play. Getting the attack Venomous Fang off for technically 100 damage, and then you get poisoned as well. That might be something the Duraludon does not want to have to deal with. Getting poisoned, that could be big. That could be big.
Yep, for sure, for sure.
Yes, looks
Gonna
like
be interesting regardless.
Ludius was able to find the switch card into the Pokédoll, though, which is very big, protecting that Duraludon. So now Nabigar has to find another boss's orders to really make the most use for this turn. Because if you leave that Duraludon on the bench, it is healing with the Crystal Cave continuously every turn.
Yep, definitely. And I think then it also pushes the push Nemigar to figuring out what is the best way to take out all take the prizes essentially, because this Lee's Pokédoll will just continuously be an annoying card to have to deal with.
Yes, I would think. Yeah, I would think you'd boss the Duraludon now while it has damage to just get it out of the way, and then deal with the Pokédoll later. But it looks like he's opting for just a research instead here, which is a-okay. Maybe finding more Pokemon to power up essentially, but looks like discarding the Galarian Moltres and
Galarian Zapdos.
Sorry, Galarian Zapdos. Yes, and then there's no more bench space.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, yeah, interesting what Namigar decides to do here. Maybe just opting to finally deal with this Pokédoll.
Yeah, I think better deal with it as soon as you can. If especially you're not able to get prizes off a Duraludon right now, because at this point in time, the ADP is still doing some work. It's essentially clearing the way for the Galarian Moltres or even the Crobat to do some damage later. It's just really unfortunate that Namigar doesn't have any other attackers to power up at this point, because the bench space is just so tight. There's an Eldegoss. There are two DNAs.
The Eldegoss can attack.
Yeah, fair enough. The Eldegoss can attack. But you will need. I can't remember what was the energy requirement on that.
I believe it is 2 colorless energy, and you can, I believe, shuffle it back into the deck or put it into your hand.
Along those lines.
Let me double check that real quick. Again, not something you typically do with Eldegoss, but sometimes when you're in a tough position, it's something you have to do.
For sure. And it's interesting to note that it can do that, especially if it just wants to deal some damage and then get out of the way.
Definitely. So yes, Eldegoss does have the attack float up for double colors energy, does 50, and you may shuffle this Pokemon and all attach to it into the deck. So not bad. That is not bad.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Does some damage, gets out of the way, saves itself from being knocked out. That's for sure.
Maybe that's a way you can deal with the Pokédolls.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But then again, after that, the Duraludon just comes up and says, "Hello, 220 damage. Who's coming to take it?"
Yes, 220 damage again. It's very serious damage, especially if you're not a Pokemon VMAX.
Yep, for sure. And the fact is, it's doing 220 for only 3 energy cards, and it's a lot of damage. And gone are the days where 3 energies dealing 50 or 60 and 70 was considered great already. We're doing 220 damage.
Yes.
And what effectively is a stage 1 Pokemon.
Yes. The VMAX Pokemon just definitely being the most powerful cards printed to date. And yeah, I believe here we're gonna see Ludius promote the Duraludon with some damage to it, which is interesting. It looks like he's still struggling to find those VMAXs here.
Yep, and I probably should also note that both players have yet to take a single prize card, and we're down to the final 10 minutes of this game 1 in the quarterfinal 3.
That is true. I can't see a way for either player really to get 6 prizes in the next 10 minutes. But again, this is ADP.
Yep, it is ADP. So, I mean, if there's anyone who's going to take 6 prizes, your money will probably be on the ADP deck right now because of the fact that it's always getting an extra prize card for every knockout. But we're up against a 330 hit point Duraludon VMAX.
360 with the big charm.
Oh, fair enough. There you go. And of course, it also has the ability preventing it from being damaged by the ADP right now because of the Aurora energy attached.
Yes, and
So
it's also being supported by so many of these heal cards, just like Mallow and Lana here.
yep,
And
yep.
looks like we're finally gonna see. No, this isn't gonna be the first prize card of the game because ADP does have 280 HP, but this is important damage, definitely.
For sure. So the first Gmax pulverization coming out from the Relodon VMAX onto this ADP GX, it puts Nemigar in a very awkward position because they will have to get this ADP out as soon as possible. Otherwise, they go down 3 prizes. But they can also, just wait it out because going into anything on the bench, such as the Galarian Moltres, will just mean that they're going to hit the Duraludon VMAX and then go down right off the bat again due to Gmax pulverization. I'm not too sure what's the best play here. It's a very tough situation because the bench space is so tight. What do you think, Wancho?
I think just going for an attack here, paying that retreat cost should be fine. If you have the switch card, that's fine as well. But just attacking with either the Crobat V or the Galarian Moltres should be good. I would have liked to see the Galarian Zapdos probably, just so that it at least has a stronger attack than the Crobat here. Because
Yeah,
I
for sure.
don't think an attack from the Moltres followed by an attack from the Crobat can do it. If Ludius plays some healing cards.
Yeah, and we know for a fact he does. This deck is all about keeping the Duraludon VMAXs alive as much as possible, preventing the knockouts. We have Big Charms, you have Crystal Caves, you have, I believe we also saw the Melon Lana. So lots of cards to just keep Duraludon VMAXs healthy.
Definitely. I believe Galarian Moltres here doing 220 damage to the active, and then so that brings Duraludon down to 140 HP. Yeah, even an attack from the Crobat doesn't do it, which is interesting.
Yep, which is a very awkward situation for Nemiga to be in. This deck is supposed to be taking prizes, but unfortunately right now it's just scratching a Duraludon VMAX. So let's see what are the further options that Nemigar has. Luteus though now getting an energy from the deck. I believe it's from a Viridian Forest.
Yes, discarding the basic fighting, opting to find something else here. I believe it's just to get an energy out, really increasing the odds that he can top deck out of something, because he is playing with a 0-card hand, which is actually very good for him. But he's about to take 2 prizes, so it's very good for Nemigar, but he's about to take 2 prizes. And yes, and he needs to get this second Duraludon up and running. I believe if he gets the second one ready to go, he could take this game. It's, I think, a little bit too hard for Nemigar to deal with 2.
Yep, I gotta agree with you there. I think it's gonna be a very huge uphill task for Nemigar, considering the fact that they don't have any further attackers that could deal significant damage at this point.
It's very awkward to have a double Dedenne, a Crobat V, and an Eldegoss V really filling up the bench. These are your support Pokemon, not necessarily your main attackers, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do here. And at least here we see another Galarian Moltres V. If we can get that powered up this turn, we can take a knockout. However, I believe there is no energy switch in the deck. Maybe Raihan? Raihan is definitely... Raihan can definitely help.
I think only Raihan. I'm looking through the list. There's no energy switch. There's no other way to accelerate energy except for Raihan. So let's see. That's a boss order. So probably trying to stall at this point by bringing up the bench Duraludon VMAX.
Yep.
Or is it just a Duraludon V?
It's just a Duraludon V here. So
okay.
I believe here you just hit it with a Crobat.
Just hit it with a Crobat.
Yeah, just hit it with a Crobat. Do around 170 damage, I believe. No, sorry, 70 damage. Sorry, I'm thinking way too big for our friend Crobat here.
I was about to say, can I buy that Crobat V off you if you can do 170 damage? But yeah, it looks like 70, I think, and poison, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So effectively 80 damage, and then you can probably finish it off with the Galarian Moltres. But even then, your Galarian Moltres is in threat to really get knocked out by the Duraludon in the bench. So it has to be Crobat here to take the knockout on the Duraludon V. And we see Crushing Hammer.
I think overall it's going to be 110 damage now on that Duraludon V because you have the ADP buff of plus 30.
Yes, but
So 70 plus 30 plus 10, so 110 damage, I believe.
I believe the Duraludon has an ability itself,
Oh yeah, that's the one with the minus 30. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
negating the Alpha creation.
You don't see that very often. Not as a ADP player, you're hoping like, okay, I'm always dealing 30 extra damage. But not this time. Duraludon V says no.
Actually, you see it quite often back in the day because ADP was played during the time of Lucario Melmetal as well, and they had a very similar concept where, yes, ADP increases damage by 30, but then Lucario Melmetal decreases damage by 30. So,
yeah, I really wish I played against more Lucario Melmetal than I'm just thinking most of the time playing ADP. You're hoping to always get a plus 30 buff, and if you don't, it just feels like, oh well, I'm not doing as much. But then again, you play ADP not just for the buff, you're playing it for the extra prizes that you get off the Ultra Creation GX.
yes.
So what are we seeing here? We're seeing a retreat.
We retreat here, very big retreat.
So, yep, very big retreat. And it's so Ludus goes into the Duraludon VMAX again, grabbing 2 more prizes, and he's down to his final 2 prizes right now.
This is big, actually. Galarian Moltres can take the knockout, I believe, on the Duraludon VMAX. And from there, it should be able to close out the game.
Oh, wow.
Because
that is huge.
The Duraludon in the bench just does not have the energy to deal with the Galarian Moltres anymore.
Yep. And Lutis essentially, well, we talk about GMX pulverization, but I believe the unfortunate thing here is that he just ran out of resources. You know, getting perhaps a Duraludon VMAX.
Wait, one second. Namigar used the Virgin Forest, but did not get an energy card. Is there still an energy in play? Is there an energy in hand? This is very important.
Let's see.
Like, again, this is very, very tense. Namigar
very close.
needs to put
down to the... Okay, so
no energy in hand. Did not grab an energy off the Virgin Forest. What can you do? You can't look for the Aurora energy. That does not work here.
Did Namigar extend too much of energies onto Aldegos and Crobat and just missed out on the final energy attachment?
Yes.
Oh, well, you can't do that. I mean, you can, but it's not going to deal any damage.
I believe here you attach to retreat into Eldegoss.
I guess so, but that doesn't really do much, does it?
Yeah. There's nothing to fan here, I believe.
Yep. There is no special energy to fan away.
With that Ludius might take it because he is two prizes away. This was a very, very key knockout, but yeah, maybe attaching those extra energies to their support Pokemon, maybe not definitely not ideal, but wait, a Raihan, but
we
already bossed.
Oh wait, a Raihan.
We played a boss this time.
No, he did not.
No, we did it.
He did not. No, he did not. No, definitely not.
It was an escape rope. Was it?
It was not. I mean, Lucius was the one that retreated.
Oh yes, you are right.
Yeah,
you are
but
right.
The problem right now is that he's also going to attach the Aurora energy. Oh gosh.
Oh no! How do you get it out? You have to retreat, and then switch. But then you're lacking the energy again.
But Duraludon just takes knock on anything that's on the bench.
That is true.
Oh no.
I feel like maybe attaching the Aurora energy.
That was a misplay, I think.
Oh, that was so close. So close. Raihan. I
mean, Namigar had everything.
Yes,
had the Raihan, had the energy. Gosh.
Oh, it absolutely heartbreaking here. I believe, there's no way. You can't fan of waves your own energy, I believe. And
no, you can't. So
that
energy attachment was the misplay.
Yeah, that is unfortunate here. And I believe, Dire Flame wings for nothing, and Duraludon can just take the knockout. Are we missing something?
I think maybe just Ludus is playing out his hand, just to
just to play
show that he can.
Yes, I believe time has been called here as well, and Yeah, we'll have to see here. Oh, so a little bit of confusion there. Lodius discarding
Stormy
the
Mountain, I think. Stormy Mountains.
yeah, Stormy Mountains for an energy, but Namigar thought it was to be played.
Yep. Yeah, but I think this game is all but wrapped up in favor of Luteus. Essentially, that very small but hugely meaningful misplay attaching that Aurora energy to the Glare Moltres V, uh, just making the relevant VMAX immune to damage.
Yeah, definitely, very, very close game here. That was that
Yep.
was the window of opportunity. Definitely.
And then Mika notices as well. He picks up the card and just slams it down. Oh wow! What an end to the match.
Was not expecting it. Definitely, I definitely eating my words here when I said ADP has a very big advantage against the Duraludon, but no, Duraludon just stopping that any Pokemon with the Aurora energy, especially the ADP Bird Box here, since they are playing multiple different types of Pokemon, really forced into the Aurora energy. Yeah, definitely. Very shocking to me, and very awesome game as well.
Yeah, I think overall it was an overall interesting game. The matchup was I think it was a stalemate pretty much during the earlier turns. We had the Lily's Pokédoll come into play. There was essentially a very tight bench for the ADP Bird Box deck, but that one misplay of attaching an Aurora energy to that Galarian Moltres be in the active cost Niminar the game, unfortunately. It's these small things that really matter at the end of the day for the Pokemon trading card game. Misplays happen. Sometimes they happen at big tournaments, sometimes they happen at casual settings, but we have to admit they happen. But the most important part is ensuring that you have a good time playing the game. Commiserations to Nemigar for that, but Singapore takes game 1 in this series, so Luteus progresses to face Thailand's second player right now. I think overall, the Duraludon deck was able to eke out the win. What do you think overall of the concept of the deck?
Yeah, again, it's I think it fits the theme of Duraludon very well. It's a skyscraper of a Pokemon, so hard to get past, right? And it just looks like an absolute wall, and it is, despite the absolute power of Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia boosting up damage, getting extra prize cards. What can you do against a just full wall of Duraludon?
All right, so we have Top Secret here representing Thailand as player number 2, and up against Luteus, who took the first game in this series. And tell us what are they playing right now, Wancho?
So Thailand is playing, Top Secret is playing a Duraludon as well. So we have here a Duraludon mirror match. But despite having the same ace Pokemon in their deck, these are two very different styles of deck. So Top Secret is pairing Duraludon with the Gengar VMAX. But unfortunately, he is only playing special energies. So he's playing he's playing single strike energies, impact energies, and Aurora energies. That means that this Gengar VMAX cannot do any damage at all to a Duraludon, so that is a non-factor in this matchup. However, something that is pretty big for Top Secret's deck is he does play the single strike Houndoom that does accelerate the single strike energies to single strike Pokemon, and so we can definitely see him really power up a Duraludon before Luteus can, and let's see if that comes into play here. What do you think, Aaron, about the matchup?
Yeah, I think it's overall a very interesting matchup here. As you said, both of the pivotal Pokemon is actually the Duraludon VMAX, because they are essentially the main ones, getting powered up and swing for big damage. Of course, there was the Gengar VMAX for Top Secret, but it's not going to come into play this time around. Hopefully, he's able to discard it with Tower of Darkness early on. It's essentially a non-factor in this matchup, considering that he only runs special energy. And I think the one thing to note is that Duraludon VMAX, with its attack, is able to actually, go through its own ability, as you mentioned. So it's going to be interesting overall to see how quickly this deck set up. Because for Top Secret, he does have access to the Houndoom, which accelerates single strike energy. So it really comes down to that, acceleration point. And you see now, Top Secret does have an energy attachment onto the active Duraludon V already. and that could be threatening a turn 2 G Max pulverization.
Yes, definitely. And that Gmax pulverization could possibly take an early knockout, right? That is 220 damage plus however damage you can add on with the a single strike energies, because the single strike energies do add 20 damage for each one. So if you attach two because of the Houndoom and attachment for turn, you're actually doing 260 damage, which is very, very big here. And let's see if Top Secret can pull that off. Getting that early lead could be the difference between winning and losing this game, really. But again, so it's so interesting to see that, yes, they're both the same deck, but Top Secrets is a lot more aggressive versus Luteus is playing to the wall aspect of Duraludon. And let's see what style of deck really edges out here. And
Yep, for sure, for sure. I think overall the card that might come into play very early on is the Crushing Hammers for Luteus, essentially able to stall Top Secret for maybe a couple turns before he gets set up himself. It's all about which of these decks, which of these players are able to get out an early G-Max pulverization.
No, yes, definitely. And since we do see Top Secret only having one Houndour in play, that means he can only essentially accelerate energy one time. And there we go. We see it. The Crushing Hammer heads taking out that impact energy, essentially setting Top Secret back a turn here. Very, very big play by Luteus. And let's see what else he has. All he can do is attach an energy for turn. Ideally, probably find a second Duraludon just for safety. And here we go. We see a Guzman Hala discarding a Raihan, and let's see what else. Looks like a Flannery. So either way, it looks like that special energy was going away. Flannery does have the ability to take out special energies, but here we go. Guzman Hala. Let's see what he decides to find here. And I believe he's going to find an energy for himself, and special energy, the impact energy. You can still find a stadium as well as a tool. And I believe the only tools he is playing is that Big Charm. Luckily, the Duraludon in the active already has one. As for stadiums, Luteus is playing a myriad of stadiums. Could be the Crystal Cave, could be the Stormy Mountain, I believe. Yeah. And Stormy Mountain's actually a way here to find a second Duraludon, which he may opt for.
Yeah, I think overall the stadiums that these players had to bring are quite unique in that way, because Top Secret is playing the Tower Darkness, so 4 count of Tower Darkness, whereas Luteus went for a 3-1 split of Crystal Cave and Stormy Mountain. So you could really see the difference in how these players built their Duraludon VMAX decks. Top Secret going for aggression and speed, drawing more cards, getting more energies into play, whereas for Luteus is all about setting up, healing off damage, and taking prizes without losing prizes in the same time. So we get a very clear picture. We also see the Big Charm that came down earlier, which essentially gives the Duraludon V inactive additional HP, 20 more HP in this sense. We also see that there was no other bench Pokemon from Luteus. Essentially, I don't mind this play because there is nothing that Top Secret could bring out into the active using something like a boss order or something like that. It's something which could come into play, considering that Luteus does not want to be stalling with the wrong Pokemon inactive. Probably wants to drop some Lily's Pokédoll, if I recall correctly. That was the card.
Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't think he has the option to really find another Duraludon. Yes, he got a Stormy Mountain. Stormy Mountains only allows him to find either an electric or a dragon type Pokemon, but we already see the Dragon Duraludon in the active. While
you're right.
He
You're
plays
right.
3 of the metal one. So
That's true. That's an unfortunate situation for Luteus, unfortunately, in that scenario. But it's okay, I guess. He does get the Evolution Incense, so that is a Duraludon VMAX,
Yes.
I presume.
he needs to get rid of the Top Secret's energy again this turn, just to really get the first attack off. I think that's what it comes down to in this matchup. Whoever gets to hit first may eke out the win here. And yeah, it's funny enough, we talked about both of these Duraludons. Luteus likes to really remove damage counters on their Duraludon, while Top Secret, actually, since he is playing the Houndoom, and Houndoom has the ability Single Strike Roar, which, yes, it accelerates energy into the Duraludon, but also does 20 damage to it. So he's actually hitting his own Duraludon. So completely opposite playstyles. And here we see the boss's orders on the Dedenne, really forcing
Ooh.
Top Secret into a probably awkward position, forcing him to find a switching card in order to get an attack off this turn. So he needs a couple of things. He needs
Yep, it's quite a bit of things,
he
actually.
needs a Duraludon VMAX, a Houndoom, an energy attachment for turn, as well as a switch. So let's see if he finds it. He finds double Duraludon VMAX. That is one more than Ludius here.
He does also have access to Air Balloon, so Air Balloon could come in as well as a way to get the Detonate back to the bench. So 2 switches and 2 Air Balloons in the deck for Top Secret.
Yes. And another thing, I guess, to keep count of is the boss count, because Top Secret does play other cards besides Duraludon, right? So there is a Detonate in play, there's a Houndoom, that's 3 prizes right there. And versus trying to get a knockout on 2 Duraludons, again, that we already saw how tough that is, but maybe Ludius can pull it off. But again, there is other options as well.
Yep, and for Ludius, it's just an energy attachment and pass. I don't mind this at all because you're not in any danger right now, obviously. But we probably got to count the number of single strike energy coming down onto that Duraludon VMAX, or Duraludon V, I should say, at this point. It's not a VMAX yet, I don't think.
I believe there are VMAXs on both of the boards.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So it's VMAX on both sides now.
Yes. There you go. We see a big Dedenne here with allowing him to discard his hand and draw 6. Let's see what he can get. And all he needs here is a switching card, a Houndoom, and that's it, actually. Or even just an energy attachment for turn.
I think players are just clarifying something between each other. But yeah, I totally agree with what you said just now. I think it's just a matter of getting the right resources for Top Secret to start attacking into Ludius's Duraludon. Essentially, the one that fires off the first attack is put into a great position. Essentially, you're doing 220 damage, forcing the Twit KO on the opposing Duraludon. But the thing is, does he get the right resources that he needs to start attacking?
Definitely. And again, this just goes to show the power of the Dede change. He was able to just discard his hand, draw 6. He hasn't played a supporter yet for the turn, so he still has that option as well. And yes, again, but however, Top Secret does have a couple of more, I guess, risks in play. He has 2 Detonates and the Houndoom, so he can't afford really to bench another Houndoom. However, Ludius doesn't play 4 boss's orders. It's only 3, so you can't really.
I was about to say, I think Ludius's deck is running only 2 boss order because it's running a host of other cards. Lots of Switch, lots of Crush Hammers, Lily's Pokédoll, a bunch of tag team supporters as well in the Guzmahala, Mellow, Lana, and Cynthia Caitlyn. So it's a host of different resources that he has access to, but that just means that you don't have access to enough of stuff like boss order.
Actually, he is playing 3 boss orders.
He runs 3 actually. Yeah, I was about to correct that.
And
he runs 3 boss order.
Cynthia and Caitlyn can get back a boss's order, so he does have access to 4. So I don't know, that could be a play.
It's all about time, I guess.
Yeah.
It's all about whether he has enough time to get all these cards into his hand, because again, he doesn't run any form of the Dene or Crobat in this deck. It's purely just Duraludon and Snorlaxes.
The Snorlax is actually something I think he wish he started off with, just because it does have the ability Gormandize. You do end your turn, but you get to draw up to 7, and that would have been very, very big at the opening turn, especially since he can afford to lose 2 prizes and still force his opponent to really take 2 VMAX knockouts.
That is true. That is very true. I think overall these decks are pretty unique for what they're trying to do. Again, go back to the point that they're running the same, Pokemon, or in a sense in the form of Duraludon, but the way in which the decks have been built, really polar opposites in terms of strategy.
Yeah, definitely. And here we see Top Secret go for the Tower of Darkness, discarding a Tower of Darkness, drawing 2. Let's see if he can find it. Looks like they're a Houndoom, and again, you just have to give props to both these players playing in the tournament right now. Just really, you can see how clear Top Secret is, really showing to the camera whatever card he plays is just, yeah, really adapting to the current situation here. And yes, and it's very easy for us to watch as well.
Yep, for sure. I think also we're probably going to mention the fact that for Thailand, they are playing the localized versions of the Pokemon trading card game. This is, after all, one of the major events after the localized versions or localized language cards have been released in countries like Thailand and Indonesia. But the one thing that we all know in terms of language is the language of the Pokemon trading card game, right? So the fun and community that comes with it, breaking the language barriers as well. Apart from having to go through the fact that it's a 100% remote setting due to, of course, COVID and other issues. But it's great to see players coming together to play the game that we all enjoy.
Yes, definitely. I mean, despite yeah, the different language barriers, I feel like a Pikachu will always be a Pikachu. And there you go. We see a
Dedenne will always discard your hand and will always get you 6 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. We see a Crobat. Now we actually see 3 2-prize Pokemon in play. So the triple boss play is open for Ludius if he doesn't want to go through the Duraludons. So maybe discarding the boss a little bit too early here. But again, he can get it back with the Cynthia and Caitlyn.
Yep, and we do see I believe
that was the single strike roar getting the attachment on the second Duraludon. Looks like he's a top secret, just getting ready for a second Duraludon. And again, just the difference between having that support, the energy acceleration with the Houndoom, and just draw potential with these Crobats and Dedennes could be the difference in this game, really.
I mean, it's already being the difference right now because we see the first GMX pulverization coming out from Top Secret's Duraludon VMAX, dealing 200 and I believe 40 damage?
240 damage, yes, because of the single strike energy. And
exactly,
yeah, there we go. We do see Ludius here playing the Team Yell Towel, healing up the Duraludon up to 190, but I don't think that is enough to save it. Oh, is it 190, 250, 190 plus another 240? That should still be not out. But here we go.
Well, it's going for the play here. So it goes for a boss order onto the Crobat V and just passes the turn. He missed the energy drop, unfortunately, I think.
And there we go.
And that's an attachment for the retreat of the Crobat V. Up comes Duraludon VMAX. And QMAX pulverization.
Yes.
For the win.
Unfortunately, that was the only Pokemon on Ludi's side of the field. And I guess here, having the stronger spear beats the unbreakable shield.
Ooh, nice one right there. Throw back this one in shield, folks.
Yeah. And yeah, just such a good showing here from Top Secret. Putting a twist into Duraludon. I was thinking maybe he was at a little bit of a disadvantage because he does have cards that are unplayable in the Gengar VMAX. But again, you just have to adjust to that. Yes, you don't put it down, you don't play it, and you have to depend on a different Pokemon. But that's why you have multiple attackers, right?
Yeah, but it's all about the speed of the deck as well. The fact that you're able to accelerate energies, and accelerating energies has been around in the Pokemon trading card game since the base set with Rain Dance Blastoise. Essentially, you're able to bypass that rule of only a single energy per turn. That essentially gave the edge to Top Secret, even after losing his first energy attachment to a Crushing Hammer flip by Ludius. But props to Ludius for playing out as best he could. Rather unfortunate for him that he went down without having any other Pokemon on his bench. But now the score is tied. Thailand 1, Singapore 1, and it's going to be Top Secret who goes into the next series of matches. Can he take on more wins, or will it be Team Singapore taking the lead again? We'll have to see. Up next is Neon from Singapore, and Neon also someone who's been in the community for quite a while. Top 8 Malaysia Regionals, Top 8 League Cup, 9th place at Singapore Special Event. And look at the deck up for us right now, Mew VMAX and Genesect V.
Yes, this should be very interesting. Again, this is the current best deck in format, adjusted to the current format, and we'll have to see if it does well against this single strike box type deck. We mentioned earlier how Gengar VMAX was almost a non-factor in the earlier game. Now it may just be the MVP. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Yep, for sure. So Gengar VMAX essentially is a dark type Pokemon, and Mew VMAX is weak to dark. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two decks fit to each other. I think Top Secret, to me, has a slight edge in this matchup. What do you think there, Wancho?
Definitely, I think just having that advantage of being able to attack for weakness, but we can't forget as well, Duraludon has a very, very useful ability where it cannot be damaged by Pokemon who have special energies, and the new VMAX decks are known to basically be playing almost all special energies, maybe 2 Psychic. We'll have to check Neon's deck if he can adjust to that. So again, just having a big wall to really attack, as well as a Gengar that just one-hit knocks out Mew. Neon here definitely in a tough position.
Yep, for sure. I think the card that really comes to the question for the Mew VMAX deck is Weakness Guard Energy. So that protects the Mew V from having a dark type Pokemon dealing double damage due to weakness. But then again, if you're attached to Weakness Guard Energy, here comes the Duraludon VMAX saying, hello, I am going to GMAX Pulverization for 220, and you're not getting any damage onto me due to Skyscraper.
Definitely. We also have to take... Oh, no. I was thinking of the other Duraludon deck, since the other Duraludon was playing Hammers, so that is one way to get rid of Weakness Guard, but unfortunately Top Secret has no way to get rid of those Weakness Guard energies, but maybe he just leans more towards the Duraludon at that point. So it's very exciting to see what type of mode Top Secret decides to go with. And yeah, looks like we see the Mew open here. Unfortunately, Mew opens for both again, something we've seen in the past, and unfortunately not something Top Secret wants to see.
Yeah, for sure. And we see right off the bat a Battle VIP pass coming up from Neon. The perfect card to have in your opening hand, for sure, in a Mew VMAX Genesect V deck. A card that essentially allows you to search up your deck for 2 basic Pokemon, but you can only play it on your first turn. So obviously, he's going to be grabbing the Genesect Vs.
Yes. I think he needs to put in as much pressure as possible, and Mew is known for putting in that pressure. If he can set up possibly a Mew VMAX this turn, or maybe Meloetta's, he can take knockouts on whatever Top Secret decides to bench, be it the Gengar V or the Duraludon V, before it even gets a chance to VMAX. And that's one way to really control Top Secret's board, especially since it looks like he has a little bit of a slower start with only the Mew V. But again, he could still play a ton of cards, maybe quick balls, maybe researches to really set up his board here. And an interesting note as well is that the Gengar V by itself actually knocked out the Mew VMAX, because Gengar V does have an attack for, I believe, 3 dark energy. It's called Pain Explosion, does 190 damage, which should be enough to knock out the Mew VMAX if it does not have that Weakness Guard energy. So yeah, sometimes you don't even have to VMAX.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't run the risk of giving up extra prizes when you don't need to. So definitely a route to victory for Top Secret. I think he has multiple different pathways to get this game in the bag. But of course, you're going up against one of the most consistent decks, not just of the format, but also of this tournament. If Neon is able to set up as quickly as what we see from a Mew VMAX deck, we may not have enough time for the Duraludon V or even Gengar V to make an appearance.
Yes, exactly. Again, this lone Mew staring down just this absolute army of Fusion Strike Pokemon must be very intimidated at this point. And yes, but again, we don't know what's in Top Secret's hand. Maybe he's just opting to just keep the Mew in the active as a buffer until he can set up everything. Maybe he has it all. Maybe he has like a double Houndoom. I have to double check if he plays Battle VIP. It looks like he does play Battle VIP Pass as well. So maybe he just has a ton of those cards, a ton of those in his hand. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think overall, both these decks are looking to set up using Battle VIP Pass if possible. But I have to look into the fact that, for Neon and Mew VMAX, the card is just so good because it nets you more cards. And that's the main point about Battle VIP V Pass when combined with Genesect V. You're essentially getting cards onto your bench that's going to refill your hand after that, and you don't get the same level of consistency when you're playing it in a deck, for example, like what Top Secret is playing, which is set up Houndours or Duraludons. So it's a very, very interesting difference here. So we see a Tower of Darkness coming
Yes.
down, which bumps the Chaotic Swell.
However, it also just bumps itself because of Chaotic Swell's effects, effectively just having no stadium in play now. I'm sure Top Secret would have loved to keep that stadium in play to try and draw into more cards, because a Marnie for 5 and not having
Yep.
anything else on the field is not something you like to see here for Top Secret. Hopefully he can
Yep.
draw into a couple of battle VIP passes. We see one Houndour down, and again, that just shows how much better the battle VIP pass is in the Mew deck, since they can
Oh
play
dear.
it down and then probably draw into a couple more. But it looks like
Mhm.
all we have is a Houndoom and attachment.
I
Houndour.
think that's a Houndour with an attachment, and that's it. So passing over to Neon, I think Top Secret is just hoping that he gets something going next turn, either off the top deck or whatever that's in his hand. Because right now it doesn't look very good at this point. The Mew VMAX deck will be putting pressure as soon as turn 2, which
Yes.
is expected out of it.
Yeah. He can essentially even use an escape rope to try and force the Houndour into the active, or maybe just straight boss it, because taking out Top Secret's engine, and literally the lone single strike Pokemon in Top Secret's side of the field could be very big. And even if he doesn't, Top Secret doesn't have much else at the moment. And
Yep, for sure. I'm just thinking along the lines of what can Top Secret have next turn if he'd like to stay in this game, because we are going to see a Mew VMAX most likely coming down. Oh, and here comes a boss order going after that Houndour. So no energy acceleration for you, Top Secret, not this time.
yes, unfortunate there. And an interesting thing too is that Houndoom can attack for 50 damage and could knock out
Oh.
Meloetta's.
That is interesting.
So, and we do see the Houndour with the energy, but unfortunately we're not going to be able to see that in this game, since that Houndour is about to get knocked out, really. And I think for Top Secret to really stay in this game, he has to just have research in his hand and draw into 4 quick balls and something like that, or literally all the Pokemon he needs. Something that can happen is he can wall up. He can just go into a Duraludon V and then hopefully evolve it into the VMAX. That could be something, and just wall up there. But again, Mew is just such a strong Pokemon, already having its own way to get past that with the max miracle attack, ignoring all effects on the opposing Pokemon, but only doing 130 though. But we know for the fact that Top Secret's deck is not the healing defensive type deck, so that 130 damage is going to stick. So again, just Top Secret in a very tough position here. Let's see, he goes for a boss. That's definitely one way you can stay in
This is good. I think overall for his game plan right now is just to stall out as much as possible, because he's only going to pass with a Mew inactive, so a switch here would do it for Neon to take the win.
Let's see if he can find it here.
That's
Quick
big
ball. Okay, that is good. You get to thin down your hand, really. I believe he's going to look at his deck. How many switching options does he still have? I don't think he's
Probably
played
gonna
any.
fail it as well.
He hasn't used any of his 3 switches or 1 escape rope.
Nope, definitely not. So definitely all the outs available to him still.
He can also just attach an energy to the Genesect and then
Alyssa Sparkle?
with the Alessa
yeah.
Sparkle and then attach for turn, and that's enough to retreat.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So as long as there's an energy card already in his hand, this is a very, very quick game tree,
Yes.
putting Singapore up 2 games versus 1 against Thailand. Let's
Yes.
see.
There
it
you
is.
go.
There is the energy. So attached to the Genesect V, retreat. Here
And-
comes Mew VMAX,
Knock-
taking the knockout, taking the game, putting Singapore up 2 games to 1.
I feel bad for that bench barrier Mew getting knocked out by its big brother counterpart there. And
And as you can see, the players enjoying a quick chat as well. Looks like Top Secret would not have top deck out of it at all.
Got-
so a Crobat
Oh,
on the
there we
quick
go.
card, unfortunately.
gotta love
So-
the attitude for both these players, right? Yes, Top Secret did break, but he's still happy just to be playing Pokemon. Such good sportsmanship, and really sharing in the fact that yes, it was funny. I was stuck, but it was a good game, and he was able to take a win there, and previously, so that is also good as well. But again, looks like Neon able to take one for Team Singapore here. Very, very
Yep.
tight game, don't you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think overall it's a very tight series that we're seeing. Singapore going up one game first, and then after that getting replied with another game from Thailand, and now Neon coming out clutch in game 3 to go to really score 2-1, putting Singapore in a position to win the series with the final game if it's possible. Otherwise, we will go all the way to 5 games. So let's see how that turns out. I'm excited to see Pokemon right now, Wancho. So let's look at our next player from Thailand, the Vespa, a player that has also been in and around the community for sure. Top 4 Thailand championships, first place in the Pokemon TG Thailand Pro League, first place in PMTC seasons 1, 2, 3, and 5, and also first place at the Town League Gateway at Kamai. So definitely a lot of first places for the Vespa. And what deck is he bringing today?
He's actually bringing ADP Bird. Again.
Aha, again. So we get to see this deck one more time. It was formerly piloted by his teammate Nemigar. So we will get to see pretty much almost a similar list. I believe it's just a few cards off from each other.
A few cards, but few very key cards here. Vespa is playing 4 of the Galarian Moltres, which is very, very important in the Mew matchup.
Yep, that is true. And I think the Vespa and Team Thailand essentially putting a lot of value in this Galarian Moltres ADP deck. So it remains to be seen if it's going to pay off. I think versus Mew VMAX, it's going to have quite a nice time if it gets to attack into a Mew VMAX without a Weakness Guard energy. So for me, I'm calling out the key card right away. It's going to be Weakness Guard energy. What do you think, Wancho?
Definitely, or honestly, just Genesect. It always has to be Genesect. You don't get to get into those cards unless you see your Genesect. And I think if Neon can just replicate what he did against the single strike deck, that just being able to set up completely and adding pressure, it is going to take Vespa a couple of turns at least to power up a Moltres. I think he has to even forego the ADP in altogether and just essentially play the Moltres deck. He has to go try and set one up as soon as possible. When one gets knocked out, you have to get a Raihan to really power up another. That may be his key to victory here.
Yep, for sure. And I think the card that really comes into play here is Fan of Waves. We saw the card earlier on, trying to be played by Nemigar. Unfortunately, was not able to play it. But it's a card that will come into play later on. I think I'll probably mention about it later once we get there. But right now, I'd like to concentrate on this Mawile GX. What card is this right now, and how does it come into play?
So the Mawile GX, again, it's more of a support Pokemon, so not something you like to see at the start. It does have the ability to just look at your opponent's hand and bench whatever you see. Yes, it's called the Captivating Wink, and it's a way to really, just in case your opponent doesn't want to put down any risky Pokemon, you're forcing them to bench it. Maybe it could be even like a Dedenne. If your opponent has a Dedenne in hand and you use that Mawile GX Captivating Wink, you're forcing them to place it down into the field and not being able to activate the Dead Exchange ability. So that is a really strong Pokemon. However, it's already on the field. That means he does not get value for playing the ability.
Yep, Reda, unfortunately for the Vespa here. But then again, we still see the cards that you want to see, which is a Galarian Moltres V coming down into play as early as turn 1, which is great to see. Again, Galarian Moltres V, the pivotal card I feel in this deck going up against Mew VMAX, which is weak to Dark. So if the Vespa is able to get a very early Diaflame Wings, we could see an attack coming as early as turn 2.
Yes,
but it remains.
We see the Dead Change as well here. Unfortunately, discarding the Fighting Energy. If that was a Dark Energy, that would have been very, very big. And we see here the Viridian Forest. Maybe Vespa already has a Darkness Energy in his hand. He can discard it with the Viridian Forest, use Dire Flame Wings, maybe find another Darkness Energy and attach it to the Moltres. Or maybe he could go the ADP route as well. But it looks like he's discarding another ADP.
Yep, discarded ADP. Yep. Probably going to forego the ADP altogether because he wants to set up quickly and efficiently using Galarian Moltres V. He knows that's his path to victory here. Whoa, hang on. It's a Water Energy, so perhaps he is going for the ADP play.
He could. Maybe he's opting to maybe try and knock out the active Mew, bench barrier Mew. Eventually, take 2 prizes and then take 4 prizes on a Mew VMAX.
That is true.
But we'll have to see here. Neon has to play he has to get a little stuck for Vespa to have the opportunity to really go to an altered creation followed by a ultimate ray attack. And unfortunately, he again Neon opening the wrong Mew. I think we've seen this Mew show up so many times in the active spot at this point. And
I mean, it does its job. It comes in clutch against a certain bug Pokemon that we saw earlier today in the series. But looks like it's going to be the Mew just waiting for it to be going back to the bench later on. We see a Galarian Moltres V go into the active from the Vespa. That signals to me that perhaps he's looking for, or say he's probably able to get it out of the active next turn, because that Mawile actually had an air balloon.
yes, it's very interesting. Maybe the Vespa here just really afraid of the Meloetta plays, because Meloetta can hit for 210 on the first turn. And Galarian Moltres does have 220 HP. I don't think Vespa wants to lose any prize cards early. So it is a little bit of a risky play, but if it does pay off, that would be very, very good.
Yep, for sure. So now over to Neon's turn, and he's dropped a Mew V, the right Mew you want to see in this matchup, obviously, and a Genesect V off the bat. So already two Pokemon onto the bench. What was initially just a lone bench bearer Mew start. So not too bad from Neon. Let's see what else he's able to get on turn one.
Yes.
There's a Fog Crystal. Yep, perfect. Probably getting energy, a Psychic Energy, or a basic Psychic Pokemon.
I think I'd like to see the Meloetta here. Not
Oh, maybe the
going
Meloetta. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. So the
Try
Meloetta could
and
come in.
really put in the pressure. No, or another Mew should be good as well.
Mhm.
Yes, let's see what else Neon can play here. He has a Fusion Strike system. However, he can only draw up to 3 because the Bench Barrier Mew is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
It's interesting that he went for the Mew V rather than a Meloetta. I think it's probably understanding the fact that the ADP will definitely alter creation next turn. So making sure each of the knockouts are as difficult to get as possible, so that for the Vespa, he doesn't have any easy prizes to take. So no Meloetta for you. You can take a Mew, but that's about it. I'm not letting you take any other easy knockouts. So and now we can see the Fusion Strike system for 1. Not the most ideal, but let's see.
Looks like was he able to find anything? No, unfortunately, no battle VIP pass here. And
Yep.
all we got is a pass to Vespa. Let's see if this is Vespa's opportunity here to use the altered creation. And yeah, let's see if he gets to do it. Again, even if Vespa does get the altered creation off, the ADP is still in danger of really getting knocked out because it only has 280 HP. That's just a couple of power tablets away from really getting knocked out here. And yeah, there you said it. He did have a means to switch out. Unfortunately, it was the escape rope, which giving Neon access to to his pivots here.
Yep, I don't think it's all that bad though. Eventually, Neon will definitely get one of the Mews into the active so that he could use it as a free retreater. Maybe through his own switch or his own escape rope, but at least he's able to get the ADP into the active for the Altered Creation GX, adding 30 damage to all attacks coming from your Pokemon, as well as giving you an additional prize card whenever you take one.
Yes, definitely a very, very powerful GX attack here. And yeah, but again, it is a GX attack that doesn't do damage right now. It doesn't net you prizes. So let's see if Neon here, if he can take out the active ADP, he would be in a very big position, because then that is all of Vespa's energy in play right now.
Yep, definitely. I think then we probably would see the match go heavily in favor of Neon and Team Singapore. But that remains to be seen. We still need quite a bit to get there. Multiple power tablets. We also need the Mew VMAX and energy on the Mew VMAX as well. So I would say quite a bit of resources to get there, but not impossible, especially when you're playing Mew VMAX with Genesect V.
Definitely, especially now that we see a second Genesect coming to play. And there we go, we see the Mew VMAX. However, to the active Mew without the energy. Oh no, but there's 2 Mew VMAX already in play.
Oh yeah, he's got both. He's gotten both of it.
All right, let's see if he draws into it. Something that could help out here as well is Elastic Sparkle, and as well as attaching a Fusion Strike energy and getting a Meloetta. That's also another way to get to 280 damage.
That is true. So a lot of options here for Neon. The question is, which other options are within reach at this point?
Yes. And again, it would be ideal to get a knockout here, but not the end of the world if he doesn't. Again, he still has access to. He could even boss the Galarian Moltres on the bench and get that knockout as well. But I think, as much as possible, you want to get a knockout. You don't want to be two hitting this ADP.
Maybe you might. I'm just thinking of the fact that, especially with the Mew VMAX, that the card that really comes into play here are the power tablets, right? So if you have it to get the prize cards that you need, great. If you don't, when are you going to get to use it, right? So essentially, if you go up against the ADP, I think I kind of agree with you in the sense that two-shotting this ADP will not do much for you, but it's at least something. And getting damage on the board is better than no damage at all.
That is true, but again, if you don't knock out the Galarian Moltres and you leave the ADP in the active, it's just essentially, yes, the ADP gets to attack as well as power up something in the bench. So at least in this case, if you get rid of the Pokemon on the bench, that is getting rid of something ADP can power up. But here we go. We see the first power tablet. Let's see if he can find at least, I believe, 2 more or 1 more and the Vitality Band. We do know he also plays the Peony, so that could come into play here. That could definitely get him everything he needs. And yes, we'll have to see here.
Yeah, but then one thing to note, there's only a single Peony in his list. I think compared to some of the other decks that we've seen today, running the full 4 count to really maximize the odds of drawing the Peony to get the right trainer cards you need. But it doesn't seem like it. I think that's okay. We do see a weakness card energy come down, I think, on the active UV.
Yes. That is very, very big here. Again, weakness guard energy really protecting you from weakness, right? From getting knocked out by weakness.
It guards you from weakness. So,
yes, exactly.
And it also provides energy, so not too bad, not too shabby of a card. And I should note that Neon here runs 3 weakness guard energy. We've seen some lists earlier today running just 2, but he's opted to run 3, probably sensing that there will be quite a bit of darkness Pokemon in this tournament, and rightly so. We do see a Galarian Moltres on the opposite side of the table for Neon. So it's really a card that is going to come in clutch at this game for sure.
Definitely. And let's see if Neon here can draw into a couple of more cards, the key cards he needs. I don't think he's played a supporter yet for turn, so that again, the Peony is still open, or maybe just a boss, or maybe even a lesser Sparkle, to be honest.
Yep, I think any supporter will be good at this point to at least get Neon either up the price race or getting more energies into play.
Yep. Maybe attacking with a Genesect is also a potential here, just so that it is not a... Oh, well, then again, no, not attacking with a Genesect is the same thing as losing a VMAX at this point because of the altered creation, unfortunately.
Yep, it's quite unfortunate that the Genesect is no longer the 2-price attacker that it is in other matchups. But we do see now an Elisa Sparkle, I think it's only for 1 energy, so it could be that he's already used up multiple or they're priced.
Yes, definitely. And I think that should be a-okay though. He has the 2 Mew VMAXs he needs to attack, and again, it's just a matter of can he get a knockout here. If he does, he just gets ahead of the game, and yes, really denying the Vespa from all the energy on board as well as potential energy in the future. But I think here we're only gonna see, I think, the max miracle, or no, it's the full damage.
Well, it's a full damage, so it's gonna be the full Technoblast.
Yes. So that brings ADP down to, I believe, 40 HP. Maybe we get to see the glistening droplets come into play here.
Ooh, that's spicy. If that comes into play, that's really spicy.
All right, so the Vespa here has, I believe, the best route for Vespa is to boss that Mew in the bench. The bench barrier Mew, if he can do it, that would be absolutely huge. Just taking 2 prizes, going down to 4, and that is 1 VMAX knockout away from the game, essentially.
Yep, for sure. I think at this point, the Vespa needs to take a knockout in order to further the price raise, because otherwise Neon is just going to probably swap into a different new VMAX and reset essentially the entire turn that the Vespa is trying to get. Forcing the boss's order and forcing essentially a very awkward run of turns in order for the Vespa to get a win. So let's see if he has the access. And he does.
He does have it.
He does. He's going for the
the other Mew VMAX.
The other Mew. Okay.
This is interesting. Maybe opting to hit into one without. Is that the one with or without the weakness guard? I forget. But
I believe that's the one without. So you're leaving the one with. Sorry, this is the one with the weakness guard energy. So the one without is still exposed on the bench for a potential knockout from Galarian Moltres. So that could be the reason why. But I really like the line of play that you mentioned just now, Wancho. Essentially going for the prizes, 2 prizes on the bench Mew.
Yes, because
rather than going into the Mew VMAX here.
Definitely, I think that might have been the way to go, because you are essentially 2 attacks away from winning, whereas this route you're still around 3, right? You have to 2 hit the active Mew and then potentially 1 hit a different Mew VMAX. But again, damage on board is not too bad, and especially if that damage on board leads you to really powering up a Galarian Moltres.
Yep, that is true. So now it remains to be seen how the response comes out from Neon in this case. Having the damage now on the Mew. Oh, he's probably signaling something. I believe he's trying to signal that he was going after the bench Mew, not the Mew VMAX. So he went for the play that you mentioned.
Got it. Maybe just a little bit of confusion there, since they are everything is a Mew here, right?
I mean, just like looks like a Mew if you squint hard enough.
Yes.
No, but jokes aside, I think this is the optimal line of play. Going after the Mew with bench bearer, not because of the ability or the attack or anything like that. It's just to take 2 prize cards and put the Vespa in a commanding position, having energies on multiple Galarian Moltres, which, as we mentioned earlier, is able to take a 1-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX if there is no weakness guard energy attached to it.
Definitely, and yeah, this is looking like a very precarious position for Neon here. Again, he has to get another weakness guard energy, at least on the other Mew, just to protect it. He can't afford to get bossed for game here. He has to take a knockout on the ADP, knockout on another Galarian Moltres, and then knockout on another Galarian Moltres, 3 attacks away, while Vespa is 1 if there is no weakness guard energy attached. Very, very scary position here for Neon.
Yep, definitely. And I just took a quick look at the deck list. Neon does not run any reset stamp. So no love for reset stamp, which could be a card that comes into play against a deck that doesn't run any Genesect Vs, especially that's the one we are seeing right now in front of us, piloted by the Vespa. So no hand disruption at this point, unfortunately. So the Vespa has access to all the cards in his hand and the top deck coming out after that.
And that is a lot of cards in hand.
6-card hand right now.
Yeah, but luckily Neon here was able to attach that weakness guard. But again, the Vespa does have access to the Fan of Waves. Fan of Waves allowing you to choose a special energy on your opponent's field and put it to the bottom of your deck. Essentially, you can pick the weakness guard energy, turning on the weakness again on the Mew VMAX.
Yep, and the Vespa here, of course, having access to a third Dedenne if necessary. Also has access to Oricorio GX, so quite a bit of options available to dig for that right card. I think also has access to an Eldegoss, so quite a bit of options available from that 6-card hand if it doesn't really have the win. So let's see how that goes for the Vespa. Neon here getting a Meloetta, which I think overall may not come into play this time around.
Yeah, there is no way to put that Meloetta in the bench, since there is no bench. Oh, no, there is a bench space. Yes, actually, that could come into play if he can find a way to attack with the Meloetta instead of the Mew that does only give 2 prize cards instead of 4. Right?
That is
for
true.
The game.
That is true.
But it's going to be a little bit too hard to power up here. He definitely is going to attack with a Mew this turn. Potentially maybe attach right now to the Meloetta and then get another attachment next turn. Unless he still has a Fusion Strike energy in the deck. with Alessa Sparkle.
Yep, I don't think he does though. I think there was an Elastic Sparkle earlier that was only able to net one Future Strike energy.
But maybe he was saving it for the exact
Maybe,
moment
yeah, you're
where
right.
the Meloetta comes into play.
Maybe. But we will see here probably a Max Miracle for the knockout, drawing 3 prizes for Neon, and now the ball is in the Vespa's court. Does he have the resources? Does he have the right cards to take a knockout? So, yeah, so I think the player is just confirming what's available. There is a Tool Jammer, 1 Future Strike energy, and 1 Weakness Guard energy.
Okay.
The Vespa confidently promotes the Galarian Moltres V into the active. It's the one with 2 energy.
Very heads up play there, not gonna lie, for Vespa, because
Oh, there's a Raihan!
Oh, there's the Raihan, and that should be game.
That's supposed to be game. If the energy isn't if the fan of waves isn't prized, that should be game right there.
Is it? Is that it? Is that the fan? And yeah, again, it could play by Vespa. It's so easy sometimes to just promote the Pokemon with the air balloon as your pivot, but again, the Mew VMAX in the active does have the Tool Jammer, which shuts off all the air balloons.
Oh, it definitely hits up play right there. Definitely someone that knows exactly what was going on. So promotes the Galarian Moltres V with energy, gets Dive Wing for dark energy from the discard, fan of waves away the Weakness Guard energy, and takes all prizes of this Mew VMAX using Galarian Moltres V. What a match we just saw there, Wancho.
That was very, very big here. The Vespa tying up the match here. Thailand 2 to Singapore's 2. That means we are actually going to see, I think this is the first game 5 of the series. A lot of pressure here for the last 2 players, and I am so excited to see it. What do you think, Aaron?
Oh, definitely. I think this, again, as you mentioned, the first time we're going to a game 5 in the series in this King of the Hill tournament format. Essentially, we are down to the final 2 players from each of the teams from Thailand and from Singapore. It'll be the Vespa versus the final player on Team Singapore. It's going to be interesting for sure. We're going to be excited all the way through, I think, especially after we saw how well the Vespa piloted that ADP with Galarian Moltres V deck. I think for me, if I had to pick a pivotal play, was that boss order on that bench Mew, which you called out brilliantly. I think that really set the game up to end the way it did. What do you think on your end, Wancho?
Definitely. The boss's order was very big, taking those early, taking 2 prizes, essentially going down to 4, going down to 1 VMAX knockout, and then also just the Raihan, and confidently just getting the Fan of Waves, getting rid of the Weakness Guard energy there. Again, that was just very, very big for Vespa, but well played by both players. Unfortunately, Neon was not able to set up as fast as possible, but I'm sure he did his best.
Yep, I'm sure all these players are champions in their own right, as we mentioned previously. So obviously, they played the games that they did as flawlessly as they could. But now we're down to the final game in this quarterfinal 3 match between Thailand and Singapore. The Vespa versus Kavik TCG. What is Kavik TCG playing in this match?
I think you're going to be very, very excited. He is playing Vikavolt.
I know where my money's on right now. My money is on Team Singapore because I want Vikavolt to go to the semifinals. But let's be fair to all players here. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup. We essentially have pretty much the same match that we had, same matchup I would say that we had in the previous series, where we saw a turn 2 Vikavolt dealing 200 damage to an ADP, if I recall correctly. That was earlier today.
Yes.
So my memory might be a bit fuzzy because I'm high on Vikavolt right now. But let's see how the Vespa goes up against Kavik TCG. Essentially, it all comes down to this: Team Thailand versus Team Singapore. Winner progresses to semi-final number 2. Losers, unfortunately, commiserations, but they essentially played the best Pokemon they could play. Right, Rancho?
Definitely. Again, this is absolutely amazing that we go down to the 5th game here. It was nice to see literally every player in the team play a game of Pokemon. And yeah, it looks like that the Vespa opening up with the Dedenne, with Kavik TCG opening up with the Sobble. A pretty good start for Kavik, while the Vespa maybe not the most ideal of starters. And
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's rather unfortunate that you start with Dead AGX. But then again, his deck does run, I believe, 3 Dead AGX, so it's bound to happen somewhat. I guess it's something that you have to accept.
more importantly, though, the Vespa does get to go first. I think that is very, very big in this matchup. There is no turn 2 200 damage on that ADP anytime soon. I assume he's looking for the ADP with this quick ball. And yes, again, it's going to take Kvik at least a couple of turns to set up a Vikavolt here. And let's see if he has those turns to work with.
That is interesting. So the Vespa went for a second Dead AGX. The hand must be really unplayable. But it's going to be interesting because if Kvik is able to set up multiple Vikavolts, or essentially multiple attacks using Vikavolt, those are 4 prizes ready to be taken for sure.
Definitely here. Looks like, yes, just going for...
Oh, what a painful discard.
Yes, a couple of bosses orders as... but
I think also Raihan as well.
Yes. But I don't think you're going to need the bosses orders because you're going to always be essentially attacking the active for 2 prizes. And
that is true.
The thing is here, no ADP. Is there no ADP?
Was
no
that a
boss?
pass?
Is there no supporter, no quick ball?
No energy attachment as well.
There is a Cherish Ball. Cherish Ball does
Okay.
get you a Pokemon GX.
Not too bad. Not too
there
bad.
we go. And we do see an energy attachment for a turn because there is the Viridian Forest in play. So we're going to see it. So,
Okay, not too bad from the Vespa.
Yeah.
We were both a little surprised that we thought it was going to be a pass into just a Sobble, but 2 Dead AGXs in play. So that was going to be a very weird start for the game right now. I mean, we're only just in the first turn after all.
Yes.
So
definitely. Sometimes I think that, when you're really looking for something after a Detonator, after you play a supporter, the typical approach is to really just slap it down out of excitement and get to playing. But maybe the Vespa here going with the more calm approach here. Yes, he has what he needed, but let me think first. Do I put it down? And even if the answer is yes most of the time, but sometimes having that time to think is very important in high level competitive play.
for sure. It's gonna be interesting regardless. Oh, is that a Marnie? So I believe the Vespa actually went second. Kvik was only opening a Sobble and passed.
Oh, that is unfortunate here for Kvik.
Oh dear.
But at least the Marnie might help him out here, getting him a little bit unstuck. And wow, everything the Vespa needs, even gets an energy acceleration with the Dire Flame Wings here.
Yeah, this game might end really quickly if Kvik is not able to bench any more basics. And I won't get to see my beloved Vikavolt, unfortunately. But let's see. I mean, the Vespa has pretty much set up quite a daunting board right now. So energy onto the Galarian Moltres V, energy onto the ADP, water energy in hand for the next turn. So essentially setting up everything for the next turn.
Yes, Kvik has some time to breathe here though, because again, the ADP likely going for the Altered Creation next turn. That means not essentially getting a knockout, so maybe your basics will have a chance to really evolve into their final stage. But then again, can you win the prize race against ADP in that type of scenario?
I think the main question here is, do you have any more basics to play? If you don't, that's game, set, and match right there. So
I believe in the Sobble. He can attach an energy to the Sobble and use that keep calling attack, look for 3 basic rapid strike Pokemon. That could be very, very big.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but there's only 4 capture energies in the whole deck. So
oh wow.
But yeah, we see some cards coming down. Thankfully, there will be a game that is not going to be a donk. I believe that's a Grubbin, I want to say.
That is the Grubbin, the basic of the Vikavolt here, and he grabs a second one as well. Let's see if he evolves into the Drizzile, netting him. So that Marnie was actually pretty nice for Kvik here, and let's see what else he decides to grab.
Yeah, I mean, a Marnie into 2 of your basics and as well a Drizzile that nets you a trainer. I think that's one of the best Marnies you could ask for if you're the victim of it.
definitely probably going for maybe Erica's Hospitality.
Yeah, nets you more cards.
It nets you around, definitely. Maybe he already has the rare candy in hand and a couple of charger bugs, so he doesn't want to discard it with the research potentially. So very, very big draw here. Let's see what else he can set up, really. And again, I think if he can go back-to-back Beacon Vaults, he can probably win the prize race against the ADP. But again, it's a matter of, can you set up back-to-back Beacon Vaults?
For sure, and I think also the one card that comes to play here is going to be that Sobble and Drizzle in Tally Online as well. Having access to multiple of those gives Kvik the options that he needs to really power through this ADP deck. Otherwise, as we saw in an earlier match earlier today, the deck does grind to a halt somewhat if you can't get the right cards to continuously fuel your Vikavolt. So at any given time you miss a Charge-About battery ability activation, you fall behind. But as we saw in an earlier match today, that never happened. So I hope we're not, saying it too early, but for Kvik, I hope he doesn't go into that situation where he misses Charge-Abouts. Let's see. We do see double Sobbles now, which is great to see.
As well as the active Drizzle still potentially evolving into the shady dealings. Definitely a lot of options here for Kvik. And but again, you're staring down ADP, Alter Creation GX, just such a powerful attack. And we're going to see it. We do know the Vespa has a water energy in his hand ready to go. And he was also able to accelerate an energy onto the Moltres here. Yeah, an interesting line of play actually is that looking at Keenan's list, he is playing the one-up telescopic side, allowing you to do 30 more damage if you're attacking onto the bench. So he can actually knock out that Moltres in the bench, able to do up to 230 damage. That's something we haven't seen just yet.
That is interesting. So that probably gives him an out to prevent the Gilliran Moltres V from attacking after this ADP goes down. But then again, you still got to deal with an ADP that's dealing 180 damage after the Alter Creation is done. So you're kind of in a weird situation where you want to get prizes off the ADP, but you also want to go for the Galarian Moltres on the bench. But now the fact that there's going to be multiple Dedenes, I guess Kvik can probably go for 3 snipes on the bench for the win. I think that's probably the play that gets him to 6 prizes quicker.
Definitely, but I think a key card the Vespa is missing right now is he does play the bench barrier Mew. So if he does get that into play, that could be very, very big. And it looks like here he's going for the Amarni.
Yep, Eldegoss into the Amarni. So disrupting Kvik's hand a little bit, knowing that it was quite a big hand after the Erika's Hospitality. So I think there's a good heads-up play here, forcing Kvik to really draw great cards off that hand of 4, 5 after drawing a card for turn. So I would say it's still not too bad, but we do know that the deck gets a little clunky. It is a stage 2 deck.
Yes, definitely. But again, so many live cards for Kvik. And again, this just goes to show also the power of the Eldegoss V with the Happy Match ability. If, in case you missed it, he played the Eldegoss to get any supporter he wanted from the discard pile, and he chose Marnie. And
yep, that is true. That is true.
Let's see how Kvik can respond here. He needs to respond here with a knockout, no matter what. In order to win the prize race, he has to knock out this turn, he has to knock out the next turn, and the following turn, because the Vespa is set up to just get 3 knockouts at this point, and 3 knockouts is 6 prizes for the ADP deck.
It's interesting, isn't it, that both these decks running different strategies, running different types of Pokemon, one being GXs and Vs, and the other just, non-rule box Pokemon. But yet, their time frame or the window of a win is the same. You're on 3 turns.
Yes.
That's your clock. That's the amount of time you have to win. And if you slip up at any given turn, you're giving the game to your opponent.
Yes, and there we go. We see a Capture Energy looking like opting for the Celebrations Mew. I have to double check what that Mew does for a second, but I believe it looks at the top 6 cards,
if I'm not mistaken, or 5 or 6 cards, and you can grab one of them into your hand.
Yes. Not something you want to see, to be honest, because you need the space for the 3rd Charge-Bug. You need to be able to set up free here, a 3rd Vikavolt. But maybe opting for just having a Pivot for later in the game is also good. And let's see here if we can see a Vikavolt, looks like it's a retreat to the Mew. Maybe he doesn't have any of the ball searches just yet.
Yep, so there's going to be a mysterious tail. So once you return, if this Pokemon's your active spot, you get to look at top 6, pardon me, a list of top 6 cards of your deck and picking an item card and putting it into your hand.
And there is the item card, a level ball here, very, very big. But yeah, he's going to need a lot more than just one level ball, really, to get going. He needs a way to switch out the Mew at this point. He needs a way to evolve the Grubbin into the Vikavolt, as well as getting the Charger Bugs into play.
Yeah, I think he really needs to get like a supporter that's able to refill his hand to get more stuff going at this point.
Yes.
I don't really see it. So there's no switching cards in the deck for Kvik. There is Scoop Up Net, so that's the card that he could use to get Mew out of the active if he wants to get an attack off his turn.
Yep. Looks like he found a Pokemon Communication, putting back in a Vikavolt in the deck, grabbing the Shady Dealings Inteleon, and really netting you 2 cards. Maybe here he has a rare candy in hand already, or a Vikavolt in hand already, looking for the rare candy, and then maybe research for just to refill the hand. And yeah, we'll have to see here. And yes, hopefully, there we go.
It's just research and a rare candy. So definitely the exact line of play that you said. So definitely a Vikavolt coming down, a research refill in hand, hopefully finding Charger Bugs, and also a way to get that Mew out of the active. Because otherwise, it's going to be an uphill task for Kvik to take this game against the Vespa.
Yes, definitely. Again, he has to get back-to-back knockouts here. Let's see if he can do it. There we go. We see the rare candy into the Vikavolt. We see a Charger Bug. There's
Charger
one.
Bug. All right, not too bad.
A Scoop Up Net, as well.
That's everything.
Almost
and
everything.
To rebench the Mew. I like this play because at least it gives him an option to dig his deck for a further card next time round. So, and now 7 cards refilled with Professor's Research.
All he needs is more Charger Bug, and he does have an attack this turn. And actually, ideally, he gets a rare candy again. Rare candy into another Vikavolt. That would be nice. But there we go. We see the Pokemon Communication putting in the Mew and finding the Charger Bug. There we go. Love to see it. That means the Vikavolt is ready to attack here.
Yep, for sure. So also level ball. So definitely nothing more than he required for this particular turn. There you see Vikavolt on your screen there. Electro Blast over 2 lightning and 2 colors energy. Discard 2 lightning energies and you do 200 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It can be on the bench as well. Of course, so long there's no bench barrier Mew on your opponent's side of the field. But I think the most I would say interesting card that you mentioned earlier was that Telescopic Sight, allowing the Vikavolt to do 30 extra damage onto the bench and taking out a Galarian Moltres V. Let's see if that comes to play. No, it's not. So no Telescopic Sight, but just a snipe Electro Blast for 200 onto, I believe that's
the Dedenne?
The Dedenne? Oh, hang on. That's definitely looks a little different from a Dedenne.
Maybe an Oricorio.
Oricorio. I think that's an Oricorio, yeah.
Either way, it's a 2-prize knockout, netting a Kvik 2 prizes here. And more importantly as well, he opts to evolve a Grubbin into a Charger Bug this turn. So he is poised for another Vikavolt the following turn.
Yep. I think we've seen this play from both the players piloting Vikavolt today. Using a Charger Bug not only as an energy source, but also as a way to get to your stage 2, because sometimes you just don't run into your rare candies and you just can't leave that up to chance.
Definitely. So again,
because Raihan coming out. Sorry about that. I had to cut you off because I love to see Raihans come out. So Raihan from the Vespa. I think this is going to be an interesting card.
Let's see
for the format, for the deck, because I think it could be that you could fan waves away a Charger Bug, if I'm not mistaken. Could that be something that comes into play later?
Possibly. But ideally, you're knocking out the Vikavolt every time it's in the active. So I believe putting it in the discard pile is probably a little better than putting it. Oh, maybe actually, but Then again, that's
I
exactly what I knew he was going to look for with that Raihan, the bench
Mhm.
barrier Mew. I think
Here
that
we go.
actually seals up the game here for Vespa, because there's no way for Kvik to take 4 prizes the next 2 turns now because of that Mew.
Yep.
Unless I'm missing a boss, but even with a boss, he has to get boss back to back.
Nope, no boss, unfortunately. Actually, there's one boss order in KVIX deck, but one is not enough, I think.
Yes, definitely, it is not enough here. Um, yeah, just that bench barrier Mew protecting all the other 2 prizers in Vespa's field, and that's what Kvik needs to attack here. And unfortunately, now he's faced with an ADP with 280 HP. He needs to be able to, I think, do 200 damage to that. Maybe ping it a couple of times with Inteleons. He needs to get that knockout eventually.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an uphill pass this time around because that ADP will be dealing 180 damage using Ultimate Ray each turn without fail. There's no need to discard energies, there's no need to do anything else. Just Ultimate Ray every turn, and all KV can do at this point is just to attack into it, and that is unfortunately not the most efficient play that he would have wanted to see. Considering that now the bench barrier Mew on Vespa's bench is preventing him from executing his exact game plan.
All right, hear me out. But this is Kvik's path to victory here. He needs to
Mhm.
be able to get. Oh wait, let me double check. I think he only plays one quick. Oh, unfortunately, he plays one quick shooting Inteleon. If he played 2, he could go rare candy into a second one. Like he needs to set up 2 because he needs to do 40 damage to the active, attack with a Vico Vault, do 200, and then do 40 again the next turn.
Oh, you are right on that. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's only a single sharpshooting Inteleon.
Yes, unfortunately. I mean, there is still a way he can pick up the Inteleon with the scoop up net and evolve the other one, and then he has to do that again next turn.
Oh gosh.
That's again.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets to pull it off, we owe him coffee at this point because that is definitely a run of play that requires so much of resources. But we never know. Let's really see. The deck is equipped with more than the usual number of trainer cards and item cards. Also more than the number of Pokemon that we usually see because it only runs 4 energy cards in this entire deck because the Pokemon are energy. Charger Bug acts as the energy acceleration for the deck anyhow. But I mean, looking at how things are, the score is tied at 4 prizes each at the moment. But that bench barrier Mew, after reset stamp, for me personally, that card is definitely, I think one of the more pivotal cards that we've seen so far today.
Definitely. It's just really being able to protect your bench, doing so much work for a lone basic Muse. Really shows the power of all the Mew cards here today. Am I right?
For sure, I think Mew has gotten the treatment from the Pokemon Company to be one of the more iconic cards from, I guess, a very iconic Pokemon. So it really fits the whole story.
Yes, and we also see here the mysterious tail Mew on Kvik's side. So many Mew cards, so many play. There's also the Mewtwo and Mew GX in the Shadow Rider deck. So again, Mew very well represented in today's Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, definitely. We see a boss order for Kvik right now. Not the card, unfortunately, that would do too much to what would inevitably happen, unfortunately. But let's see.
He can boss up something. He can boss up like an Eldegoss, or unfortunately, he goes for the Mew. I was thinking here, he can just evolve into a quick shooting Inteleon, do 20 damage to that Mew, then do it again next turn, pick it up, do 20 again, take that knockout.
Oh, that's true. That's really true.
That could have been a possibility here, but being forced to really take this knockout, I think that seals the deal here. He can't keep up with the prize race of the ADP. He goes down to 3, which is an odd prize count, and there's no more easy 1 prizer to really take this point.
Yeah, but even then, you don't really have enough time because this ADP will be taking prize after prize in 2 successive turns. So 4 prizes in 2 turns for the Vespa and his ADP. At this point, I don't see a way back for Kvik TCG. It was definitely a good run, but that one Mew changed the course of the game for sure.
Definitely. I think maybe if he can... Oh, there's no more bosses, right? He can hope to get something stuck. Maybe the Galarian Moltres, potentially. But since there is no more boss's orders, that is not an option because that's another way to win, right? You can boss up the Galarian Moltres, do 200 to it, and then do 20 later.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
But again, that's a little tough at this point. And yes, I think that should seal up the deal here for Vespa. Very, very tight game, definitely. Unfortunately, Kvik could not get that turn to, or didn't, yeah, unfortunately started a little slow in the first turn. If he was able to get at least one Grubbin down, I feel confident that he would have been able to evolve into a Vikavolt turn 2 and just really go off from there. But unfortunately, that could not happen. And yes, and here we see again the rare candy, and I believe he's going to be able to really get another attack off here with the Vikavolt. But I think being one turn too short.
Yep, I don't see any other card. There's no other way to give Vikavolt extra HP. No way to prevent a knockout coming from the Vespa going, on next turn. Even if you could deal with its ADP somehow with all the energies attached to it, maybe get energy discarded or something like that. There is a fully loaded bench on the Vespa side of the field. So I don't see a way back, unfortunately. This is probably game, set, and match. A very close game for sure, for a very close series. We'll let the players play out, of course. Overall, this is a game that we all love, a game that we all enjoy together. Regardless of you're a winner or a loser, everyone's a champion in their own right. They definitely qualified, through their own respective qualifiers to get here. So these players are, I would say, the top in their respective regions in the first place.
Definitely. Again, this is a tournament of champions here in Battle Festival Asia. And yes, again, we're seeing some very high caliber plays from both players, from everyone playing today. And again, it's just been such a pleasure to really watch them play, seeing all the plays they can do. And honestly, just having fun really watching this Vikavolt as well. So definitely not a deck I was expecting to really put up a fight against ADP here.
Yep, sure. I think overall it's been a very good experience to see the different type of decks being played. I think from different play styles as well. Different players play differently for this game for sure. And of course, overall, it's been a very positive experience having all these players play over a remote setting as well, considering despite the COVID situation. And of course, we are talking about players who are playing thousands of miles apart from each other, right? We're having Thailand versus Singapore, maybe not 1,000 miles, but we also have players from other regions such as Korea and Japan and Taiwan, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines. So many different backgrounds of players in this tournament of champions, as you say. So it's great to see everyone coming together to play the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes. And again, yes, we may all speak different languages, but again, we come together to just really play this game of Pokemon. And there we go. We see it. Vespa winning it for Team Thailand here in a game 5. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, such an amazing series. Definitely one of our longer series in this tournament, but I'm so glad to see every player strut their stuff. And every single game came down to the wire here. Each play was either one turn off from really taking the game. Each player was either one turn off from taking their respective games, just like we saw there. Vikavolt going down to one prize against ADP of all decks. So again, amazing plays by amazing players.
Yeah, for sure. I think the overall matchup between Team Singapore and Team Thailand has brought a lot of exciting moments for sure. We did get the longest series. We essentially went all the way to Game 5 in this King of the Hill tournament format. So it really came down all the way to the end. As you see on the bracket right now, Team Thailand edging out Team Singapore 3-2 to move on to semifinal number 2 and essentially book their place in the top 4 of this tournament of champions, as you say. We do have one final quarterfinal match coming up in Hong Kong and the Philippines. It's going to be interesting regardless of that, but I'm just overall pleased to see great Pokemon being played.
Yeah.
Just maybe your final thoughts, Juancho. What was the moment of that series between Thailand and Singapore that resonates most with you?
Definitely, there were so many moments. I think when the Duraludon was really able to set up the Houndours against the opposing Duraludon, or when Mew VMAX was just able to out pressure the Duraludon. Again, there's so much back and forth. I think every player really got to show their things, and it's hard to really pin in one moment because it was really effectively a team effort on both ends there. So yeah, again, every little moment in that game definitely mattered. So how about you, Aaron? Let me guess, it involves Vikavolt?
Well, maybe. But for me, I think overall, it's just the way in which these players have played out their matches. I think it's really, as you say, a tournament of champions. Of course, you have a certain misplay here and there. You have a certain suboptimal play that's expected out of players these days. We do these things because we are essentially playing a game that we enjoy. We will have these moments. But I think overall, for me, the real moments that really resonate most is when players actually try to communicate with each other over the remote setting, getting each other to understand what are their plays. Again, we are breaking language barriers, we are breaking barriers of distance just to play the game that we all love and enjoy. So I think without further ado, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with quarterfinal number 4 between Hong Kong and the Philippines. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament quarterfinal number 4. We have Hong Kong versus Philippines, the final quarterfinal match, final match for today as well. Juancho, how are you doing, buddy? How's it feeling right now?
I'm doing good. So glad to be watching so many games of Pokemon and with just absolutely amazing players. And for this next match, I'm so excited. Hong Kong versus Philippines, a little bit of my hometown. So I not gonna lie, I'm kind of rooting for someone, but we'll have to see.
All right. Let's get into the competitors for the final quarterfinals today. And here we have Neon from Hong Kong, who has the third place placing at the RLs for Hong Kong, and people playing Mew VMAX and Genesect B. Very familiar deck, Wancho. Very familiar deck.
Definitely the best deck in format after all, and I think one of the biggest decks, right? One of the most consistent decks at the moment. And I have to think, I think it's one of the most consistent decks in the history of Pokemon. Having so many drop potential every turn, it's almost unheard of.
For sure. And let's check out the competitor from the Philippines representing the region.
Yes, and for the Philippines, we have Sky, who is an absolutely amazing player. I know I've played against him a couple of times. No success, unfortunately. But yes, he has first place in the Thailand SPE 2019, first in the Philippine SPE 2019, first in the League Cup Singapore 2019, top 32, 25th place in Worlds 2019. Very accomplished player here. His rap sheet actually extends to that. It just could not fit in the graphic here. But yeah, today he is playing Galarian Moltres ADP, something we have seen earlier today as well. But this one, he is pairing the Galarian Moltres with the Zacian V, as well as Suicune, interestingly enough. So more really an ADP box style deck here. And yes, I'm very excited to see both these players really play it out.
I am too, and I think it's going to be interesting to see the fact that ADP is a pretty prevalent card in this format. We are playing, after all, in the Team Up On format, essentially cards all the way from Team Up Inside the Moon all the way to Sword and Shield Fusion Strike, which is the latest set in the Pokemon trading card game right now. I mean, overall, it's been a joy to watch the decks that I've seen today, the unique playstyles on display as well. And the fact that we're going to see some Vikavolt, I'm happy as it can be. But right now, yeah,
I think just most importantly, it's seeing all these players really have fun. That's the most important thing. That's the best thing I've seen today. And a Vikavolt close second though.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that. I think overall we've seen different types of decks, different styles of decks. Most curiously, we've seen ADP paired with different attackers in that deck, different options being run But we've also seen a little bit of interesting ways in which the Genesect V and Mew VMAX deck has been run as well. Maybe similar Pokemon lineup, but very minor changes that can change the overall matchup. We've seen decks that run Meloetta, decks that don't run Meloetta. We've seen a change in the trainer lineup as well. Some decks really wanting to go major into Peony, some choosing not to. But I think overall, it's just been a very flexible, I would say, flexible format. I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've even seen Mew VMAX Genesect paired with ADP. Right.
Oh yeah, exactly. So match these two decks together, right?
Yes, both best decks in format. They should go well together. But all right, we see here Neon and Sky really setting up, and I'm very, very excited for this game. I know both these players are champions in their own right. A champion from Hong Kong, champion from Philippines here, and let's see the games.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
So again, we have Neon from Hong Kong versus Sky from the Philippines. Again, just to reiterate to our viewers at home, this is a King of the Hill format. So if you win, you take a game off the opposing team. You continue on playing. Player number 2 comes in from the opposing team, trying to take a game off you. First team 3 wins, knocks the other team out of the tournament. This is, after all, a single elimination bracket. And now I think let's go straight into the game. We see a Mew V up against an Elgos V. Oh no, not the card that you like to see in the active spot at the start of the game for Sky.
Definitely. Hopefully Sky can find another Pokemon to bench here. He did get a Darkness Energy into the discard pile, as well as grabbing a Metal Energy. That is something you like to see in any deck with a Moltres, right? Because energy in the discard pile is just as good as energy attached to a Moltres V. But the most important thing is, can he get another Pokemon? Because I think Neon going second does have the potential to really get a turn 1 knockout on the Eldegoss. Definitely, especially since he is playing 2 Meloettas, 3 Alessa Sparkles, and all the draws in the world. We'll have to see here.
Yep, definitely. I think overall, this matchup, I think we've seen it before at least once or twice so far. It's really about which deck is able to set up consistently enough. Unfortunately for Sky, it's not the best setup right now.
Yeah, you really don't want to be attaching those energies to the Eldegoss. And let's see if Neon can really pull out the 1-2 punch here. Something Mew is known for, just getting all the energies onto a Meloetta. The Fusion Strike energies going for a Alessa Sparkle, drawing with Genesect. Let's see if they can get it. We do see one Genesect here being played. Good grab off the Great Ball here, and then the Battle VIP Pass. Very good sequence of events here. You have to play the Great Ball first to ensure that there is more Pokemon in play, and then the Battle VIP Pass. And yeah, very good grab here. Maybe grabbing, honestly, a double Genesect is good. Double Genesect, or one Genesect and a Meloetta, potentially, also good as well. But we'll have to see, because he could even have the Fog Crystal in hand. But no, there we see it. The Meloetta. Now all he needs is an Alessa Sparkle and the Fusion Strike energy attachment. And we're going to see game one go to Neon in Hong Kong. I'm a little nervous for Sky here.
Yeah, I can really sense the nervousness coming from you, Wancho. I think overall, it's really trending towards a very quick game at this point, I think. So a boss order here discarded towards the Verdant Forest, which is, of course, the only thing you can do with the boss order right now. So there's no bench Pokemon on Sky's side of the field.
Looks like he opts to grab a Psychic Energy. Something he could do as well here is attach that Psychic Energy, go for the Alessa Sparkle, and just play maybe 1 or 2 tablets. I have to double check how much HP the Eldegoss is.
It's 180 HP, so definitely 2 tablets would do it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, a tablet in the Vitality Band would also do it as well here.
Yep.
But we'll have...
Oh yeah, tablet and a Vitality Band as well, yep. So it's really inching close to that, and I think I want to circle back to that sequencing thing you mentioned. So Great Ball before Battle VIP Pass, something very minor but does a whole lot of things for the deck. Essentially, is that when you Great Ball, you are essentially looking through all the Pokemon available for you to pick, and then only then you get the guaranteed pick with the Battle VIP Pass. Something which top players will always talk about in terms of sequencing. Holy moly, what was that? That is 3 power tablets coming down right off the bat, and that is a knockout.
That is a knockout. That is around 200 damage 230 damage, I think, onto the Eldegoss. Unfortunately, Eldegoss only has 180 HP, and there we go. We see a quick one. This is Mew doing what Mew does best, doing just absolutely a ton of pressure on the first turn. And yeah, again, just Mew being the best deck in format. Unfortunately, that is the first game. First game ending in a donk.
I'm just speechless right now, Wancho. I was expecting a long, drawn-out game, ADP attaching energy cards, going for all the creation, a Mew VMAX setting up. I was not expecting a donk on the second turn with 3 power tablets. I think my reaction just showed that I wasn't expecting that at all, especially in a format where you're running a lot of pack cards in your deck, but the fact that you had 3 power tablets off the bat, that's definitely over what you need for the knockout.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think he even needed to play any Fusion Strike system. I don't think he needed to draw, did he? That was a great
He didn't do any of it. Yeah, that was
Battle
just a great
VIP
ball.
pass,
Exactly.
Sparkle,
So
and that's it.
he had everything going from the get-go, and it's quite a pity to not see the ADP deck set up from Sky to essentially go into a much more drawn-out game. But overall, I think that was the fastest game we've had today. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Probably, especially since Mew didn't even need to draw at that point. But again, it just goes to show, again, I've said this so many times, Mew does not need that much to really get going. Adolescent Sparkle gets you energy acceleration. Then all of your attackers are basically 2 attachments besides Genesect. But yeah, again, just Mew is very powerful, especially in the hands of a very talented player. And let's see if the Philippines can come back here with Rob Levate going up against Neon.
So play number 2 coming from Philippines, Rob Levate. Let's see if he's able to take 1 game back for Team Philippines after that very surprising game 1. I wouldn't say surprising after all. It is Mew VMAX, as you mentioned. The Mew deck essentially is able to get those kind of hands and those kind of starts. Imagine if that was essentially a drawn-out game where ADP deck still had energy going for it. It's still going to be such an uphill battle because Mew was essentially set up ready to take prize after prize from that point on with the Meloetta. So let's see if Rob Levate is able to stop the Neon Tide coming out from Team Hong Kong.
Yes, and Rob Levate here playing the Lucario Melmetal with Zacian and Zamazenta.
Okay, so a very interesting take now on the deck for this format. Actually pairing Zacian Zamazenta with another GX. From the previous format.
Yeah. Zacian just absolutely loves any GX partner. Apparently, even in this current standard format, Zacian and Zamazenta just go together even without the GX. This is really showing how powerful this combo of cards is. Again, Zacian with the Intrepid Sword ability, allowing you to draw 3 cards and attach any metal and having the attack Brave Blade for 230, and then Zamazenta with the Dauntless Shield being you can't damage it with Pokemon VMAX. And I think it's just such a good partner. They just go so well together. And then you add in Lucario Melmetal in the mix, and things just get so much better.
Yep, Lucario Melmetal GX, an iconic tag team GX from the previous format. So I think the main attack to call out here is the full Metal Wall GX. So for 1 color's energy, for the rest of the game, your Metal Pokemon take 30 less damage. But if you have more energies attached to it, here it goes. If this Pokemon has at least 1 extra energy, you're attached to it, you can discard all energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. So definitely a tempo swing in this regard for the Lucario Melmetal GX player.
Definitely. However, here you can't discount the fact that Mew is just so explosive. Yes, the Lucario Metal right now in the active has 260 HP, but the more important thing here is that it's in the active. And we already saw Neon show his stuff going for a turn 1 230 damage. That was with a Meloetta with a Psychic Energy, So if he's able to find that Meloetta again and probably go for, I believe he would need a double or triple power tablets, just because I think Lucario Melmetal is resistant to Psychic.
It is, yep, you're right.
So he would need around 3 power tablets, but that's why he had it in the last hand. He didn't have to draw,
Exactly. I was about to say that, considering that these decks are so streamlined, We definitely have all going for it right now for Neon, but it does start with a Genesect V, not the most ideal of starters, unfortunately, but we'll see.
Yes, yes. And just to correct myself there, so if you get a Meloetta in the active attack and you do double power tablet 200 and stepping, yeah, you need the vitality band, and then you can take it now. So double power tablet and the vitality band does also get the knockout on Lucario Metal, because in the GX era, resistance is only -20, whereas in the Sword and Shield era, where the resistance is -30. So a number that 10 damage definitely could matter in the survival here of the Lucario and Melmetal. And yeah, let's just see if Neon can pull it off. And yeah, again, just the power of the Mew VMAX deck. Let's see if they can draw, but for now, it's going to be Rob Levade who's going to be doing the drawing with the Intrepid Sword ability. And let's see if he gets it. He does get an energy attachment for the turn as well, which is very, very good. Now we move over to Neon here. Yes, looks like Neon was able to bench the Mew as well as get the Battle VIP pass here. Getting the Battle VIP pass, possibly getting the Genesect. Ooh, another Mew. Very important here. Another Mew, possibly now maybe the Genesect or possibly the Meloetta. Let's see what Neon decides to really power up. And I would think he would go for the Genesect really just to get some draws out. And there we go. We see the Genesect. Let's see if Neon can play any other ball search type cards, potentially a Fog Crystal or a Quick Ball. All those cards are live right now. Maybe even a second Battle VIP pass. But again, not a bad start at all here for Neon. The only thing lacking would probably be the Alessa Sparkle and on the potential knockout on the Lucario Melmetal. And yes, looks like he does get the Quick Ball. Quick Ball's away a boss's orders. So not something he doesn't need at the moment, and so it's nice to get out of his hand. Let's see what else he decides to have. There we go. We see the Meloetta as well. So we see double Genesect, double Mew, and a Meloetta. All that's missing is probably one more Genesect to really fill out the field.
And some energy attachments as well, I think. I think it's the only thing that's missing right now. So, yep, Alessa Sparkle straight off the bat.
There we go. And again, no Fusion Strike system played just yet. I just have to say that.
This deck is so consistent right now. It's being able to do so much in such a short span of time. We are on turn 1, by the way.
Yes, turn 1 for Neon. This is his first turn, and he's threatening at least 210 damage, 190 damage on the Lucario if he doesn't play any power tablets. But again, he still needs a couple of things here: an energy attachment for turn, a switching card, and yes. But again, as a Genesect deck, you are drawing a couple of cards here. It's like he's drawing up to 5. Yes, because there are 5 Fusion Strike. Let's see if he can play any more. Nope, there we go.
First, so up to 5. So drawing 2 cards right now with a 3-card hand.
All right, not too bad, not too bad. Let's see if he can grab anything else. Again, energy attachment. He did already play a supporter for turn. Let's see if there's anything else. He can play a Vitality Band on the Mew here. That's nice because that's another card you can play. And it might just be a Fusion Strike system for 1, to be honest.
It's probably angling towards playing another card. Not sure what it is. It's a...
Oh, the other Fusion Strike energy. Interestingly, not opting to just attach it to the Meloetta, but I can see his thought process here. He's spreading out the energy.
That's a weakness guard energy, I think. That's a weakness guard, I think.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Yeah, I think it's a weakness guard energy, that one. So probably not going for the damage this time around. Just trying to attach energies, build up the board.
Okay, I can see that. Are you sure? Because I think I see triple Fusion Strike.
Actually, you're right. That is a Fusion Strike energy. So
yeah,
a little bit of a...
It's an interesting play here. I can see where Neon is going. What he's trying to do here is he's trying to bait out the GX attack now on the Genesect, because I don't think you're going to boss's orders really just to really remove 1 energy. And what he's trying to do here is just hit the Lucario and Metal later in the game with 280 damage.
Yep, for sure. I think also Neon here really making sure that he essentially sets up his board to take prizes later on, not going for early damage when he doesn't need to, I think. So that's a very good point here to note. Maybe even going for 3Vs knockouts to take the game, totally ignoring the tag team in the active position right now.
Definitely, definitely. But another thing to make note of here is that Rob Louvet does play Zamazenta V, which may be a little bit harder to knock out as well, especially if the Meloetta goes down at any point in the game.
That is true. That is true.
And yeah, look, we're able to see a third Genesect V here. So a Neon actually getting the full bench draw this time. And I believe all we're going to see from him after this is a pass.
Yeah, but I think he's passing with the best board state he could leave his side on right now.
Exactly.
Two Genesect or three Genesect Vs, two Mew Vs, both with energy attached, a Meloetta ready to go. So all these cards essentially in one turn for Neon and his Mew V Max Genesect V deck.
Ooh, there we see a Cape of Toughness going onto the Zacian, effectively giving it 270 HP. And after the Lucario Melmetal GX attack, it's going to have effectively 300 HP, which is nothing to scoff at. But again, it is reachable for the Mew, especially if they get 4 Fusion Strike energies in play. And yeah, there we go. We see the Uzma and Hala here, discarding 2 cards, allowing you to allowing him to find a tool, a stadium, and a special energy.
Yep, so deciding to discard the switch there, which I mean, I'm a big fan of keeping switches because you are a deck that is looking to wall in a sense, but I guess with 3 switches, it's not too bad.
Definitely. And it looks like, is it a Uzma and Hala for a fail? Effectively not getting anything?
I'm not too sure.
Oh, no. It looks like that was the capture energy. The capture energy could not find anything.
Right.
And now he's playing the Guzman Hala.
Okay.
Yes.
That is fine. That's good. Essentially, just sequencing it a little better to look through his deck before playing the card. So that's a big charm coming down. Effectively 20 extra hit points. Playing down also a Crystal Cave. And I believe that's a Coding Metal Energy.
Yes, I believe that is the Coding Metal Energy. I think that I have to double check. That's either the energy that removes the metal type weakness or the energy that reduces damage.
That's the one that reduces weakness. So essentially, the metal Pokemon this card is attached to has no weakness. So a decent card. I'm not sure if it comes into play this matchup, but at least it's searchable by Guzman Hala. So one other energy that's able to be searched up.
Definitely. And now we're going to see here the big charm going on to the Lucario and Melmetal here. And yeah, just bumping the Chaotic Swell, but Chaotic Swell bumping the Crystal Cave as well. And yeah, we'll have to see. Looks like, yeah, we're going to see the full Metal Wall GX. Unfortunately, there is no energy to discard off the Genesect, but it does still get the effect of reducing all the damage done to Metal Pokemon by 30 for the rest of the game.
Yep, so essentially now this Lucario Melmetal GX is a wall in itself. We are going to see it hopefully stem the amount of damage that Neon can dish out. But then again, we have to note that there is a Meloetta that is going to be hitting for heavy amounts of damage coupled with some power tablets. So it really remains to be seen how Neon approaches this game right now. I think Rob Louvet is doing all he can to slowly set up his side of the board. We already see a Lucario Melmetal GX with 2 energies, a Big Charm, and then we also have a Zacian V with a Cape of Toughness and a Metal Energy. I don't believe there's any Tool Scrapper being played by either of these players right now. So, yep, I did a quick check and there is no Tool Scrapper. So these tools are here to stay.
Yes. And again, I think here Neon is wanting to go into a Mew VMAX really to knock out the Lucario Melmetal. I think what he needs to do, he has to save that Meloetta for the time that Rob Louvet finally decides to put down the Zamazenta. You saw earlier he did play the capture energy onto the Lucario Melmetal, opting to not get anything, which is very interesting. Typically you want to get your Pokemon in play, but maybe he felt that putting down the Zamazenta this early while there is a Meloetta in field is a little bit too risky. So he's biding his time before he can actually play that card. And
Yep, that's a good point. I think essentially trying to make sure that the coast is clear before benching a Zamazenta, because that is essentially the wall against the Mew VMAX deck. We know Roblivate does run 2 boss orders, maybe a way to get the Meloetta off the field before benching a Zamazenta to sweep the board after that. But then again, you have to note that Mew VMAX has an attack that goes through the Zamazenta anyway. So
that is true. But again, the 130 damage, it's going to take him at least 3 hits to really knock out a Zamazenta. And at that point, Zamazenta could also be attacking back with the Assault Tackle and also taking out your special energies attached.
that is true.
So maybe that trade a little bit tougher. And we see here another Alessa Sparkle. And this should be for the 4th Fusion Strike energy. And now Mew is just doing a ton of damage, especially the one with the Vitality Band, effectively doing 290 without any power tablets just yet. But again, because of a Full Metal Wall, that should be reduced by 30. And then the Lucario Metal is also resistant to Psychic, so it is minus 20, so effectively minus 50 damage. And the effective HP of the Lucario Metal is around 330.
Yep, exactly. I was about to say it's probably the beefiest Pokemon we have seen today in any of the series. Lucario Metal, not just being equipped with a big charm, but also equipped with its Full Metal Wall GX. So let's see if Neon is able to put together the right cards.
Yes.
Get a one shot on this Lucario Metal GX.
Yes, I'm going to argue with you there. The biggest card has to be the Duraludon VMAX with the Big Charm. That was 360 effective HP.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, we forget the fact that there were essentially 2 Duraludon decks today.
Yes.
But yeah, no spoilers for anyone who has not watched that yet. But go ahead and check those matches out. We saw Duraludon VMAX essentially having 350 hit points, so dwarfing. Making this Lucario Metal look like a dwarf in comparison. But here we see a power tablet though. So one of the few.
Yes, Mew now doing around 310 damage. He needs at least one more to really get a knockout, I think, on the Lucario Metal. But again, this Lucario Metal just it is the biggest basic we've seen. 330 effective HP is basically in VMAX range, or it's a lot higher than a lot of the different VMAX Pokemon. And yeah, matching Duraludon VMAX without the Big Charm. And yeah, but we also need to see a switch card here from Neon to really get an attack off. And off too, let's see if he finds it.
That is the last Fusion Strike system, and he gets a Great Ball. So maybe digging for another Mew VMAX at this point?
Potentially, yes.
And
there we go. However, does he have the switch card? He needs the switch card and one more power tablet to get a knockout on the Lucario Metal. Even if you don't get the knockout, hitting it now, at least trying to attempt to 2-shot it should be pretty important.
Yep, exactly. I think the most important thing here is getting damage on the board, so that the next turns become more fruitful for the Mew VMAX deck overall. Not going for a knockout or not going for any damage on this turn just sounds a little bit lackluster, especially after the setup that you've had in the first couple of turns.
Yes. And sometimes even with all the draws in the world, you still can't find that one switch you need in the deck.
Yep.
And let's see if Roblivate can capitalize here. I believe he can start attacking with the Lucario Metal's first attack. I believe it does 50 damage and as well as attach and energy.
I think it's just still fist for 50 damage, and you get such a deck for Metal Energy to attach to it. So not too shabby. It does some damage, puts the active Genesect V into a 2-shot range, I should say.
Yes.
Not the end of the world for Oblivion at this point. But I am a little concerned about the bench that he has had. He's only gotten a Zacian V right now with 1 Metal Energy. You do see a Marnie though, so not too bad. Able to at least refill his hand. I think he was low on resources, down to only 3 cards or 2 cards at the start of that turn.
Definitely, and yeah, very important there. And again, I have to reiterate, I think the low bench size is purposeful. He's
For
doing
sure,
that
for sure.
to
Yep.
save that spot for the Zamazenta to really force Neon into a tough position here. And but unfortunately, again, he needs to find a way to knock out the Meloetta in the bench. And I believe that may be what he's looking for later. Opting to find a Meloetta, sorry, the Mallow and Lana and another Lucario Metal off this tag call, maybe just to get it out of the deck to make
Mhm.
another the next draws a little bit more live
Yep,
was
for
not
sure.
too bad.
Yep, I think that call a very good card, not just to get stuff that you need, but also to thin your deck of things that you don't want to really draw later on in the game. So your additional Lucario Metal, maybe other tag team sort of cards that you don't want to use right now, just getting it out of the deck, keeping your options open for the next draws. It seems like he's just going to go for, yeah, just a Steel Fist for 50 damage and searching a deck for a Metal Energy to attach it to the Lucario Metal. So it's not a bad turn, I think, for Roblivate. I think it could be better for sure. Maybe more energies onto the bench Zacian. So, but anyway, it's still a tall order for Neon to really go for the knockout here. He needs multiple power tablets, which is not impossible. But let's see, off the Mellow to 4, and now to draw for turn up to 5.
Yes, okay, we see here a fog crystal getting them a 1 energy. Pretty good. Always nice to get an energy attachment for turn, and now we just see a multitude of energies on a Neon side of the field here. Definitely not lacking. And yes, but what is really lacking though is the switch card. I think here
He runs 2 switches and 2 escape ropes, and also has 2 peony to work with. So
yes,
I think it's just a matter of drawing into it right now.
yeah, I believe he'd much rather get the switch though over the escape rope, because on Rob the Fight side of the field there is the Lily's Pokédoll, which does not count towards prizes here. So that is nice to see there.
Yep, I totally agree with you there. I think ideally he goes for the knockout here on the active Lucario Metal if it's possible. If not, the next best thing is probably the Zacian on the bench, but even then, it has a Cape of Toughness. Not an easy knockout by any means.
Definitely. And looks like here was able to find the switch card. Now, at least he gets an attack off here no matter what. Let's see if he can get the power tablets to go with it as well. But yes, again, not a bad position at all for Neon, even if he doesn't. He's doing damage to this to the Lucario Metal should be very big here. Maybe Roblivate can find a boss orders to take down the Meloetta on the following turn and really put his Zamazenta in a safe place, and then he can hide behind a couple of Lily's Pokeball Dolls as he tries to power up another attacker.
Yeah, I think that's a very strong game plan right there, essentially forcing Neon to figure out a better way to combat the Zamazenta. He does run 2 Meloettas, but of course, if you deal with the Meloetta currently, you do lose 1 of that Fusion Strike energy, which is going to be key in this matchup. Essentially, that is the card that powers the attack from the Meloetta in the first place.
Definitely. And we'll have to see here. Yeah, it looks like Neon just cutting his deck here. Let's see what else he can get. Going for another Fusion Strike system. I believe this is his second. And again, I don't think we're going to see a knockout, but that should be a-okay here. Going for a Melodious Echo for 230. I'm not wrong.
I think
Still a very sizable attack.
Yep, definitely not worry. I think it's definitely enough damage to put it within 2-shot range, I believe.
Yes, and this Mew can definitely take any attack on Rob Levate's side of the field, and then even then just have, since it does have free retreat, just go into another Mew VMAX. So yeah, we'll have to see here what Rob Levate has to respond. Again, hitting into a Mew doesn't feel too good. I think he really does.
Has to go for the Meloetta. I think he has to go for the Meloetta here to really give it's to really give himself a chance here. So I think the player is just confirming the damage. Neon's just showing that it's with a Vitality Band, so it has to be 240 damage. So this definitely puts the Lucario Metal GX on the 2-turn clock, because any damage coming from any of the attackers on Neon's side of the field will knock it out.
Definitely. And let's see how Roblevate has to respond here. He could buy himself a couple of turns. He could switch into the Pokédolls. That's always an option. But I think, here we see an attachment to Zamazenta. That is good. That means it is ready to attack next turn.
So the Zacian, actually, not Zamazenta. So it's actually on the Zacian V.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the Zacian. I'm just thinking Zamazenta because that is his key to victory in this matchup.
No, I totally get you. I'm hoping to see one as well. I'm a big fan of this deck overall. I think the concept of it is really strong for this format, for this meta that we're seeing at the tournament. It's just that right now, I think he's really in a tough spot if he can't go for that Meloetta on the bench. That is the only reason why you can't bench a Zamazenta right now. But that will be bossed up very early, and it'll be a very swift knockout.
Oh, looks like Roblevate here might have the boss in hand. The way he's holding that card, it looks like he's going to point it at one of Neon's Pokemon here, but we'll have to see what that was. That mystery card there. It could be a Mallow and Lana to really heal up this Lucario and Melmetal and hide behind. No, there it is. There's the boss.
That's a boss. Yeah. So he's going for, what's he going for?
It looks like he's going for the Genesect here, opting to just take 2 prizes. Maybe trying to race the prize, like win the prize race, go triple boss for the game.
Maybe it's not an impossible play. I mean, it's overall his path to victory, and if he's able to set up multiple Zacians, I think that is the way to squeak a win in this game right now. Because, well, going up 2 prizes here, giving up 3 to the Mew VMAX. Oh, and we do see a reset stamp, so down to 4 cards you go, Roblevate.
Yes, not too bad though. That's like getting Marnie to 4, and but unfortunately you don't like to do that the turn you just took 2 prize cards and 2 fresh cards. But yes, let's see what Neon has to respond here. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with taking down a big tag team GX.
Yep, for sure. And it's probably going to be a Metal's Echo. Yep. Using the attack on the Meloetta for the knockout. There goes the giant Lucario Metal Tag Team GX. Neon taking 3 prizes, and Roblevate promotes the Lady's Pokédoll.
Yes.
So, is there a way now?
There is still a way. The active Zacian does have effectively 300 HP. That's not something Mew can knock out without power tablets. Something he can do is still go for another Genesect, boss up another Genesect, effectively taking out a couple of draws. He finally decides to find the Zamazenta here, and which is interesting. It's interesting that he decides to pull that out now. I would have thought that maybe he goes for the really aggressive play, because he did go for a Genesect earlier. I was thinking maybe he'd go for a triple boss for the game. So to do that, you essentially need 3 Zacians. But maybe...
Well, I think one thing to note here is that if you want to go for a triple boss play, you need to run 3 boss orders. He's only running 2.
Gotcha. So at this point, he is just powering up the Zamazenta for later in the game. So maybe with that one last boss, he can try and get the
Meloetta later?
The Meloetta.
I think it should be right now, though. If he's able to go for the Meloetta, he should do it right now.
Yes.
Rather than later, because doing 230 damage or 220 damage right now, or 230, sorry.
Yes.
Using Brave Blade is great and all, but it's not furthering your game plan right here. You should be going after the Meloetta and then letting the Zacian, or essentially the Zamazenta, sweep the board after that. So I'm a bit concerned, I should say, for Roblivate's chances this game.
Yeah, definitely, especially since that Meloetta is active and there's still all the Fusion Strikes energy in play, the Mew is still doing 288 damage. If we are able to take out that Meloetta earlier, you do reduce that damage to at least 210 if they decide to play another Meloetta, and essentially making the board a lot safer for your Zamazenta. But
for sure.
Again, maybe he was just opting to really reduce Neon's draw potential, really taking out the Genesect. But again, what do you need to draw when you have pretty much 6 energies on the field?
Yep, for sure. So here comes the Melodious Echo coming out from the Mew VMAX.
Yep. I believe so. That should be around
250
50.
or 250, I think, with the Vitality Band.
Yes.
Oh no, without the Vitality Band, so it should be 230. The one with the Vitality Band is on the bench.
Yes. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think it's the math essentially becomes a little bit more interesting thanks to Lucario Metal, Full Metal Door GX.
Yes.
Full Metal
And
Wall GX, sorry.
let's see if Roblivate has the switch here to really get another attack off. And
Yeah.
yes,
It's still 250 though, so it's 250. And there's Cape of Toughness. Yep, so thank you, Oblivate, for helping us all at the castle desk, as well as for those at home.
definitely a lot of math involved in this game right now. And let's see again if Roblivate does have the switch. If he does, the Lily's Pokédoll does act as a pivot here.
Oh, here we
And
go.
there we
he
go.
does have it.
But again, you're doing 230 to another Mew V. Let's see if
Oh, he's just going for
going for
Intrepid Sword.
Intrepid.
Yeah. He didn't have much going for him, so just an Intrepid Sword for 3 cards, refilling his hand up to 4. So that reset stamp must have done him pretty badly, unfortunately.
definitely find
Oh, here's a Peony right off the bat.
oh, Peony is not a boss's orders though, but
Mhm.
if he prepares one for next turn as well as getting a power tablet. I think that he might be saving that for the Zamazenta.
Yep, I think Neon is just sculpting his hand for the next turns right here, because essentially you're just going to take out a Lily's Pokédoll, which is not going to be very major at this point. It does remove a pivot.
Oh,
Um,
what he can do here is he can copy glistening droplets. That could
ooh,
knock out a Zacian V. That
you're right. We talked about this earlier. I asked you, would this attack ever be used? Does Neon see it though? Does Neon see the play?
again, knocking out the Lily's Pokédoll is not too bad, but again, yeah, Zacian I believe has 250 damage on it, and so that's around 20 left. And the glistening droplets does do 5 damage counters. Uh, let's see if that comes into play. I think that is the first time I'm ever going to see. There we go. He's holding it. He's showing it.
There you go. Whoa, and Roblovit is also a little stunned right there. We are stunned as well, my friend. It's definitely something we did not see coming. But yeah, it's going to be 250 damage already on the Zacian. 5 damage counters, so it goes against any sort of damage reduction that
Yes.
you would have, because it's facing damage counters.
He got to split it as well, putting 30 damage on the Zamazenta. So that Zamazenta having the effective HP of around 230. That Neon does have it in his hand. We know he peonied for a boss and a tablet, and he can
Yes.
attack with the Meloetta.
There's no
And-
stalling this deck right now. And I should also say that we are at time at this point. Neon probably has only 1 turn to squeak the win here. Otherwise, he will go to sudden death.
But that is the turn I believe he has. Oh, but we see the boss here on Roblovate's hand. He can go for a boss if he has a Metal Saucer as well. That can knock out the Meloetta. Or possibly he could even boss up a Genesect, really just stall out the game and try and go into a sudden death.
Yeah, I think right now you probably can't get an attack off for the Zamazenta, because you already used your attachment for turn, and there's only 1 energy right now. So, I mean, with double sources, maybe that's the only way you can get back in this game. But just a quick check, I believe he's already used 2 metal sources already, so it's quite a tall order getting 2 more right now. And I believe now time has been called already for these players, and they're just being notified by the judges. So let's see. I believe Neon will have 1 turn remaining to get the win here.
And
And
honestly,
we
that's
know.
all he needs.
And that's all he needs, with a power tablet and a boss's order in hand, ready, loaded, take the game.
Definitely.
Is there anything Neon Roblovic can do here against Neon? I don't believe so.
Yes, there is a boss. He can boss the Genesect and try and force Neon into a switch. We see the Neon discard pile being very hefty there. Maybe maybe there's no more switching cards in the deck.
I really want to say yes to that, but I really don't think so. The fact that he has 2 escape ropes and 2 switches, I don't believe I saw either one of those being played so far.
That is true. That is true. But yeah, that's true. I believe we've seen 2 switches, if I'm not wrong. He needed to switch earlier in the game, and as well as like he needed to switch out at Genesect.
Okay, yeah, there was one switch being used. Was there any other switch played after that? I really don't recall.
Either way, we know he still has both his escape ropes at the very least.
Exactly. So an escape rope here would definitely do the double work of getting the Zamazenta up into the active as well. So there's no even need for a boss order at that point.
Yes. And again, I just have to give it to Neon, finding the glistening droplets attack and just honestly, just finding a new attack for Mew to copy. And it's not necessarily Oricorio's job to have an attack. It's there for the protection, but sometimes it just works. And
yeah, for sure. And they're all essentially fusion strike Pokemon. So the whole deck in itself, not just running so consistently, they're essentially really complementing each other in various situations. And I think it's also down to being a very strong player who knows his or her deck inside out to make that sort of play.
Yes, definitely. And can you imagine if he only took a knockout onto a Lily's Pokédoll that turn? Then this game would definitely have gone into sudden death. But now there is the opportunity to try and close it out. The Marnie here, very, very big, because we know that Neon had the boss as well as the power tablet in hand. And yeah, let's see if Neon can draw back into it. He does only have 2 Fusion Strike systems to work with.
Yep. So I think overall, it's... I guess Robivate did what he could all the while. I really admire the fact that he went for a very strict line of play to bench the Zamazenta only when he felt it was safe to do so. But perhaps he all went back down to that play of going for the 2 prizes on the Genesect V instead of knocking out the Meloetta. That could have been the pivotal moment of this match.
Definitely. If the Meloetta was knocked out earlier, that means there is less damage on that Zacian as well.
Exactly.
Effectively making that the glistening droplets play not possible. Also, the Zamazenta here would be in a very much more safer position, because then you would be forced to go into the Max Miracle attack instead. But again, it's not over yet. We'll have to see if Neon can draw into the boss's orders. But the Rotom Phone definitely helping him out there. Wow, look at the deck is very, very... I think he could just potentially just draw into his entire deck at this point.
Yep. And pretty much get whatever resource he needs to eke out this win. So I say eke out. I meant really just take the game finally on his final turn here. There is the escape rope. So essentially going into the Meloetta. And I believe that would be game if he's able to grab the final power tablet he needs.
Yes, I believe so as well. Let's see if he draws into it. There we go. There's the power tablet.
There's the power tablet.
And a Peony
here,
as well.
Or
maybe trying to get more power tablets.
Maybe trying to go for all of it at one point. Yep,
yeah,
goes for all 3. Just because he can. And wants to play all 3 in the turn.
For safety. I mean, the math is very hard here. You have to know, wow, how many damage did we buff? There's the full metal wall to keep in mind. So just playing it safe, playing all the power tablets. Again, very good showing here by Neon, and Rob Luvate just doing his best to really put up the wall. But I think the MVP for that game is the glistening droplet, something you don't see every day.
For sure. And I think also props to Neon here for playing 3 power tablets in a single turn in 2 games in a row. And that gives Team Hong Kong a 2-0 lead right now in the quarterfinals. The final quarterfinals for today, the final match for today. We do have one final challenger left for Team Philippines. And that essentially is the final hope for Team Philippines right now. Can he essentially take 3 games to reverse sweep Team Hong Kong? We'll have to see. But overall, Wancho, I have to say, Mew VMAX with Genesect V, truly a match made in heaven. These 2 cards work so well together.
Don't forget Oricorio. Oricorio and Meloetta, the entire squad really putting in work. Yes, there is the draws, but Mew has to copy certain attacks. Meloetta for the potential early attack, and Oricorio for that glistening drop. That's that matchup specifically. Yes, just so that deck just has so good synergy with itself, and yeah, that's why it's currently the best deck in format.
Yeah, for sure. I think the glistening droplets was. I did ask you earlier in the day today whether or not that attack would ever come into play, and maybe I was reading into your crystal ball right there, Wancho, because clearly it did, and we all miss it until the very last moment when you call it out that glistening droplets would take a knockout on the bench Zacian V, and essentially it negated even the Full Metal Wall GX that was used by the Lucario Melmetal. A very interesting game overall, and right now we are at the last legs for Team Philippines. So it's Bully Gaming up against Neon. Will Neon take a 3-0 sweep, or will Bully Gaming come out and take the game back for Team Philippines?
All right, Bully Gaming here playing a very similar deck to his teammate Sky, the ADP with Birds and the Suicune. So let's see if Bully Gaming here can really set up a little bit better than his teammate. Hopefully just not the lone Eldegoss against the world. Or are we going to see Neon again just take out, just be very, very aggressive with his Mews again? And we'll have to see here.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall, the ADP deck running the number of options that he has come to bite itself at times. We saw that earlier in the game one of the series, where Sky only had a lone Eldegoss up against the entire force of Neon's Mew VMAX and Genesect V deck. I think overall the matchup should be a little closer than that, because we are running, of course, a 280 hit point ADP GX. But again, if you can't get that deck set up, it's just not going to work, because you're going up against the most consistent deck in format, arguably.
Yes, definitely. And I'm going over Bully Gaming's list right now, and interestingly enough, he's playing a lower count of the Moltres here, only playing 2, as well as no Raihan. I think Raihan, a very important card in the Mew matchup. But again, if you can just set up the ADP with the Altered Creation and get a chance to really attack with the Ultimate Ray, I think that definitely sets you up to really take over the game. Let's see if the Neon gives him that opportunity, though, to get not only the Altered Creation and then the Ultimate Ray. That's 2 attacks. But we'll have to see.
Yep, I think overall the key card that I see on Bully Gaming's deck list here is that he runs the full 4 boss order. So essentially the card that lets you pick knockouts that you like to have, especially in a deck like ADP, really going for the knockouts that matter so that you close the game out as soon as possible. After an Altered Creation GX, you could easily go for 2 knockouts on 2 Genesect Vs, and that's pretty much game. But of course, it takes some work to get there. You need to Alter Creation GX, you need to charge some energies to bench Zacian Vs or even Galarian Moltres V for that matter. And then from there, just hope that your opponent isn't taking knockout after knockout on your side of the field.
Yes.
We see not the most ideal of starters for both these players. We see a Genesect V for Neon and a Marshadow with Resetting Hole for Bully Gaming. So not the worst card at this point, because we do know that Neon plays Chaotic Swell. And there he is, right on cue. So that Resetting Hole could come into play.
Yes, it gives Bully Gaming a chance here to play the Viridian Forest if he chooses to. Something of note here is that Genesect actually has 190 HP, which is a little bit tough for ADP to really knock out by itself here. So, yeah, I mean, if after Altered Creation, ADP essentially doing 180 damage, Genesect would live a little, like 10 HP more. So ideally here, I think for Bully Gaming to really maximize, if he gets to do the Altered Creation Ultimate Ray, he needs to boss up a Mew V or a Meloetta at that point. But again, another key card in in Bully Gaming's deck here is the Fan of Waves, just to really probably slow down the Mew deck, or to remove the Weakness Guard energy to really get the knockout with a Moltres V.
Definitely. I think it really goes to show that the strength of the deck is not just in the price taking, but also in its ability to take knockouts via weakness. I think that's the reason why we see a ton of the Mew VMAX decks bring multiple copies of Weakness Guard energy. We saw, a previous deck from a different competitor playing up to 3 copies of that card, whereas some lists, for example, Neon's list here, running only 2 copies. That essentially gives it a chance, a fighting chance essentially against these darkness type Pokemon, especially Galarian, Moltres, V.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, it looks like here, Bully Gaming getting the Zacian, the Moltres, and the ADP set up, and as well as getting that Melosoft return. Can we see a turn 1 Altered Creation GX? That would be absolutely amazing to see. And there we go. He may be going for it here.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you just need a switching card to get the Marshadow out of the active. A water energy, of course, to get that onto the ADP, and then an energy switch to get off your turn 1 Altered Creation GX. It's not that much to ask for, I think, at this point. So there's a water energy. So piece number 1 of the puzzle already in play.
Yes.
There away to energy switch. He does run 3 copies, I believe.
Yes, he also hasn't played a supporter yet for turn. All he's played so far is that Crobat V with the Dark Asset ability, drawing up to 6. And we're also going to see the Dedenne.
Wow.
Drawing so many cards, he has to be going for it at this point. And that would be absolutely huge if he can.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for Bully Gaming at this point. He's really going all in on this play. And I fully support it for the fact that you are going to put pressure on the Mew deck this time around. So how the tables have turned if you're able to get this turn 1 Altered Creation GX up and running.
Definitely.
So
that is Cape of Toughness go on to the Zacian here. And anything else? Do we see the energy? Do we see the switch?
We see switch. Okay.
One more card. We need the energy switch here. And you have it. He still hasn't played a supporter for turn.
Yep, and he does have access to Eldegoss as well. So now that the Marshadow is out, but that's a process research. Wow.
Big research there, dropping 2 Aurora energies and the Phantom Waves. However, the Phantom Waves now a non-factor for Neon. He doesn't have to worry about his Weakness Guard energies getting removed. And we'll have to see if that pays off. Let's see if there is the energy switch. Bully Gaming dug very deep.
It, does he?
He drew so many cards with Crobat, drew again with Dedenne, and then followed up with a research. Does he have it? 1 card. There's the energy switch.
There it is.
Turn 1 Altered Creation. Typically, it's the Mew deck that's getting the turn 1 attack, but here we go. Turn 1 Altered Creation. Now
it's beautiful to see as a former ADP player myself. This is exactly what you want to see from your deck. Obviously, it's not the most perfect setup yet because you still need to get energies in play, etc. But really, you couldn't ask for anything better than this right now.
Oh boy, we do see 1 power tablet played now by the Mew. Needs at least 2 more.
2 more, I believe.
Oh, but there we go. We see a Genesect Fusion Strike system. However, only drawing 2 cards, drawing up to 3 here. Let's see if there's anything else. Quick Ball, definitely finding them another Genesect. Let's see if they can get the knockout on the ADP this turn. That would definitely bring them back into this game, putting them in an absolutely favorable position, knocking out literally all the energies in play in Bully Gaming side of the field.
I would just feel for Bully Gaming at this point if the Mew VMAX gets a knockout on his ADP GX. I think it's one thing to really pull off such an amazing play on turn 1 itself. Turn 1 Altered Creation GX, but then to get a return knockout right away before you get to use any alternate ray, that is very heart-wrenching, I would say.
Yes. I mean, Bully Gaming did dig through his deck very, very cleanly. Crobats, Dedennes, and the Professor's Research and Neon Gaming. Neon here can just go, I can do the same with my Genesect. And let's see if he can. Drawing 3 cards with this Fusion Strike system. This may be the last one unless he can drop another. Let's see if he finds it. He needs.
Yep, there is another one.
Okay.
So you called it.
Yes. So finding another Genesect, he can draw up to 5 here. He still needs an energy attachment and another tablet. If he doesn't have at least one of the pieces right now, it might be a little bit tough. Depend on this one last Genesect. And a
Oh,
Peony.
there's a Peony.
That might be it.
That might be it, right? He goes with
Fog
well, hang on.
Crystal,
You essentially need
Bitband, and
yeah.
the power tablet, and then you can just try and draw into the energy, which
Exactly.
should not be too hard.
Exactly. I mean, you are going to draw a fresh hand of 6 cards, so definitely going for exactly. So these are essentially the cards that he needed to get. And I think for Bully Gaming, he's just staring at this board and say, well, I pulled off the best play I could on turn 1, and yet Mew VMAX is able to trump me on that. So you just got to feel for him at this point.
Definitely.
Neon does get the energy, but if Neon whiffs the energy, I've got to feel for Neon as well in that point, because you've done everything you can to build up this Mew VMAX, double power tablets, Vitality Band, triple Genesect Vs on the bench as well, and all you need now is just 1 energy off the top from a Future Strike system for 5 cards.
And he still has all the energies he could need in the deck. He hasn't played any Fusion Strike. He still has Weakness Guard or the Psychic energy. So the Fog Crystal should be live here as well. Does he find it?
I think I saw one.
Off 5. Oh.
Was it the last card? Was it maybe the last card?
A Great Ball?
That's not what you want to see.
That's not an energy. Bully Gaming here just... this is going to be a very pivotal turn. Does he have it? Does Neon have
energy?
it?
Is he slow rolling this right now, Neon? Don't be sly with this. Come on.
Let's see here. There's a Fog Crystal. We go.
So he got a Fog Crystal. Yeah. So it probably just...
Oh no,
he also has a Fusion Strike energy. Yeah, also with a Fog Crystal as well. So definitely multiple out there for Neon already. But yep, that is going to be a Techno Blast for 280 damage for the knockout on the Arceus Dialga Palkia GX.
And with that, I think there's absolutely no way to get a return knockout, especially since there is no energy right now attached to that Galarian Moltres. And we know that Bully Gaming is not playing the Raihan to really get a Galarian Moltres out of nowhere. Again, just the pressure from this Mew might be a little bit too much for ADP.
Yep, I think one thing you mentioned in the pre-match, you said about the Raihan being a clutch card in this list, and the fact that Bully Gaming is not running one is now coming back to bite him in this exact scenario where you just don't have enough energy on the Galarian Moltres V to give a return KO, because if he could, that would have been a perfect turn of events for Bully Gaming, essentially going up 4 prizes if he could just get the return knockout.
Yes, if you go up 4 prizes and taking out all the energy on Neon's side of the field as well. But again, I don't think there's a way to do it at this moment.
Well, it's not impossible. You could go for a Metal Saucer play again onto the Zacian V, and then manually attaching a Darkness as well.
That is fair.
So it's not impossible, I would say, but definitely within the same realms of getting a Turn 1 Altercation GX off.
Which Bully Gaming was able to do here.
Yep, that is true.
Again,
but we probably got to say that even though if he's able to get a return knockout here, Neon is still in a very comfortable position because of the fact that he has pretty much everything set up already. Taking a knockout on the Galarian Moltres V in the next turn is probably a given.
It might be a little tough if the Mew VMAX goes down. There is no energy in play, as well as no Mew VMAX.
Oh, well, I mean, it's essentially a combination of cards that's required, right? So Mew VMAX, at least a Sparkle energy. So not too difficult if Bully Gaming is able to get a knockout here, I would say, relatively.
Yes. If Bully Gaming can do it.
He's going for it.
There you go. There's 2 energy on the Galarian Moltres. Now, do we see the Metal Saucer? He hasn't played the Dedenne yet. No Dede change, so he still has options. Then after that, he still has the Research or a Marnie as well. And
there's another Dedenne, so another Dede change here.
Yeah, there we go.
6 cards.
He needs the Metal Saucer energy switch here. Does he get it?
So 3 Metal Saucers and 3 energy switch. We know one of each has been used. So essentially, it's a 2 outs each. It's just a Marnie. Not even a Metal Saucer right now.
All right. But that's okay. That means everything in his hand goes to the bottom. And Obviously, he did not want anything in his hand since he couldn't play anything. Let's
That is true.
see if he can get something in. Unfortunately, he only
is true.
plays one Crobat, so that is the extent of the Pokemon ability digging here.
Yeah, and I believe he's already run out of other options as well, because there is no way for an Eldegoss V to impact this game right now, because you've already played your Marnie. Wow,
Definitely.
this game is a nail biter in its own right.
Definitely. We see a Viridian Forest, but discarding a Dark Energy, but that's not the metal.
That's not the metal. That's not what you want to see. I mean, there is already a metal energy from the ADP going down earlier.
Yes.
But it just tells me that there are two cards that were not the right cards in Bully Gaming's deck at this point.
Definitely.
Or hand, I should say. So, well,
Probably
it was a good run.
a little bit too much to ask for, especially after the explosive turn 1 altered creation. Maybe the deck running out of gas at that point, but it was yes, we have to say it was not impossible, but it was definitely improbable.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall it's great to see the deck just really trying to race against Mew V Max and Genesect V at this point. But I mean, there is no way you can consistently do it like how Mew V Max is doing it right now, because this is a deck that is a powerhouse in this format, super consistent overall, gets the job done, and above all does it really well without much flexing, I should say.
Definitely. And now we see here just Neon, I think probably just looking for a boss this turn. That would be ideal. He also needs the switch card for this turn as well.
Yep, so I think now just discarding stuff to the Viridian Forest.
Yes.
The Battle VIP Pass, not needed anymore.
If he misses an attack here, that definitely puts Bully Gaming back into this, because then he can easily just attach the Dark Energy into the Moltres with the Dire Flame Wings and probably attempt to power up a Zacian on the bench and just take prizes that way. But we'll have to see. Again, there is still 3 Fusion Strike systems to work with. Plays 1 Power Tablet. And there we go. First Fusion Strike system. Drawing 4 cards here. Because again, the Bench Barrier Mew does not count as a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yep, so I really think overall that Mew has deserved its spot, though. I think we have seen that Mew really work wonders in previous matches today. And I just got to say to all those viewers just joining us, people wondering why is there a Mew in this deck right now. We are in the team up format, essentially team up all the way to Fusion Strike. So that Mew is from Unbroken Bonds from a format ago, and it's back and really making a huge impact on this format that we have today. So it's definitely a card that is deserving its spot in multiple decks.
Definitely. And yeah, we saw that Mew put in its dues against the Vikavolt deck. And unfortunately here, against a Mirror Mew, there is no bench sniping to worry about. But when it does come up, it is very, very clutch. And yeah, let's see here. There is the switch card.
All right. So
and
switch.
That should close out the game for Neon. He can take 2 prizes here. Then he can take 2 prizes again easily on anything that comes up.
Yep, it even has the boss order. So he's going for Declaring Moltres V. So the only attacker that Bully Gaming was trying to power up is going to go down right off the bat.
Yeah, the only attack as well as the pivot. So,
oh yeah, the air balloons on it as well. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit tough here to even attempt to. I mean, okay, he can put up a Crobat, right? He can put up a Crobat, attach the air balloon, go for double Metal Saucer attachment on the Zacian, boss something up, and take a knockout there. Go up 3 prizes, and maybe Mew misses the knockout on a 270 HP Zacian, and then the Bully Gaming can go switch and boss again. That's the only way.
I like the positivity for that play. I love playing Zacian V. I love playing with ADP, but even I would think that that's quite tall order for sure. I think he's down to the final 2 Metal Sources as well, so he has to really get almost everything in his hand right now. But I mean, we can dream. Zacian V can dream. We can dream and hope for the best. But of course, going up against Mew VMAX, this deck is just meant to win tournaments at this stage.
I mean, we did see him pull Intrepid Sword here, getting 3 extra cards from the deck. It's not impossible. Not impossible. I can still believe in this Zacian here. But it just has to be the Zacian that takes all 6 prizes. Maybe a little tough.
The Zacian V against the world.
Yes. And again, here we just see Neon just really loading up his hand, maybe prepping for the following turn. Because ideally, he would have the boss's orders. And here he bumps the Viridian Forest as well. So no more energy search there.
Yep, so just really maximizing his outs, I should say. So making sure there's nothing that Bully Gaming could do in this game right now. And I guess we also would see the knockout coming right after. Yep, there's a knockout on this Clarion Moltres V.
Yes, using the Technoblast attack. It does already have the Vitality Band, and he also played the Power Tablet, doing 250 damage there. And there we go, we see it. Bully Gaming promoting the Crobat there. Let's see what else. Plays the Viridian Forest, but unfortunately that's just going to bump the Chaotic Swell.
And bump itself back into the bin as well.
Yes.
So nothing much going for him right now.
There's the Air Balloon.
Okay.
There's the Air Balloon.
All right, Air Balloon.
Double Metal Saucer attach boss.
That's a lot to ask. That's really a lot to ask right now.
There's the Quick Ball here. Unfortunately, there's no more support Pokemon that draws without having to use a supporter. And something that could happen here is he could actually just go for the boss on a Genesect, and maybe Neon can miss a switch here.
Maybe.
I like how you don't believe at all in any of the plays.
Yeah, we're just clutching at straws right now for this poor Zacian V to do something at this point. But I like the positivity. As I said, it's all about positivity for a deck like this, for a game like this, right? We're playing, the Pokemon trading card game. We're enjoying every moment of it. We're enjoying these little small nuances that really bring the experience out. And I guess the main thing to say is that, I got to give it to the players for bringing their A game here. They are playing over remote setting. Despite all that is going on in the world right now, we're able to get players from across multiple different regions to compete on I would say a global / regional scale, and essentially, play the game that we all love.
Yes, I mean, definitely an international scale, right?
Definitely.
Again, this has to be one of the biggest tournaments ever for Southeast Asia. And yes, there we go. We see the boss, though. We see the boss.
So it's going for the stall play here. So it's as you say, the final resort, or the last resort. And how quaint that it is a Giovanni that is on the screen right now, even though the Lysander was played. So there is an old card called Giovanni's Last Resort. Not sure if anyone from the old ages remember that card. But that is essentially Bully Gaming's last resort right now.
And let's see here if Neon needs a switch and maybe a boss, because we know he's down a couple of power taps. I know, but we'll have to be counting here. 270 might be a little bit too hard to reach at this point.
Or perhaps just an escape rope.
Oh, there's the...
Okay, one power tablet. Peony.
That's true. There we go. The escape rope you mentioned might be coming up.
One of my favorite item cards ever. And now, here we go. Beautiful play. So that's pretty much game, set, and match at this point. Escape rope forcing out. He also goes for the boss as well. So he has... essentially, if there was no escape rope, it wouldn't have mattered much. Obviously, though, the main reason for the escape rope is to get the Genesect V out of the active. So, probably still needed the card. So, but the boss's order was extra cherry on top.
I mean, you can't play the boss's order this turn because he did play the Peony. But maybe for next turn. But again, here we go. This escape rope, anything on the bench now is in range for new VMAX. And there we go. Neon from Hong Kong taking 3-0 from Team Philippines here, just showing the power of the Mew VMAX deck and just the skill of being able to handle it.
Yep, it was an essential clean sweep from Neon for Team Hong Kong. Commiserations to Team Philippines for all the players, Sky, Rob Levade, as well as Bully Gaming, for really trying their level best to take down the juggernaut from Hong Kong. Essentially, we've had a few players today that has really gone on a huge run of 3-0 sweep. We had Ray Run from Malaysia doing that earlier on. Now we have Neon from Hong Kong doing the same. I mean, if these players keep going the way they are tomorrow, we won't get to see the other players of the team.
That is true. And again, just to recap the day, we had round one, Indonesia against Malaysia. Malaysia taking 3-0, proceeding to the quarterfinal, and then going up against Taiwan in the first quarterfinal, going 3-0 again and proceeding to the semifinal. Then in quarterfinal two, Korea takes it over Japan, a 1-3 game, and proceeds to semifinal one. And for quarterfinal three, we have Thailand against Singapore, our longest game of the match, going 3-2, essentially seeing every player in both respective teams, and Thailand getting the win, proceeding to semifinal two. And for quarterfinal number four, we just saw Hong Kong against Philippines, going for a clean 3-0, Hong Kong proceeding to semifinal two. And with that, I am so excited for tomorrow. We're gonna see so many amazing players just play a game of Pokemon.
Yep, for sure. I think overall it's going to be an exciting game tomorrow. We have, of course, semi-final one between Malaysia and Korea. Both teams coming off commanding victories in their respective quarterfinals. And then we have Thailand versus Hong Kong in semi-final two. Thailand really going the distance against Singapore. We saw a great ton of great matches over there. Eventually, Thailand, eking out the win. And then Hong Kong, of course, in the match we just saw, a clean 3-0 sweep. So I'm excited for tomorrow. There's going to be two awesome semifinals for sure. We also have a third, fourth place playoff, and of course, the grand finals to determine who is the grand champion of this Pokemon trading card game tournament at Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. Wancho, recap today, man. What was the most pivotal moment or the most exciting moment for you in this entire tournament?
Are you kidding me? There's so many. It's too hard to pin down one. Could it be the top deck boss for the win? Could it be the absolutely skillful plays of every Mew player we've seen here today, getting the early knockouts? But could it be the Vikavolt? Vikavolt really taking out the ADP? There's absolutely too much to mention. You have to watch the entire show, really, and it was very, very fun. How about you, Aaron? Anything of note?
I mean, if I don't say Vikavolt, I'd probably be lying right now. So I really enjoy seeing Vikavolt in this tournament, doing what it's supposed to be doing with Charger Bug. But I think overall, as you say, we've gotten players essentially playing their best Pokemon on this tournament. I think overall, it's been a pleasure to watch them. But that's the best part. It doesn't end today. We are back tomorrow with two semifinals, the third, fourth place playoff, as well as the grand finals. So we hope you enjoyed today's coverage of the event, and we wish that we see you tomorrow for the final day of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament. Until then, this is Wancho and Aaron signing off.
We'll see ya.